Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei was got harem with Kuroka. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. This is a completely original storyline with some inspiration from the fanfiction called Holy Inferno Dragon. Issei will have a harem at some point in the future of the story, but it won't be immediate, maybe after the Riser arc. Now with all that said, on with the story. Talking, thinking, Albion, Vritra, start, death, something that one shouldn't have to deal with until they're emotionally ready. Unfortunately enough, at the age of 7 a young Issei Hayadu had to go through it. Why did you do this? Why did you do this to my mommy and daddy? Cried a little Issei. He was looking up at two people, dressed in black armor with large swords which seemed to have a look of dragons circling around the hilt. You see, one of the men said, "We were hired by a fallen angel named Kokabiel. Apparently he couldn't risk the chance of you and your father ruining his future plans, so he decided to hire us. Why he couldn't just have us kill your father and use you as a weapon is beyond me, but hey, we already got paid, so whatever." "Why are you even bothering to tell him this, Siegbert?" the other man asked. "We're just gonna kill him anyways." "Yes, but I can't help but love the look of absolute fear in my target, Xander." It was absolute fear he wanted, and that's exactly what he got. Issei was too scared to even move from the floor of his home. All he saw around him was the white walls of his home and the dead bodies of his parents. He didn't even understand why this was happening to him. Who is Kokabiel? How were they a threat in any plan? All he knew was that his father was a lawyer and his mother was an accountant. They couldn't ruin any plans. "How could we ruin any plans? We're just regular people," Issei cried out. This was the first time that Issei yelled at someone with absolute hatred. But he didn't care. All he wanted was to be reunited with his parents. "Regular people, you say? That's just barely true, since your mother is the only one in your family who's normal," said Siegbert. What do you mean?" asked Issei. "Foolish child, you really didn't know how well. Since you're about to die, I'll have the decency to explain why. You see, your father is a dragon, the grandson of the White Dragon Emperor to be exact. From what we have been told, he came to the human world to live life away from the supernatural 20 years ago. He eventually met your mother, got married, and well, the rest is history." Issei didn't understand how this was possible. His father was a dragon? No, he's just a boring lawyer, that's all. No, you're lying. There's no way that my dad is a dragon, it's impossible," Issei said, not willing to believe what this man has said. "Open up your eyes, child. Haven't your parents been secretive at all?" Xander asked. As he asked that, Issei did realize that he has been restricted, to the point that he's been watched at all times by his parents. He's never been allowed to be around fire, never was allowed outside the house unless his father was with him. Hell, he was homeschooled and was never allowed to interact with any kids his age. He realized that his parents would always keep things away from him. Whenever he would ask why he couldn't do all these things, they would just say it was for his safety. "As I thought, you were never told about your true heritage. Too bad that you learn about it as you are about to die." As Xander says this, he raises his sword to execute Issei. "Mommy, Daddy, now we can be a family once again," Issei thinks as he starts to cry. "Not yet, young one." When Issei heard a voice of a stranger person, he decided to look up, confused at why he wasn't killed right then and there. That's when he saw a woman who seemed to be around the age of 20 to 25. She wore a black gothic dress with a purple ribbon on the back and had long black hair. She seemed to be unafraid that there were two men with swords and armor in front of her, but that's when Issei saw what was happening to them. "Damn you, how dare you interfere with our business," Siegbert said, while slowly and what seemed to be painfully disintegrating into ashes. "You see, I need this boy for future plans and I cannot allow him to be killed, so now I bid you goodbye." Once she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers and they began to dissipate even faster. "I hate you," they said in unison as they began to burn into ashes until their bodies were completely destroyed. Once they were no more, the young woman turned around to look at Issei. She looked almost emotionless with those dark gray eyes. He couldn't see anything, no emotion at all. Even her movement looked dead, as if she didn't have a care in the world. "Who are you?" Issei asked, confused at why she wanted to for any future plans of hers. "Why did you need to save me? You have potential to be powerful. You are a descendant of the White Dragon Emperor. I need this power to reclaim my silence. With you I can finally eliminate Great Red." This mysterious girl went on to say that everything about God, angels, fallen angels, and devils is true. Mythical beings like dragons, heroes like Heracles, and gods such as Zeus, Odin, and Anubis are real. To answer your first question, my name is Ophis, and my question to you is, what do you wish to do with your life now? When Ophis had asked him that, it hit him. What was he going to do now? He had lost his parents, who were the only source of protection for him. Now he had only himself to depend on. He was only a kid and he was left all alone. No kid his age should be left alone like this. Wait, that's it. No one his age should lose his parents. They shouldn't have to depend on only themselves. He doesn't want anyone to be put into this type of situation. He wants to make sure no one will be left alone like he was. Never again. Issei stands up from the ground, looks straight into Ophis' eyes and says, "I want to protect the ones I love. I don't want anyone to suffer what I have." With this, Ophis gives Issei a smile. One with very little effort, but a smile nonetheless. As expected, she says, while reaching her hand out with something resembling a snake coming out of her hand. Using one of my snakes, I shall grant you some of my power to help you reach this goal of yours. But remember this, one day I'll need you to help me with my goal. Issei nods his head. Since she had saved him from death, it was only fair that he helps her. He reaches to her hand and takes this snake of hers. Once contact is made, it gets absorbed into his body and he can feel power flowing inside of him. He almost collapses from the sudden power that he had absorbed. But that's when something interesting happened. On his back there appeared to be 2 white wings, and on his chest, a black chest plate with a golden jewel in the center. Interesting. Seems like you have the power of your ancestor, and the black prison dragon Ophis was very pleased to see that the one she depended on the most had the divine dividing and prison of ruined sacred gears. I have the power of my ancestor, Issei asks. Yes, you do. Allow me to explain. Ophis goes on to tell Issei the story of the Albion, the white dragon of supremacy, and Drag, the red dragon of domination. How the two had a feud which ended up with the angels, fallen angels and devils to have a temporary truce during the Great War to deal with these dragons. She tells him how it ended with them being put into 2 sacred gears, the boosted gear and divine dividing, which led to them being put into a host for them to continue their eternal battle. Not only do you have divine dividing, but you also have the strongest sacred gear that the Black Dragon King Vritra was put into. These sacred gears will eventually allow you to speak with them when you become strong enough, as they have the consciousness of each dragon. So I'm kinda special, aren't I? Issei asked. Now with the knowledge of being both descendant and wielder of Albion, it really gave him something to work for to become stronger. Yes, you truly are, Issei, she replied. I need to go now, Issei. I will come visit you every now and then to see how strong you have become, but promise me something. Yes, what is it, Ophis? He asked. Promise me you will become strong. You are my last true hope to finally regain my silence. I promise, Ophis. I will return your kindness by returning you to your silence, he replied. Thank you, Issei. I'll see you soon. And with that, Ophis flew away. At that moment he didn't know where he was going to go. He wasn't sure how he could survive on his own, but he was sure about one thing. He will return Ophis to her silence again. To do that he must get stronger, he must protect others, and above all he must become. What's going on, guys? It's Kuroka with the next chapter of Black Prison of Supremacy. First, I just want to get through some reviews I got. Anime lover Kate, I probably will be doing from Volley, so expect that in the future. And about Penemu Ike, much on her cause I only watched the anime. Feel free to PM me to give me info about her so I can think about it. Ryujin96, we went over this in a PM, but I'll talk about it here for everyone else. It's Black Dragon Emperor, and it will be explained in this chapter. I will add Gabriel, but maybe without the Yander part. Roswace and Zulan will be in the Harem. Finally, Ophis is an adult, and I fixed that mistake in the first chapter. Zofia Hayato, she will be in the Harem. War Historian, I'll probably be doing that. Alright, time to get into the story. Vritra talking. Albion talking. Thinking or talking with Albion, Vritra in head. Start. 10 years later. I can't believe Akasama is forcing me to go to school, said Issei Hayato. I can't believe that you still refer Ophis as Akasama. I thought you grew out of that, said Albion, somewhat annoyed that Issei is referring the infinite dragon god as his mother. Shut up, Albion, you know that she practically raised me, Issei replied. Let the boy be, Albion, said Vritra. You must understand that Ophis is the closest thing Issei has had to a parent since his have passed. Let him have this. That's right. It's been 10 years since that day, 10 years since Issei had lost his parents. Ophis had become the closest thing he could have to be mother ever since he lost his. She was always there when Issei had called for her. She helped him awaken his sacred gears and was always there to listen to him whenever he wanted to talk. But I'm his great-grandfather and he still hasn't called me Ojiasan, replied Albion with a hint of jealousy in his voice. Oh my, is the great Vanishing Dragon jealous of Ophis? It's been 7 years since he's awakened us. I've suggested him to call me Ojiasan, but he refuses to do so every time. That's right. It's been 7 years since Issei had awakened Albion and Vritra. Both of them were confused to why they were sharing a single host, but after some discussion they had decided to make it work somehow. A few days after Issei had awakened the dragons, his physical appearance had started to change. Instead of his regular brown hair, it had changed to become more of a silver color. His eyes had also gotten a change of color, with one of them becoming white while the other turned blue. It was assumed by both dragons that Albion would have an effect on Issei's physical appearance, while Vritra would have an effect on his sacred gear. This turned out to be true because his balance breaker with divine dividing ended up being black with purple jewels instead of white with blue jewels. While Issei was listening to the two bickering dragons, he was getting ready for school. He got changed into his school, which consisted of a black blazer over a white dress shirt with his favorite white shirt with black stripes. While he was walking towards his new school, the bickering between the dragons had ended and Issei decided to enter the conversation once again. So why did Akasama decide to put me into school again? Ophis thought it was a good idea for you to have an actual social life with regular people. So far all you've done is take some jobs hunting people down, and that's not so healthy if it's the only thing you do besides train, replied Vritra. That's not completely true. I would say that I have a good social life with Kuroka. Ah yes, that's a completely normal social life you got there. Every time you two reunite you mate for hours on end. It's not only, we hang out and do stuff that regular couples do as well. Yes, but this regular couple is comprised of the current white drag, black dragon Emperor. Since Issei's balance breaker was colored black, much to Albion's dismay, Issei wanted to be known as the Black Dragon Emperor. Fine. This regular couple is comprised of the Black Dragon Emperor and a fugitive wanted by the devils. Issei knew that Kuroka was a wanted criminal by the Devil Society, but he didn't care at all. She recently told him that it was true that she killed her master, but the devils didn't know why she did it. She revealed to him that she killed him because he was performing experiments on her, hoping that it would make her stronger, and was planning on doing the same to her younger sister Cheyenne. Issei didn't care about her past because he knew that if he were in that situation he would have done the same as well. Because of this, she completely devoted herself to him in mind, soul and body. That night she gave him her ID and kept trying to have his children to make the Nekomata race stronger. Speaking of which, where is she? She always disappears and returns every now and then, asked Vritra. She's busy with hiding from the devils and work, replied Issei. We'll talk about her later. Seems like I arrived at school. Issei started to walk into the school grounds. On his way to his homeroom he heard voices of many female students saying things like, "Is he a student? He totally is. He's wearing the uniform. He's so hot. Maybe I can make a harem here." "What do you think?" asked Issei. "I don't think Kuroka would like it. She told me that she wouldn't mind as long as she has my kids before anyone else. Either way, you only deserve the best of girls. Only girls with a good butt deserve to be with you." And the butt dragon Emperor strikes again, mocked Vritra while laughing. "Why did I have to share a host with you of all people?" "Alright, that's enough, you two settle down," said Issei as he made his way to his class. "Alright class, settle down, we have a new student today. Please come in," said the teacher. Issei walked in and the class was immediately filled with the sound of squealing girls. "Now please write your name and introduce yourself." Issei nodded and wrote his name on the chalkboard. "My name is Issei Hayadu, please take care of me," introduced Issei as he bowed his head. "Good, now feel free to take any seat available." Issei nodded and went to go sit next to the window. He wasn't paying much attention in class, but when the teacher did ask him a question he would answer it correctly. Throughout the class he did notice a girl with short blue hair staring at him every so often, almost as if she were evaluating him. After a while he decided to ignore her and move on, but he did notice that she did have some devil aura within her, so he decided to ask Albion and Vritra about it. "Hey guys, why is it that this girl has the aura of a devil?" asked Issei. "I'm surprised that you haven't figured it out yet. This town had been under the control of devils for a while." "That is correct. From what I know, it's under the control of the next heir Gremory, with the heir of Citri also living here." "Oh great, there goes my normal social life," replied Issei, somewhat annoyed that he has to deal with the devil faction now. Time went on and lunch had begun. Issei decided to eat outside next to a tree. After a while of eating he had noticed two male students running away from what seemed to be the entirety of the kendo club. Wanting to be entertained, he decided to use some magic to trip them and see how badly they would get hurt. After pointing a finger at them, they fell face first on the ground, then got mauled by the kendo club. Issei began to laugh at the sight he had caused. "You can be quiet, a sadist, can't you, partner? Hey, they probably deserved what came to them, seeing how mad the kendo club got. Partner, there's someone watching you." Issei decided to look up and saw a girl who took his breath away. Upon the window of what was the old school building was a beautiful girl with blue-green eyes and long red hair flowing in the air. Her looks rivaled Kuroka, and she had breasts which were easily bigger than Kuroka's. After a few seconds she closed the windows and walked out of view, leaving Issei stunned in her beauty. Ria's POV. "That boy, I can sense a good amount of power coming from him," she thought as she closed the window. She went down to the couch to continue her game of chess with her queen. "Akino, who was that boy?" Rias asked. If memory serves me correct, he's in class 3A. His name is Issei Hayadu." "Why does the president have a new interest?" Fufufu replied the girl named Akino. She had long jet black hair which was tied with a orange ribbon and reached down to her legs. Her eyes were violet and somehow had breasts even bigger than Rias's. "Oh no, nothing of that sort. I was just curious, that's all," she replied. "Oh, checkmate." "Oh no, seems like I lost again," said Akino. "Better luck next time," said Rias as she began to remove her clothes to get into the shower. She turned on the water, letting it flow down her body. "Just who are you, Issei Hayadu? Talking, thinking, or speaking in thought with Albion, Vritra?" "Albion, Vritra." He couldn't forget her. No, he wouldn't forget her. She had beauty that was just breathtaking. Sure, he loved Kuroka with all his heart and thought that she was beautiful in her own right, but this girl was just stunning. "I don't see what's so special about her," Albion said. "Red hair? I don't like it." "Shut up, Albion. Do you guys have any idea who she is?" Issei asked. "Her name is Rias Gremory, heir of the House of Gremory and sister of the current Mao Lucifer. She is also known as the crimson-haired ruined princess." "How exactly did you know that, Vritra?" Issei asked, dumbfounded of how Vritra knew this information since he hasn't been awakened for years. "I can extract information from the other sacred gears that contain my powers. Apparently the heiress of Citri, Sona Citri, has a pawn that has one of the sacred gears. Speaking of which, would you like to use that technique to take his sacred gear and put it into someone under your control?" "I'll be considering it. It would be a major asset to have someone with your power under my control. It would also be a huge problem if I just take his sacred gear, since he is serving the heiress of Citri. With that aside, what else can you tell me about Ryerson?" Sorry for interrupting your little conversation, but it appears that your lunch period is over. Time to make your way to class. You two can continue this later. Issei got up from his resting spot and made his way to his class. He didn't know why, but he just couldn't get her out of his mind. But there was something about the situation that bothered him. Why was she staring at him? Obviously she saw him use magic on the two guys, but it seemed that she was assessing him like that other girl in his class. But why did she sense his draconian aura, or did she sense his sacred gears? He didn't know which was, but it kept bothering him. But for now he decided to deal with that later and get to class. The rest of the day went on slowly as he was forced to listen to the boring history of the world. Issei wasn't paying attention at all during class. All he was doing was staring outside at the tree he was resting on earlier. For a regular person these lessons might be interesting, but he wasn't a regular person at all. Issei had been told many stories from all the mythologies and was a fan of many of them, so the history of the human world didn't give him any interest. He wondered why some humans would want to learn more about the past anyways. Hideouts dozing off, are we? Tell me, what date of the invasion of Normandy during World War II? The teacher asked. He had a smirk on his face as if he were hoping to catch Issei off guard and embarrass him in front of the class. June 6, 1944, Issei replied, still looking out the window. What was the code name for this attack? He asked. Operation Overlord, replied Issei. Gee, good job, the teacher said, still surprised of the fact Issei knew this information. Everyone in the class was shocked that Issei had known this information, but the one who still had their composure was the blue-haired girl who was now staring at Issei but with a more suspicious look on her face. Vritra, do you know anything about the girl staring at me? Issei asked. He was now getting annoyed of the fact that someone was staring at him the entirety of the class. Her name is Tsubasa Yura. She's a rook in service of Sona Citri. I'm gonna assume that she's going to report me to her master by the end of the day. Well, that's just great. She already told her master about you during the lunch period. By this point we should assume that both kings already know about you. It's just a matter of when they'll make a move on you. So much for a normal social life. Time skip 4 hours later. Finally, I can go home and have some time for myself. Don't get too comfortable. You still have 2 more days until the weekend, Albion said. Going to school is really going to mess up my schedule. Look ahead. It seems like someone has been waiting for you. Vritra was right. There was a girl on the bridge looking straight at me. She was in what seemed to be a school uniform, but he couldn't recognize which school it was from. Her uniform consisted of a dark red jacket with the letter P embroidered in gold, a white undershirt, a red bow, and a green skirt with a thin white strip around the lower end of it. Her hair was black and long enough to reach down to her hip, and violet eyes. You're Issei, right? She asked in a shy voice, but Issei could tell that it was forced. A fallen angel. Shall we dispose of her? Not yet, let's just see what she wants. Yeah, is there anything I can do for you? He asked. Issei was a very talented actor and made it seem as if he were a regular person. I just wanted to ask a quick question. Are you seeing anyone right now? She asked with what seemed to be a fake blush going across her face. No, not currently, replied Issei. In that case, would you like to go out with me? Take the offer. This way we can know what her plans are. Yeah, I'd love to. His acting never fails to impress me. That's great, she said. I'll see you this Sunday by the mall. She began to walk the opposite direction until Issei spoke up. Wait, he exclaimed. You still haven't told me your name yet. It's Yuma, she replied as she began to run off with that fake blush still on her face. Seems like your Sunday is now booked. Issei began to walk away and another girl came out of hiding. A petite girl with short white hair that had a black cat hair clip on both sides and wearing the Kyo Academy uniform was staring at walking away Issei while licking on a popsicle stick. I better report this to Butchu, Issei's house. Finally, I'm home. Once he locked the door, he activated his sacred gear since no one was planned on coming over. You do realize that if Kuroka finds out about your little date, she's going to kill you, right? Albion said aloud. You're ironically going to die by the person who devoted themselves to you. Relax, Albion, Issei said while turning on the TV with some food in hand. She's not going to find out. She already knows anyways. How do you know? He asked, confused on how Kuroka could possibly find out about his date. Because I'm right behind you, Naya said, a very seductive voice behind Issei. Oh shit, was the only thing he could say as he immediately. It's been nice knowing you, the dragons said in unison. Issei immediately got off the couch and looked behind him to see a beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure, long black hair with split bangs, and hazel gold eyes with cat-like pupils. She was wearing black kimono, a yellow obi, a set of golden beads, and an ornately detailed headband. The kimono features a red interior and it is open at her shoulders, which gave a view to her enormously large breast. What? No. Hello, Kuroka. No, I missed you, Kuroka. You're gonna make this kitty cry, Naya, she said, trying to act innocent and drawing a fake tear. Well, I would be happy that you're here, but I'm not sure if you're mad at me, he replied with a bit of fear in his voice. Oh my Isuka, Naya. Do you think I'm mad about you because you were gonna cheat on me or because you thought you could get away with it, Naya, she said as she formed some orbs made by her senjutsu around her. Who both, he asked. Wrong, she said, snapping her fingers which made the orbs dissipate. Wrong, he asked. Issei was certain that she was mad at him for what he was planning to do. Yes, wrong, she said, seating him back on couch and sitting next to him. Issei was shocked. Not because she wasn't mad, but because she took a more serious tone over her usual seductive personality. Seems like she's finally becoming more civil. You should know that I don't mind if you have a harem as long as I have your children first. But since you didn't want to tell me about the fallen angel first, you'll have to do something for me, Naya, she said in her seductive voice. You were saying, anything for you, Kuroka, Issei said with a smile. Good, she said while getting closer to his ear. Because you're gonna be giving me 7 kittens, Naya. Issei immediately stood up from where he was seated, shocked at what her request was. 7, he exclaimed. Oh yes, that's not enough, how about 10, Naya? Wait, what? You want 12 then? Shut up, I'm done talking, Issei said defeated. Naya, haha, don't worry, Issei-kun, we won't have our hybrid babies for a little while longer. With that being said, we could always get some more practice in, you know, Naya, she said while pushing her breasts together, making them look larger. Issei loved her breast and she knew it. Much to Albion's dismay, he has always been more of a breast man rather than an ass man like Albion. She would always take advantage of this weakness of his, either get her way with him. But this time Issei would be the one in control as he laid her on the couch with him hovering over her. You know, when we do have our kids, they'll look beautiful because you'll be the mother, he said, looking straight into her eyes. He then had her French style, which led their towns to battle for dominance. Issei wouldn't let her win this battle, so he eventually overpowered her, which got her to release some moans within the. After a few minutes of ing, they separated so they wouldn't pass out from the lack of air. They began to lovingly stare into each other's eyes until Kuroka chose to break the silence. You really know how to make a girl feel special, don't you, Issei-kun? What can I say? I guess I've known you for so long that I know how to take care of you, he replied. It's just us two, let's have some fun. Naya, Issei-kun, you're a naughty boy, but what is a defenseless maiden such as I supposed to do with a hormonal dragon, she asked with a false voice of fear. Kuroka, yes, Issei-kun, I love you too. They looked into each other's eyes and shared a quick. Issei might be making a harem, but Kuroka will always have a special place in his heart. Talking, thinking, or speaking in thought with Albion, Vritra. Albion, Vritra, Issei's mind. Well, that was an interesting event, don't you agree, Albion? That is correct, but there is something I don't understand. Oh, and what's that? Kuroka has the scent of a dragon on her. Well, isn't that because of the fact that Issei is literally on her? No, she has the scent of the red one. Are you sure about that? Positive, I know his scent anywhere. I must know why she has it. Well, isn't this an interesting turn of events? Let's see how this ends up. Issei's room. Who knew that for hours on end would be so tiring? You would think that Issei would try to conserve his energy during the act to last longer, but no, he doesn't. Only the people closest to Issei, like Kuroka, Ophis, Vritra, and Albion, know that Issei can be a sadist in the truest form. Because of this and the fact that he's a Demedrake, he always uses his energy to be dominant in any situation, especially during. However, the aftermath of this always leaves him tired the next morning, which leaves him vulnerable to any of Kuroka's teases, which leaves him at his current situation now. Oh my Issei-kun, Naya, Kuroka said as she was currently on top of an immobile and very nude Issei. Like always, you used up all your stamina trying to dominate me. I'm not complaining though, I love being controlled by you, it's always a pleasurable experience, Naya. What can I say? I aim to please, said Issei. And as always, you are successful at pleasing this kitty, but now it's my turn to be in control. Kuroka started with rubbing her breast in a circular motion on his bare chest. Issei had always loved the feeling of her bare chest on him, even if it meant that she were to take control of the situation. He would never pass up an opportunity like this. You like this feeling, don't you, Issei-kun? Issei nods affirmatively. Then you're going to love this. Kuroka starts to lean in closer to his neck and begins to leave some ease, then starts to on it with passion. After a few minutes of her ing on his neck, she gave it one final and got up to inspect her work, only to have a disappointed look on her face. You should know that my skin is too tough for you to leave a mark, Issei said. One day I will mark you as mine, replied Kuroka. Even though you're letting me have a harem, you're quite possessive, aren't you? I just have to make sure your future harem knows who's your favorite. Kuroka looked like as if she were about to cry at the thought of being replaced by other women. Kuroka may be a master of seduction, but she's also a woman in love. Seeing this, Issei got up from the bed and pulled her into a quick but passion-filled. Listen, no matter what, you will always be the most important person in my life, don't ever forget that. You may want to hold that thought, Issei, Albion said aloud. Why's that, Albion asked Issei. She has the stench of the red one. Would you like to explain yourself, Kuroka? Ah yes, the Red Dragon Emperor always have fun together, Naya, Kuroka stated. What did you just say, Issei asked, almost letting out both jealousy and anger. Whenever I feel lonely, we even sleep in the same bed together, Naya, she said with a seductive smile. Where is he? I'm gonna kill him, shouted Issei, angered about the fact another man slept in the same bed as her. Yo, you thought that the Red Dragon Emperor is a man? No, the current one is a she, Kuroka stated, almost laughing. Issei stayed quiet and let it sink in. Wait, what? He asked, dumbfounded. Ha, Kuroka began to roll on the floor laughing. The current Red Dragon Emperor is a female. You have nothing to worry about, Issei-kun. Issei just stood there shocked. The Red Dragon Emperor, his sworn enemy, was friends with Kuroka. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Although since it seemed as if you and Albion didn't trust me in being faithful. You now owe me 11 kittens. Damn you, Albion. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. You think this is funny, Vritra? Not funny, it's hilarious. Vritra stated almost mockingly. Look at the bright side, at least your line won't die off. At that moment a miniature magic circle appeared on Kuroka's right ear. What is it? Yes, fine, I'm on my way. Who is that? Your rival. It seems like she has a job for me. Will you be back soon? Not sure. Here, take this. She handed him what looked to mimic one of the leaflets which devils hand out to get contracts with humans. Use it if you need me for anything. I love you. I love you too. Stay safe. Kuroka gave him a quick before teleporting herself out using a magic circle. Issei looked at the leaflet and put it in a pocket of his school uniform. Never know when I'll need it. Whatever the case, you need to get dressed and quickly. You're late to school. Shit. I can't believe I'm over an hour late. My teacher is going to kill me. If he doesn't, then it looks like she will. Up ahead at the gate of the school was a group of 8 people which consisted of 7 girls, one of which was the girl staring at Issei yesterday, and 1 boy. There was something almost familiar about the boy, but Issei couldn't figure it out. That boy, his name is Saji Genshiro and he has one of my sacred gears. From what I can tell, it seems like he hasn't even unlocked Balance Breaker. He is a disgrace. He doesn't deserve to have one of my sacred gears. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. He won't have a piece of you for much longer. Thank you, Issei. Issei Hayato said, short girl in the middle with black hair styled in a short bob cut. My name is Sauna Shitori, the president of the student council. Can you explain why you are late to school today? Shidorai-senpai, please forgive me. I simply overslept, he said. I see. You are new to this school, so I'll let this slide this one time. But remember that I won't be so forgiving in the future. Hi, thank you, senpai. Issei walked away, but Sauna Shitori stayed standing there, watching him as he walked away. Rias was right, he does have strong power within him. It's only a matter of who gets to him first. What shall we do now? They know that you have strength within you and will try to make you a part of their peerage. I know that at least one of them know about the date I have with Yuma, and I bet that they think that I'll get killed and try to revive me as their servant then. So what exactly is your master plan? All that I have to do is try to get her to fall in love with me, tell me about her plan, and then try to become allies with the devils. And what of the boy? Either his master and I can come up with a deal, or I'll have to deal with him forcefully. You're lucky he isn't a servant of the Gremory girl. The House of Gremory is known to treat their servants like family, so it would be unlikely for her to hand one of her own over. That's true, but we have another situation we must deal with first. What is it? You're going to have to reveal that you have a sacred gear eventually, but the question is which one. Oh shit, you're right, Vritra. Which one of you should I reveal? Reveal him for now and save me for a later time. Oh, and why is that Albion? It's only logical because only you can convince the Citri to allow Issei to have the boy's sacred gear. That's not the only reason now, is it? No, it isn't. Now that we know that Kuroka is familiar with D-Drake's host, we can use that to get closer with her and have the advantage when we have our battle. Always thinking ahead, aren't we, Albion? I've been trapped in this sacred gear for generations. It's because of D-Drake that I couldn't watch my son make his family, which led to your father to get us where we are now. D-Drake never had children of his own, so he lost nothing, but I lost everything after I got sealed away. I think ahead because I must show that bastard that I am the strongest heavenly dragon. Don't worry, I'll show him that our line is the superior of the two. That is a promise, Oji-sama. Thank you, Issei. I am glad to say that you are someone whom I am proud of. I understand that you two are having a heartwarming conversation, but we must prepare for our reveal to the devils. Yes, we shall. Let's show them what the Black Prison is truly made of. Time skip 3 days later. The day of the date has arrived and Issei is currently waiting at shopping mall and reviewing the plan that he and the dragons have come up with for the past 3 days. Remember, Issei, you must get the fallen angel to fall in love with you by the end of the date. If you fail to do so and she tries to kill you, we must eliminate her. I understand, Oji-sama, though I doubt that my charms would fail to seduce her. He makes a good point. Issei wields 2 draconic sacred gears and is a Demidrake on his own, so it would make sense that he were a chick magnet. I understand that, but nevertheless we must have a backup plan just in case. Alright, it's time for you two to sleep so she doesn't sense you. I'll wake you up when it's all over. Here, take a flyer, said a woman who looked to be wearing cosplay. A leaflet. How at least my suspicions about them knowing about me was correct. Issei, exclaimed Yuma as she was running towards him. It's so good to see you. I hope you haven't been waiting so long. No, not at all. I honestly just got here, replied Issei. Let's get started, shall we, as he offered his hand. Yuma blushed as she accepted his, and the two went off on their date together. The date started off as average as they walked through town, going to places like museums and a store where he had bought her a bracelet. If Issei were an average person, she would have seemed happy with how the date was progressing, but he saw through that facade. Throughout the date he had noticed that she seemed conflicted about something. Once they made it to a small restaurant, he had decided to make his move. Hey Yuma-chan, I have a question. What is it, Issei-kun? Do you believe in love? Yuma was quite shocked about that sudden question. Why would he ask her about love? He's supposed to be another perverted boy who doesn't care about anything but having with a hot girl. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it recently, she said. Well, what do you think about it, he asked. I guess it's something that must feel wonderful. Caring about someone and having them feel the same way towards you, Yuma replied. Seeing this gave Issei a genuine smile of happiness. He was glad that he didn't have to kill her and that she would most likely join him. I knew you were a fallen angel the whole time. You knew, she asked. Yeah, I knew the whole time. I just didn't know if you were going to follow through with your plan or not, but I'm happy that you didn't. Issei walked over to Rainier and gave her a passionate on the lips. When he did this, her eyes widened, but eventually she gave in and returned it. I know that since you didn't kill me, your comrades will probably come after you as well, but come with me, Rainier. And I promise that I'll protect you. Thank you, Issei-kun. No problem. Now that all of that is set and done, there's one more thing I have to do. Issei pulled out the leaflet that he obtained from the cosplaying girl earlier in the day and began to concentrate on summoning Rias. After a bit of concentration, the paper flew out of his hand and a magic circle appeared before him, and coming out of it was Rias Gremory in her Kyo Academy uniform. After fully coming out of the magic circle, she was utterly shocked. First, she was shocked at the fact that Issei Hayado was alive and well in front of her when she expected him to be killed. She was also shocked that there was the fallen angel, who was suspected to be the one killing him, behind him. Once she acknowledged that the fallen angel was alive, she immediately got into a battle position with Rainier doing the same. Well, calm down there, Gremory-senpai. We don't want to fight, stated Issei. Then tell me, how are you not dead and why is the fallen angel with you? Asked Rias. I'll explain that and more, but not now. I just want you to get your peerage and the peerage of Sona Citri so we can talk this whole thing out and make sure they know about my fallen angel companion. I don't want there to be any possible fights. Fine, I'll allow at least that much. I'll send someone to fetch you sometime tomorrow during class so we may discuss this. Thank you, Gremory-senpai. With this, Rias teleported away, leaving Issei there with a very confused Rainier. Let's go to my house, Rainier-chan. I think you can use some rest, said Issei. Of course. Thank you, Issei-kun, thanked Rainier. Issei smiled and activated a magic circle under them which teleported them to his living room. Make yourself at home, Reina. Call me Ray, said Rainier, trying to hide a blush. Sure thing, Ray, he replied. We better head to sleep. You can grab any bed you want. Can I sleep with you tonight, she asked. No, not in that way. A large blush appeared on her face. For a fallen angel, she is quiet, timid. It's probably because she actually cares for Issei, so she doesn't want to be so forward. I guess you can sleep with me tonight. Thank you, Issei-kun. Tonight is going to be an interesting one now, isn't it? Not as interesting as tomorrow will be. Yes, let's see how the devils react when they see how powerful you truly are. Time skip. Whoever this fetcher is, they're taking their sweet time. The wait is over, there he is. Issei looked up. He saw a handsome young man with short blonde hair and gray eyes walking towards him, smiling. Hayado-san, my name is Yuuto Kiba and I'm on an errand for Rias Gremory. Please follow me to the club room, he said. Sure thing. Lead the way, Issei replied. Issei followed Yuuto to the occult research club and was pleased that he sensed two different groups of devils waiting for them. Good, the boy is there as well. Albion, you may sleep since you aren't necessary for this part of the plan. Good, wake me up whenever you need me. The two boys walked into the club room and saw Rias and Sona sitting next to each other on one of the sofas with their respective peerages standing behind him. Yuuto went to stand with his peerage. Issei went to sit on the sofa across from them. I see that all of you are here. Now I just need to summon my guest. Issei snapped his finger and a magic circle came out behind him, summoning Rainier. Seeing the fallen angel, the members of both peerages instantly got in a defensive stance. Stand down, Rias said. She is a guest and no harm is to come to her. The same goes to my peerage, Sona said. If any of you harm her, you will be punished. The peerages flinched at what their kings have said but returned to their stance behind them. Now that all of that is taken care of, we can get into business, Rias said. Tell us, what are you, Issei Hayado? To put it bluntly, I'm half dragon and half human, a hybrid, he replied. Issei instantly saw the face of the Queen of Rias soften when he said this. Interesting. And why would a fallen angel be sent with the intent to kill you, asked Sona. That's because I have a sacred gear and she was sent to get rid of me, he replied. And which sacred gear do you have, Rias asked. I possess the sacred gear called the Prison of Ruin, the strongest of the Vritra sacred gears, he replied. The kings and peerages were dumbfounded to say the least. Issei had assumed they never heard of Prison of Ruin, so he decided to show them. Issei activated his sacred gear and they were taken back to see that it was an actual sacred gear. Hello, Gremory and Citri. I am the Black Prison Dragon, Vritra. I didn't know that there was a sacred gear which had the consciousness of Vritra, said Sona. I thought your soul was scattered. Only my powers were scattered and my soul was put into this sacred gear. Your pawn also has one of my sacred gears, but we will discuss that later. I see now the question is, are you a threat to us, asked Sona. As long as none of you get in the way of my plans, I won't bother any of you, replied Issei. I see, thank you for your honesty, said Rias. That would conclude this meeting. You are all dismissed. I would like to talk to you, Citri-senpai, before I leave. Sona nods and they wait for the peerages to leave to continue the conversation. Now on to business. Sona, there is something that Vritra would like to discuss with you about. That is correct. Now, young Citri, I would like for you to hand over your pawn to us. Sona raised an eyebrow at this request, shocked that he would ask of this. And why would you want him, Vritra? Your pawn is too weak, Citri. He doesn't deserve a piece of me. Let's assume that I do give you him. What's in it for me, she asked. We would grant you any request, as long as we can fulfill it. Sona thought hard about this request. If she were to give Saji to them, they would owe her a favor. Maybe they can help Rias with her forced marriage. She thought. Fine, she said. I'll let you have his sacred gear, but I need a favor from you. And what exactly shall you want from us, Issei asked. Become my pawn. I could use your strength for any future events, she stated. You'll have a deal, Citri. What? Issei, you are too strong for any of her remaining pieces, Vritra stated in his thoughts. Trust me. Good. Now let's make you my pawn, she said. Sona got Issei to lay down on the ground and placed her remaining 4 pawn pieces on his chest. Hopefully this is enough, she thought. In the name of Sona Citri, I call to you, Issei Hayaudu, to be reborn as my devil servant. You, my pawn, flow with the tide of the underworld, and live under my command. Nothing had happened. It seems that he is too strong for only 4 pawn pieces, Sona thought. It seems that I am too powerful to be reincarnated, Issei said. Because of that, I'll be willing to grant you 3 favors as long as they are within my power. Thank you, she said with a hint of sadness in her voice. You should head back to class. I'll see you soon, Citri-senpai. With that he left, leaving Sona there thinking about what has happened. How powerful are you, Issei Hayaudu? Well, that went better than expected now, didn't it, Vritra? It's almost worrisome how she easily agreed to hand over her pawn. So what, you said it yourself, he's only a pawn. The guy's replaceable. Citri-senpai can just get a new one. You don't understand, Issei. What don't I understand? Although it may not be a crime, knowing that a servant is in danger and willingly do nothing about it is very taboo in devil society. If word gets out that the Citri allowed a servant of hers to perish, will result in her being looked down upon by all devils, and her family could legally remove her from the household to keep some respect in the underworld. So if she's allowing me to dispose of Saji, there is something she needs from you that's so important. She's risking her entire future on it. Just what did I get myself into? Timeskip, end of school. The rest of the school day went fast for Issei as he was practically sleeping on his desk. It almost surprised him that no one had bothered him at all, but that ended when the Prince of Kyo had walked up to him. Hayaudu-san, my Butchu would like to have a word with you, he said. Oh, here, I thought that our business was over when I came into your clubroom earlier, Issei said. There are other matters she would like to speak to you about without the presence of the student council. Very well, lead the way. On their way to the clubroom, Issei noticed that the knight seemed to be interacting with him in a more defensive manner. He seemed as if he has guard up in case Issei had tried to do anything against him. Earlier in the day he acted more carefree, but now even his movement seems a bit, for a lack of a better word, forced. The two made way to the door of clubroom, but he stopped to look at Issei before speaking. I need to go serve a client, but Butchu and the rest will be inside waiting for you, he said before walking away. What could possibly go wrong? Don't jinx yourself. Issei walked inside to see the short white-haired girl, who interestingly enough had the same aura as Kuroka, albeit at a more suppressed level but still noticeable, and the Queen of Gremory. A dragon has invaded, she said. What is a defenseless maiden such as myself supposed to do now? Holy shit, she's just like Kuroka. Hello. I was told that Gremory-senpai wanted to see me. Ah yes, she did want to see you. Currently she's in the shower washing up, but she'll be out shortly, she informed. Please, take a seat while I get you some tea. Issei went to sit on the same sofa he sat on earlier in the day, which was across from the white-haired girl who seemed to be eating some sweets. It wasn't long until the queen returned with the tea she had promised moments ago. Thank you. Issei took a sip of the tea and was quite surprised of the fact it was extremely better than any other tea he had before. This tea is amazing. I appreciate the praise, Yufufufu, she said. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Akino Hanjima, Queen of Ria's Gremory. Nice to meet you, Hanjime-senpai. Issei bowed. My name is Issei Hayaudu, please take care of me. What a gentleman my koi is, she said while licking her fingers. Akino, please refrain from making any advancements towards him. Both Issei and Akino turned their heads to the shower door to see Ria's in her school uniform and using a towel to dry her wet hair. Sorry to keep you waiting, she said. I just needed to wash myself after a long day. I hope you didn't mind. It's no problem really. I'm just confused at why you needed to speak with me again. I thought that all your questions were dealt with earlier today, Issei said. Yes, most of my questions were answered earlier, but there are a few more I would like to ask without the company of the other peerage, explained Rias. First and foremost, I would like to introduce myself and my servants in a more personal manner. My name is Rias Gremory, heir of the House of Gremory. My queen is Akino Hanjima, my rook is Kaneko Taoju, and my knight is Yuudo Kiba, but he prefers to be called Kiba. Now this is my question to you, will you join my peerage and serve me as my pawn? Issei wasn't at all shocked that she would have asked him about joining her peerage. He couldn't blame her though. Earlier in the day she found out that Issei had a special sacred gear that neither she nor Sona had ever heard of. To top it all off, said sacred gear contained one of the Dragon Kings inside of it. You know, I honestly do admire how forward you were at asking me to join your peerage, but I respectfully have to decline your offer. Rias was shocked on how he almost instantly turned down her offer for joining her peerage. She hadn't really thought that he would turn down an offer to be her servant. May I know why you have to reject my offer, she asked. Well, I have two reasons for my decision, he said. The first being that I'm honestly too powerful to be turned into a servant with only 8 pawn pieces. Rias and Akino widened their eyes while Kaneko just continued to eat her sweets. The reason that I know this is because you aren't the first devil wishing to turn me into their servant. Hell, not even Citri-senpai was the first person to try and reincarnate me as a pawn. There were even some devils who tried to use a mutation piece on me and still failed, he explained. Even if you were able to turn me into your pawn, I wouldn't want to, because as a dragon, being a servant doesn't sit too well with me. I see then. Thank you for your honesty, she said. But since you can't join my peerage, will you join the Occult Research Club? Sure thing. I'd be glad to join this club, Gremory-senpai. Thank you, Issei-san. I hope that we can get along. As do I, Gremory-senpai, replied Issei. I think I should return home. Rainier might be a bit lonely without me. I see. I'll see you tomorrow then, Issei-san. I'll see you all tomorrow. Ria's POV. Issei left the room and closed the door behind him, leaving Rias, Akino and Kaneko to sit there in silence until Akino broke it. That went decently well. Wouldn't you agree? Rias asked Akino. Rias didn't reply. Instead, she summoned a miniature magic circle on her desk which made a hologram of Kiba within it. Kiba, he's on the move. Follow him to see what he does, but don't let him see you, ordered Rias. Hi Butchu, replied Kiba with the magic circle disappearing. Butchu, are you interested in our little Kohai Yufifufu? I just want to make sure he gets home safe, that's all, Akino. You never know if other fallen angels would attack him after the first one failed at their mission. Whatever you say, Butchu. Issei POV. Vritra, did you sense a bit of Nekomata in Kaneko as well? Yes, I have, Issei. I'm surprised that you could sense it since it seemed almost forcefully suppressed. I know a Nekomata anywhere since I'm with one. I've been in one many time. Of course you would say that Oji-sama. Can't say he's lying though, can you, Issei? That's what I though. Before Albion could finish his sentence, a barrier had surrounded him and left him trapped in the area. Who the hell would want to trap me? Issei asked aloud. That would be me, said a feminine voice. From the shadows there emerged a female fallen angel with long navy blue hair, and her attire consisted of a violet, trenchcoat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. Much like a fallen angel, the top of the trenchcoat was open to give off a very pleasing view of her breast. And who are you exactly? Issei asked. My name is Calawarner, she said while summoning a yellow spear of light. And I'm here to finish the job that Rainier couldn't. Calawarner began to fly towards Issei in an attempt to kill him by stabbing him with her light spears, but Issei easily dodged each and every one of them with little effort. Why don't you use me to finish her? There's no fun in that, Vritra, plus I want to know why she's even trying to kill me. Issei continued to toy with her a bit more until he grabbed one of her light spears, destroying it, forcing her to make some distance between them. So why exactly are you trying to kill me? He asked. Because you killed my sister. Wait, what? Don't act as if you don't know, you bastard. You killed her. You killed Raynare. I think you're misinformed. I didn't kill her. Don't lie. Donosik told me that you killed her. That's why she didn't come back last night. She charged at him with 2 more light spears in hand with even more killing intent than before. Right now she was in a state of pure rage. What now? It's obvious that she's not in a state to be reasoned with. The only thing left for me to do, I'm just going to flare some of my power to get her on the ground. Issei flared barely even 5% of his total power, and Calawarner was instantly affected by the power. Her legs gave out and she fell on the ground. Losing all will to fight, she closed her eyes and awaited her fate. Issei began to walk towards the downed Calawarner and summoned a sword of shadows and had the tip of the blade scratch the ground. Just do it, end me so I can finally be reunited with my sister. Issei raised his sword above of Calawarner's head to strike her down and finally swung it. Clank. What the? Calawarner saw that Issei didn't stab her but instead dug his sword into the ground. Stand up, you're not dying here today. You don't understand. I can't live without my sister. If you die now, you won't be reunited with her in the afterlife. She's alive and well, so if you die here, she will be alone. You're lying. There's no way that she can be alive. Donosik said so. Who are you going to believe, him or the person who saw her last? How do I know that you're not lying so you can kill me later? I could have killed you earlier, so what's the point? Issei reached his hand out, waiting for her to accept it. Fine, but if you're lying, I'm gonna kill you. She took his hand and Issei used magic circle to teleport. Both him and Calawarner were sent to his home to see Rainier. Something they were unaware of though, was that Kiba was watching the entire thing. He was completely shocked to feel the power that Issei showed off and wondered if he was holding anything back. I need to tell Butchu about this. Issei's house. Rainier was sitting on Issei's couch, watching TV while awaiting for the return of her Issei. That was when a magic circle appeared in front of her and she got into a defensive position because she didn't know who was going to come out of the portal. When she saw that Issei came out of it, her defenses dropped, but it was the second person with him that surprised her. Calawarner, Rainier asked, dumbfounded. Raynare. Calawarner exclaimed while crying in her arms. I thought he killed you. You see, I didn't lie about killing her. At this point she's too special for me to let her die, explained Issei. Rainier immediately began to blush all over her face hearing what Issei said, but then it hit her. Who told you that I died? Rainier asked. Donosik did, answered Calawarner. Donosik told me that the kid you were sent to kill killed you last night. I sensed some irony in this. Shut up, Vritra. Excuse me from cutting into this reunion, but what are you going to do now? Calawarner-san, Issei asked. Donosik lied to me about Rainier's fate. He deserves to die, she said. So I assume that you will stay with Raisin and I. Yes. From now on I refuse to leave my sister alone. Very well. I'll go get a room set for the both of you while you catch up. Issei walked out of the room and left the two fallen sisters alone to talk over what has happened over the past few days. Calawarner went over how angered she got when he told her that Rainier had been killed by the one she had been sent to eliminate, and how Issei was easily able to incapacitate her with little effort, and Rainier explained the special sacred gear that he has within him. Speaking of sacred gears, the nun had arrived earlier this morning, explained Calawarner. Already? Asked Rainier. She wasn't supposed to arrive until next week. I don't understand why she arrived so early, but it made Donosik have to change the plan and is making him change the day of the ritual to Wednesday. I'll assume that now that I'm gone he's going to take twilight healing for himself now, am I right? Correct. He didn't think that neither myself nor Middle deserved it, so he's gonna take it. Rainer sat there thinking about what she was going to do until she finally decided about what needed to happen. We can't allow him to take twilight healing for himself. He needs to be taken care of, declared Rainer. I agree with you on that. He chose to lie to me about your death, sister. He deserves to die, agreed Kalawarner. But who's going to kill him? Oh, that's easy. My Issei-sama is going to kill him, Rainer said. Your boyfriend is going to kill him, Kalawarner teased. He's not my boyfriend, Rainer exclaimed as she began to blush all over. Oh yes, that's why you referred to him as your Issei-sama. That's not what I meant. Sure it isn't. Meanwhile with Issei. What now, Issei? You have 2 fallen angels living with you. I'm not entirely sure, Albion. But I can probably make it work. At least now you have the company of a woman. With Kuroka she appears and disappears at random. I don't have the same relationship with Rachin as I do with Kuroka. You never know, Issei. Fallen angels are known to be very seductive, and the 2 in your living room are prime examples of that. Just look at what they're wearing. Ah yes, their attire is very revealing. I especially enjoy the rear end of it. Say hello to the butt dragon and poor everyone. Don't judge me, Vritra. If you won't, then I will. Just go back to talking about the fallen angels. Trying to change the topic, Albion. Just shut up. Fine then. Now Issei, do you have true feelings for the fallen one? I don't know yet, Vritra. I know that I care about her, but I don't love her yet. I see. Nevertheless, you must still protect both her and her sister, no matter the cost. That is something I swear on doing. You can count on me, Vritra. Good. You are truly becoming a real man, Issei. Thank you. I think it's time you go speak with them. You're right. I'll speak with you both later. Issei went to talk with the fallen angel sisters about what their future plans now are. Alright, I got your rooms ready so you guys can sleep tonight, said Issei. Thank you, Issei-san. I can't explain how grateful I am, said Kalawarner. Issei-sama, is it alright if I sleep with you from now on? Rainer asked shyly. How bold of you, Rainer. I'm not going to be getting any nieces or nephews soon now, am I? Kalawarner teased. 2 have no idea what you're talking about, exclaimed Rainer. Kalawarner began to laugh uncontrollably at how Rainer got embarrassed about her teasings. Issei enjoyed the sight he was seeing. Not because Rainer got embarrassed, but instead it was because how shy she got about the question she asked him. Racin, you can sleep in my bed whenever you would like. No need to be so worried about it, assured Issei. Thank you, Issei-sama, said Rainer. Speaking of which, I think it's time to head to sleep. I'll see you in the morning, Kalawarner-san. See you in the morning, Issei-san. Kalawarner walked closer to Issei and whispered seductively in his ear. Please be careful with my sister. It's gonna be her first time. Just what did I do to deserve this? Kalawarner walked into her new room while leaving Issei and Rainer in the living room alone. Well, I guess we should head to sleep as well, don't you agree, Racin? Hi, Issei-sama. They both walked together to Issei's room to get ready for sleep. Issei had let Rainer borrow some of his clothes to sleep in while he got changed into a t-shirt and sweatpants. When they went on the bed to sleep, Rainer tried to snuggle closer with Issei. Issei-sama, do you think you can wrap your arms around me? She asked. I don't know, Racin. I doubt you need me to hoe. Please, she had the face that he couldn't refuse. It almost reminded him of how both he and Kuroka were like when they met. Alright, just for tonight though. Issei used his arms to bring her closer to him and tightened his grip around her. Good night, Issei-sama. Good night, Racin. The sun shined bright through the window of Issei's room, awakening him. His eyes began to slowly open, and once they did, he saw an interesting sight, to say the least. On his right he saw Rainer, clinging onto him as if he were her personal hug pillow. Rainer clinging onto him wasn't the thing that was interesting. No, instead it was the fact that there was a third occupant in his bed. Not only were they a surprising guest, but they were also very nude. He immediately knew who it was, since she had a feature that no girl he knew had. Crimson red hair. Usually I would be freaking out about this, but this time, I think I'm just gonna enjoy this. As you should. I doubt many people get to be this close to the sister of a devil king. That is very true. From what I know, he is very protective over his younger sister. I can probably take him on. No need to worry about me. I don't doubt that you can, but he's not a super devil for nothing. Worst comes to worst, I have to use my true form. Let's hope for both your sakes that it won't come to that. Just deal with the girl, she's waking up. As Vritra stated, Riaz began to slowly wake up from her sleep. Her eyes fluttered open just to see Issei staring at her. Oh, good morning, Issei. Good morning to you too, Riaz, curious to find out why she's in his bed to begin with. Issei decided to get straight to the point. Why are you in my bed? Naked at that? Straight to the point, aren't we? Well, to say the truth, I had Kiba follow you home yesterday after you left the club room. When Kiba told me what happened between you and the second fallen angel, I decided to wait a bit to confront you about it, but I saw how you and your little friend here sleeping, and I decided to join in as well. And you sleep in the nude? I prefer sleeping in the nude, at appalled Issei at how simply Riaz could have answered his question. He could have sworn that he heard the 2 dragons laughing in his head once they heard her answer. Why do you not find my body fascinating? That's not it at all. It's just not every day that a beautiful woman such as yourself shows up in my bed in the nude. Well, aren't you a charmer? Riaz gave off an almost seductive smile, which almost made Issei go after her if it wasn't for the fact that Rainer was still sleeping to the right of him. I wonder how many other girls you've seduced. Are you saying that my seduction is working? A large smirk grew on Issei's face, seeing that he was potentially successful at seducing someone he has been secretly lusting for. Riaz gave him a very sweet smile, almost an innocent one without a seductive look to it. It looked as if she were doubtful about something until she gave a sincere answer. Maybe, it just might be working. This answer was enough to satisfy Issei. He knew that there was a part of him that cares about Rias, but he didn't know why. It was from the moment that he saw her that he was immediately captivated by her. It wasn't just lust for her that he felt, it was something deeper. But he couldn't be too forward just yet. How about you go downstairs and get ready for school? That way we can walk together, he suggested. She got out of the bed and walked towards the door while she collected her clothing. When she got to the door, she looked back at him before exiting. Don't keep me waiting too long, Issei. Issei stayed in his bed for a few seconds until he got up, as slowly as possible to not wake up Rainier, and started to get changed into his school uniform. While he was getting ready, he began to think about what has happened. So the carpet does match the drapes. Are you seriously that clueless? No, I'm not. I noticed it too. Albion, you should know by now that clueless people are something he hates. Not as much as innocent and naive people, but still. I did notice that she seemed almost hesitant about accepting my advances on her. The reason why is a mystery to me. Perhaps there is something that's currently haunting her, hindering her ability to accept any advances, but not hindering the ability to be a tease. Being a tease and having the ability to care for someone are very different. One can show you a false form of love at night but can't show true love at day. Fine, you can be his mentor in battles of love. Wake me up when he has a true battle. So, oh wise one, what do you suggest I do? You need to get her to open up to you. Maybe telling her the story about your past can do the trick. And how shall I explain that my adopted mother is the Ouroboros dragon? Don't specifically refer to her by name. Now go get to work. You make it sound so easy. Once Issei was finally finished getting dressed, he went down to the living room to see that Rias was in a conversation with a hologram of Sona hovering in front of her. Instead of being a good person and informing them that he was there, Issei decided to listen to the conversation. Sona, I don't understand why you're so insistent on why you don't want me to interact with him, Rias exclaimed. From what your knight told me, he's too dangerous for you to be around him unprotected, Sona explained. He has a power that we can't even comprehend. You aren't safe around him. Sona, you have nothing to worry about, Rias assured. From what I can tell, he could be harboring some feelings for me. I make it that obvious, Issei thought. That makes him more dangerous, Rias. He could possibly be planning to take you by forceful means. For someone who wants favors, she seems to be very untrusting of me. He isn't like that, Sona. If he were to kidnap me, he would have done so by now. He's a protector, not a monster. Why do you even care about him, Rias? As long as we didn't bother him, he wouldn't bother us, so why are you even with him? Rias seemed hesitant to answer her question. It was as if she either had no answer or an answer she couldn't accept. We'll speak about this later. I'll see you at school, Sona. Rias ended the call and continued to sit there, silently. Issei decided to come out of the shadows and went over to Rias and called out to her. Rias was immediately surprised that Issei called out to her when she wasn't expecting him. After her shock, she stood up to see Issei behind her. I think it's time for us to get going. Scene break. After a very eventful morning, the both of them began to make their way to school. It was now that he decided to tell her about his past. Rias, I gotta know something. Do you trust me? He asked. After the conversation, he wasn't sure if she trusted him or not. This is when Rias stopped in her tracks. He was confused at why she did so, but those confusions faded away once she answered him. I honestly don't know if I can or cannot trust you, she stated. There's so much we don't know about you. I can't be sure about you until I learn more about you. Issei began to look at her with a more serious face, knowing that he would have to tell a story that he hasn't told since he had met Kuroka. Rias, I'll be willing to tell you my story, but I need us to be alone because I don't wish for others to know about my past. Rias nods. I'll contact Sona to excuse you from classes for today. You can tell your story in the club room. I suggest she be with us. I assume that she's the one that distrusts me the most between the two of you. Time skip workroom. Issei was sitting in the clubroom for a good half an hour waiting for Rias and Sona to arrive. At this point, he was contemplating if he should go through with telling them his history, but knew at this point there was no going back. It wasn't much longer until Rias and Sona finally arrived to the room. After entering, Rias had locked the door so no one would disturb them and took a seat on the sofa. So I heard that you're willing to tell us about your past, Sona said. Where would you like to begin? I think it would be best if I were to start from when I was first introduced into the supernatural world, Issei said. When I was 7, my parents and I were attacked by 2 dragon hunters by the names of Xander and Siegbert. They acted cowardly, attacking us when we were simply relaxing together. They quickly killed my father, with my mother being killed soon after, leaving me covered in there with no idea why they had done this. Before they chose to kill me, they decided to tell me why they had killed my family. Apparently Kokabiel had hired them because he was afraid that either my father or I would become a threat to his plans in the future. Once they finally decided to kill me, they were killed by my now adopted mother. She raised and trained me to become who I am today. Both Rias and Sona were left speechless at this story. It looked as if Rias was about to shed a tear. But after recovering from her shock, Sona asked a question he wished that she hadn't. Who was the woman who had saved you? Oh shit, why did she have to ask that? Give her a false name. They'll need to give them this information. No, if I'm going to get them to trust me, I need to tell them everything. If that is what you wish, then go ahead. I'll tell you, but I need you both to promise that you won't tell anyone. I need this to stay between us both. Rias and Sona nod to this. My savior was Ophis. Their eyes immediately open at this. To say that they were shocked truly was a major understatement. You're telling me that the Ouroboros dragon is your adopted mother? Rias asks. Well, technically now I'm her child, since a few years ago she infused some of her own genetic makeup into me. I even have some of her abilities now. Once again their eyes widened at this new information. For him to now have even some of the power of the infinite dragon god makes him a very powerful person. I see. That is why it's impossible for you to become a servant. You're simply too powerful to be reincarnated, determined Rias. That's exactly it. Even if you had a full set of mutated pawns it still wouldn't be enough, Issei said. I see. Either way, both Rias and I thank you for revealing your past to us. I think I can begin to trust you now, Hyodu. Sona's right. Now there are no secrets between us. We can begin to depend on each other. Good, because I need help from the both of you. Sona raised an eyebrow. And what exactly do you need? From what my new fallen angel friend told me, an exiled nun has been taken in by a rouge fallen angel and some exorcists who are currently based in the abandoned church, and they're planning to take her sacred gear. I need your help to eliminate them. With respect, this isn't my territory, so this doesn't involve me. I'll leave it to Rias if she chooses to help you, Sona states. If I do help you, what's in it for me? Rias asks. You can take the nun as your servant if so desire. I'll also owe you one. After some thought, Rias nodded to give him her assistance. She needed both his future favor and a new servant for some future use. The ritual happens tomorrow night, so you should inform your peerage about what's going down. Are we going to meet here, or will we find you fighting already? You'll most definitely find me there already. I'll see you there then. Time skip. For wanting to kill whoever don't seek is those two sure are taking their time, Issei thought, annoyed at how long Rainier and Calawarner were taking to get ready. Give them time. They'll be down at any moment. Almost immediately the two fallen angels came down to the living room to depart to the abandoned church. I assume that you both are ready now, he asked. They both nod. Alright, let's get going then. Issei summons a magic circle, teleporting the three of them to their destination. Once they arrive, they're surprised to find that no one is guarding the outside of the church. You know, I would have expected at least some exorcist out here, but this is just disappointing, Issei says. As have I, but it seems as if they didn't expect anyone to interfere with the plan, Rainier said. Let's see if there's anyone waiting for us in the inside, Calawarner suggested. The trio begin to make their way into the church just to see a single exorcist waiting. Immediately after seeing him, both Rainier and Calawarner cringed. This exorcist was a young man with short white hair and red eyes. Just by looking at him, Issei could tell that there was something off about him. Well, if it isn't the two traitorous sluts with their new boy toy, he says maniacally. I can't believe the first person we see on our return is you, Fried, Rainier replies. Who is this guy, Issei asks. This right here is Fried Selzen, Calawarner replies. He's been known to be a very insane person. It's been rumored that he was kicked out of the Vatican for raping an angel, and I enjoyed every minute of it, Fried says. Hearing her scream for her life was so entertaining. This enraged Issei instantly. To hear that this guy raped an angel and has no regrets of it made him sick to his stomach. Alright, this guy is a sicko. I'm not gonna bother spend much time with him, so I'll make it quick, Issei said. Oh, this is hilarious. You think that you can beat the Fried Selzen? He retorts. I'll chop you to pieces. Fried lunged at Issei, but it didn't faze him one bit. All Issei did was raise his left arm and said three simple words. Chains of shadows. At that a large portal appeared below Fried, and out of it came chains that launched at him. What are you doing to me? He asks, desperately trying to free himself from the chains. Issei walks up to the chain down Fried and raises his hand. Trash, like he doesn't deserve the easy punishment of death. For all the sins you have committed, you shall spend eternity suffering in the prison of shadows. Goodbye. With a snap of his finger, the chains bring Fried down into the portal, devouring him and making him suffer without the privilege of being killed. Issei continued to stand there, clearly still enraged, while Rainier and Calawarner stood there, shocked on how Issei had decided to deal with Fried. Unlike Rias and Sona, the two fallen angels don't have any idea of his past or his power. After the passing of the shock, Rainier decided to walk up to him and give him a hug from the back. She didn't like the more brutal side of his. She wanted him to be the sweet guy who took him on that wonderful date a few days ago. Issei, she said, this isn't like you. Please bring back the man I fell in love with. Once contact was made between the two, he slowly began to calm down. The anger within him began to subside and his carefree side began to return. Why did you go this far, she asked. Why didn't you just kill him? He didn't deserve the luxury of death, Issei replied. After what he did, he deserves to suffer. But why did you get so enraged after I told you what he did? Calawarner asked. Issei was very hesitant to answer, but he decided that they deserved to know. A few years ago, when I first started to train and get stronger, I was attacked by a group of fallen angels. I fought long and hard, but I couldn't last that long. Once they were about to finish me, an angel came down and saved my life. She took care of me for the next few days until I left. I guess it angered me that Fried could have done that to a pure fallen angel and had no regrets of it. If fallen angels have caused you pain, then why do you treat us nicely? Calawarner asked. Over time I learned that not all fallen angels are evil. Like you too, there can be good fallen angels who I can care about. Rainier instantly began to blush when Issei said that he cared about her. It crossed her mind that maybe the two could be together in the future. If the two of you are done flirting around, we have a nun to save, Calawarner said. We weren't flirting, Raina retorted. Yeah, whatever, let's just get to work, replied Kalawarner. And where exactly are the rest of the exorcists? Issei asked. They should be in the hidden chamber downstairs. I know the way down, follow me. Issei followed the fallen angels to the hidden stairway in the center of the church to hear screams echoing from the bottom. The ritual is almost over, we need to hurry, Raina exclaimed. The trio ran down the stairwell and saw dozens of rouge exorcists around a male fallen angel holding a green orb of light with 2 rings in it. The screams of the girl was dying down and her body was lifeless. You're too late, the man said. Twilight healing is now mine and no one can stop me. That's where you're wrong, Donaseek, Kalawarner replied. By the time the sun rises, you and the rest of these traitors will be begging for mercy. Oh, is that so? It's only 3 of you against my army. You can't defeat us. Wrong once again, said a voice behind the trio. Issei and the 2 fallen angels looked behind them and saw Rias and her peerage, all in a battle stance. Ah, the heir of Gremory, it's an honor to be in your presence, Donaseek said mockingly. It's quite contradictory to say that after capturing an exiled nun and stealing her sacred gear now, isn't it, she said. Well, I guess you could say that, but it won't matter after you're all dead. Kill them, Donaseek ordered. Kill my servants and show them what happens when you mess with the house of Gremory, Rias commanded. Yes, President, her peerage said. The 3 servants went on to attack all the exorcists, cutting them down in a quick fashion. Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna deal with their leader, Issei said, summoning 2 swords of darkness in each of his hands. Try not to hurt him too much, Issei, Rias requested. No promises, Issei winked. Issei finally released his dragon wings, which consisted of 4 total wings. 2 of the wings were purely white with beautiful scales on them both. The other 2 wings were as black as shadows, and within the scales had Ophis' signature infinity sign. He flew directly at Donaseek and swung his swords at him. The swords clashed with Donaseek's spear of light, but surprisingly to him the spear shattered. Donaseek flew into the air, dodging any other attacks that came his way. What's the matter, Donaseek? You scared already? Issei taunted. Shut up, you worthless dragon. I'll slay you where you stand, Donaseek yelled in rage. He lunged towards Issei and swung 2 new spears at him with the full intent of killing him on the spot. Every swing of the spear he made, Issei dodged it with little to no effort and continued to destroy them one after another. After this process was redone a few more times, Issei dodged a final swing of a spear and cut one of Donaseek's arms off. God damn it, you bastard, he yelled in pain. How dare you? Well, you were about to kill me, so I call that self-defense, Issei replied almost mockingly. Now time to choose what else I'm gonna cut off. Donaseek tried flying away and used twilight healing to heal his lost arm, but was interrupted when Issei flew up and sliced off one of his wings. Well, isn't that unfortunate? It looks like you lost your wing, Issei mocked. I hope you don't mind if I take the other. With a swing of his sword, Issei cut off the other remaining wing, leaving Donaseek screaming in pain. Please spare me, Donaseek pleaded. I bet the nun was also begging for mercy, yet you still killed her. It's entertaining at how these events turned out. Issei stood in front of the downed Donaseek, eyes closed, and reached his arm towards him and began to summon shadows around him. The shadows waved around him until they went into Donaseek and pulled out the sacred gear he had stolen from the nun. You're no longer a threat to anyone, Donaseek. You have no wings, no power. I'll let you live to fight another day, Issei said as he turned his back towards him and began to walk away. Donaseek just laid there, enraged that he was defeated by a simple half-breed. He shouldn't accept this. He won't accept this. He stood up and made a final spear of light and started to run towards the unsuspecting Issei to slay him on the spot. Everyone besides him noticed what Donaseek was about to do and tried to call out to him. Issei, behind you, they called out. Unfortunately, he wasn't quick enough to turn around, and what he saw was a large spear of light heading straight to his face. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was the last thing everyone heard until they realized what had happened. A spear of light had pierced the skin and the bones of not Issei, but instead of Donaseek. A large gaping hole formed in his stomach by the spear which had stabbed him. It wasn't a violet spear of Rainier nor the yellow spear of Kalawarner, but it was one he didn't recognize. This spear of light was light pink in color. How dare you, Donaseek struggled to say. You were a traitor, Donaseek. There's no place in the Grigori for traitors, Middle said. Now die. She summoned a new spear of light and impaled it into Donaseek's head, killing him. Middle, I was gonna do that. You stole my moment from me, Kalawarner said. You were just too slow, Kalawarner, Middle replied. I think old age finally caught up to you. Ignoring the two, Issei began to make his way towards Rias and her peerage. I gotta thank you, Rias. Without you, I don't think either Rainier nor Kalawarner would have survived this, Issei said. You're welcome, Issei, but I hope you're gonna keep your end of the bargain, she replied. It's time that I reincarnated the nun. As she was making her way towards the nun, Issei went in her way and stopped her. I don't think that she would be the best of servants, Issei said. And why's that, Rias asked. If she got herself tricked by the rogues, then it would mean she's too trusting. What if she gets tricked into betraying you? If she won't be my servant, then who will, Issei? You promised me. I know I did. I have the two perfect replacements. Issei began to walk towards Rainier and Kalawarner with twilight healing in hand. Ray, I want you to have twilight healing and join Ria's peerage, he requested. But why? She can keep you safe as long as you're a part of her peerage. This way, if I'm not around, she can take care of you. Rias walked over to them and tried to help Issei convince Rainier to join her. You don't need to worry about how you're treated. My family is known to treat our servants like family, she explained. Can I stay with Issei? Rainier requested, trying to hide a blush. Of course you can. I won't take you away from him, Rias replied. Hey, interrupted Calawarner. If you make her your servant you will have to do the same to me. If that is what you wish I can't deny you of that, Ria said. Issei gave Rainer the sacred gear and Ria's reincarnated both her and Calawarner using 4 pawn pieces for each. Alright, I think it's time for everyone to head home, Issei suggested. You're right. I'll see you tomorrow at school, Issei replied Ria as she and her peerage, minus Rainer and Calawarner, teleported away. Before leaving, Rainer and Calawarner ran up to Middle to see where she was heading. Middle, where are you going to be going now? Rainer asked. I'm not sure. I might just go back to the Grigori, she replied. Why don't you come live with us? Calawarner suggested. I don't think Issei would mind. Do you, Issei? No, not at all. I think I have an extra room for her, Issei replied. It's settled then. Middle is gonna come live with us now, Rainer exclaimed. Alright then, I'll gladly live with you guys. Thanks, you Middle thanked. Let's go get you settled, Calawarner said. The fallen angel trio went flying towards the house to get settled in, leaving Issei in the church alone. Aren't you going to follow them? I will, but I have to do something really quick. Issei went to the laying body of the nun and carried her outside. Once they got to the outside church, he dug a quick hole and buried her. She deserved a proper burial. No one deserved to have that done to them. I suggest you cast a spell on her body so she can't be reincarnated. You never know what could happen. You're right, I should. Issei summoned a magic circle and engulfed her into her, making it impossible for anyone to bring her back from the dead. Time for us to head home. Issei expanded his wings and flew back home, leaving the church in ruins with the dead bodies of all the exorcists laying around. Today was an eventful day. What's next? Why did she accept it so easily? Issei thought. What do you mean? Why was she so adequate with making Rainer and Calawarner her servants? Well, one of them do have a sacred gear. There also is the added bonus of them being able to use spears of light, which are useful for raiding games. That may be so, but I'm surprised that she didn't disobey my wishes and revive the nun anyways. Perhaps she believes in quantity over quality. That wouldn't seem to be the case. If there were to be her philosophy, then she would have a full peerage rather than only 5 servants. I'll speak to her about it at the club room after class. It wasn't long until he had finally arrived to his home, unaware of what the girls had planned for him. Upon entry, Issei immediately saw the interesting view of Rainer, Calawarner, and the newcomer Middle waiting for him in the living room of the home. What made this view interesting was the fact that Rainer and Calawarner were in their very revealing lingerie. The two were wearing a very thin G-string accompanied with a bra which could be considered as a thin string with a patch of cloth to cover the nipple. What in Ophis name did I come home to? Issei asked. Is there a problem? Issei, Calawarner asked in a seductive tone. Don't you like seeing us in this? Consider this as a thank you and an apology, Rainer said. I understand why you're thanking me since I welcomed you into my home, but why the apology? Issei asked. The apology is because we attempted to kill you, Calawarner answered. Speak for yourself, Middle interrupted. I never tried to kill him. In fact, I even saved his life. She seemed to be very prideful about what she thought she did when in actuality she only saved him some time. You know, that spear of light that Donaseek tried to stab me with wouldn't have done anything to me, Issei informed. All you did was save me the effort of killing him myself. You ungrateful asshole, Middle exclaimed. Either way, you should be grateful I did anything for you. A lower class being such as yourself didn't deserve to receive help from someone like me. How interesting. I never thought of you being at Tsundere, Middle, Calawarner teased. Shut up, you old hag. At least I was able to get the job done by killing Donaseek, said Middle. Now Middle, no need to get all defensive, Rainer said. If you wanted to join in on the fun, all you had to do was ask. Middle was getting redder by the second, and unwanting to lose this battle, she decided to retreat. Screw this, I'm going to bed. Wake me up when you guys stop being so stupid. She stormed her way to her newly assigned room and slammed the door behind her, leaving the 2 remaining fallen angels fully amused. As much as I would like to stay down here and tease you, I'm gonna go hit the hay. Let's go, Issei. Calawarner grabbed onto his arm, dragging him into his room with Rainer following. Issei began to resist until he was finally able to release himself from her grasp. Wait just a minute. Why are you going into my room? He asked. Because I'm going to be sleeping with you both now, Calawarner replied casually. And why are you doing that exactly? He asked. Because I want to know when you two are going to be doing it. This way I can show her how to please you, Calawarner answered. And by that she means she can join in whenever we get started, Rainer said. And for the record, you can't teach me anything since you haven't done it yet. Yes, but I had the best teacher in existence. Porn, Calawarner stated. Now go to sleep. Issei got changed into his regular sleeping clothes while the girls stayed in their underwear. You know, I can deal with 1 girl in my bed, but I think 3 is a bit much, Issei complained. Well, tomorrow Rainer, Middle, and I aren't going to be here for the entire day, Calawarner stated. And why's that? Issei asked. We're going to be gathering our things from the Grigori HQ and bringing them here, Rainer answered. So you're going to have the bed to yourself, Calawarner said. Now shut up and go to sleep. Issei grabbed onto Rainer and she clung to him like the night before while Calawarner clung onto his back. Only here to teach Rainer, right, Issei thought. Well, look at you. 2 new members in your harem. I'm so proud of you. Thanks, Gramps. I plan on making it even larger in the future. Now, if I remember correctly, you have 3 women in your harem now. That's where you're wrong. You completely forgot about. Ah, yes, I have forgotten about her. I suppose it's because we haven't seen her in 6 months. She promised me that I'd see her again by the end of this month. Only time will tell when you'll see her again. I guess. The next morning, Issei woke up from his slumber, surprisingly more exhausted than usual, to see that his companions weren't there. On the nightstand to the left of his bed there was a letter for him which read, Dear Issei, as you know Kalawarner Middle and I have gone to the Grigori to fetch all of our possessions. We should be back at night if not the next morning. Try not to be too lonely. Love, Ray. How sweet. Love, Ray. Shut it, you albino lizard. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. What are you laughing at, you burnt snake? I swear, listening to you two bicker is worse than having to deal with Kuroka when she goes full on dominatrix. Don't remind us. We're still scarred from the last time. What do you mean you're scarred? I was the one getting whipped. Now don't get angry at me, hatchling. You still have to go to school. Yeah, whatever. Scene break. Issei had arrived to the school and did his new morning routine. Walk to class, foil the perverted duo's plans, get to class and pretend to be paying attention. Due to his heroic acts against the perverted duo, almost all the girls at school have now dubbed him as the Silver Knight. Ironic how the Prince of Kuo is an actual knight and isn't known to be won by the rest of the students, while Issei understandably considers himself as an emperor. Once in class, when the teacher began to talk about the French Revolution, Issei had noticed that Tsubasa once again started to stare at him like she did on his first day. The kings might trust me but doesn't mean the servants will. It's understandable as for they don't know about your history. Just what's it gonna take so they can start being trusting of me? Give it time, Issei. No need to rush these things. The class once again began to become even more boring as time went on. The only things that remotely caught his interest were how regular people stormed the Bastille against armed soldiers. Still, just because you have a gun doesn't mean someone with a knife can't beat you. Midway through the day, someone he saw from the meeting with the devils had entered the class. She's a young bespectacled woman with long straight black hair that extends all the way down to her knees, with split bangs and heterochromic eyes, with a violet left eye and a light brown right eye. Forgive me for the interruption, but the student council president would like to see Issei Hayao and Tsubasa Yura immediately, she said. Yes, of course. Issei, Tsubasa, please go with Tsubaki, the teacher requested. The walk to see Sona was a long and silent one. He could feel that both Tsubaki and Tsubasa had their guards up, just like Kiba did when Rias requested to see him. Why don't you make some small talk? And why should I? You were saying how it bothered you how they don't trust you. Just try and make friends with them. Fine, whatever. It annoyed him how they wanted him to make some small talk, but he did prefer them to be more casual around him. So I'll assume that you're Sona's queen. Am I correct? You are correct. I'm both her queen and vice president of the student council, Tsubaki replied. And where are you, Tsubasa? He asked. I'm her rook, she replied. Of course, Issei had already known this thanks to Vritra, but this was a starting point. And how long have you been in the service of Sona? Issei asked. Tsubaki stopped in her tracks and turned to face Issei. The look on her face was almost one of annoyance, but he could see a very faint smile. Look, I know what you're trying to do, Hayato, she stated. You're trying to get us to be more trusting of you. I just don't understand why the servants aren't so trusting of me when the kings are, Issei said. It's nothing against you, Issei, Tsubasa said. We're just being careful to protect our master, that's all. Oh yeah, then why do you always stare at me during class? He asked. Tsubaki raised an eyebrow and looked at Tsubasa, who at this point was redder than Ria's hair. That's none of your concern, she exclaimed. Well, since it's me you're staring at, it kinda is, Issei stated. Seeing this, Tsubaki grew a small smile on her face. Throughout all the years she had known Tsubasa, she never seen her all flustered like this. After a few more moments, Tsubaki finally saved Tsubasa from any more embarrassment. Alright, you two, we should continue on. I don't want the president to wait any longer, she said. Both Issei and Tsubasa nodded and continued to make their way. It wasn't much longer of a walk until they reached the door of the student council room. Upon entry, he saw the rest of the student council waiting for him and Sona sitting behind her desk. Hello, Issei. It's nice to see you again, Sona greeted. The feeling's mutual, Sona. May I ask why you called for me? Issei asked. Well, to put it simply, I thought it was a good idea for you to meet the members of my peerage, she replied. Issei gave her a nod. Well, as you may now know, Tsubaki is my queen and Tsubasa is my rook. My two bishops are Momo Hanakai and Rei Kusaka. My knight is Tomo Meguri and two pawns are Ruruko Namura and Saji Genshiro. When each servant was named, they stepped forward and bowed respectively. It's nice to meet you all. As you all know, my name is Issei Hayao. I hope we may all get along, Issei greeted. It all seemed to be going well until one unlucky pawn had to open their mouth. Just for the record, Hayao, if you tried anything I can take you down. I took up 4 pawn pieces, bro, Saji stated in a prideful manner. Saji, I'm going to have to order you to stand down, Sona ordered. It was obvious that she looked angered towards her servant. You won't be able to beat him, he's stronger than us all combined. Saji stood there shocked at how his master made him stand down. He knew that she was a strict master, but this scared him. He didn't know why she was so demanding, but Issei did. Sona knew that if Saji went too far with angering Issei, that he would kill him now instead of later. But Sona, how can he be that powerful? Saji asked. Saji, sit down and shut up. Unless you want me to give you the regular punishment, Sona said. Saji finally decided to become silent and went to stand next to Momo and Ruruko, who began to comfort him. It's too bad those two are going to lose him in the near future, Issei thought. Issei flashed Sona a knowingly smile to indicate their deal. Sona, Vritra would like a quick word with you. Of course, she said as she turned to her servants. You're all dismissed. Each servant left one by one until only the 2 were left in the room. When they all finally left, Issei summoned his prison of ruin to allow Vritra to speak to her. Hello again, Citri. Hello Vritra, what do you need, she asked. Just making sure that you're going to keep your end of the deal. That pawn of yours is a truly pathetic being. Of course I'm going to keep my promise as long as you both keep yours, she replied. We'll keep our promise, Sona, Issei assured. What is it that you want from us anyways? To put it simply, tonight Rias is going to be coming to your home tonight. I need you to accept any request she asks of you, Sona said. Is that really it, Issei asked. For now at least. I still have a second request to make for the future, Sona replied. I see. Then I shall make my leave. Issei turned around and walked towards the door until he stopped and turned his head towards Sona. I'll tell your queen that you would like to speak with her. Issei, please do, she replied. It wasn't anything new that Tsubaki would listen into her conversations. Usually it wouldn't bother her, but this time it was something secretive she didn't want to get out. Tsubaki walked in with her head facing the floor in shame. She knew that her punishment wouldn't be a nice one this time. You know, Tsubaki, usually I wouldn't be bothered by the fact that you listened into my conversations, but I am this time, Sona said. Now tell me, what exactly did you hear? 3 didn't hear anything, Tsubaki answered nervously. I know that's a lie, Tsubaki, Sona replied. I'll let you walk away from this as long as you don't tell anyone about this. This conversation stays between us, do you understand? Tsubaki nodded slowly and was dismissed. Sona, now left alone, stood up and walked towards the window which faced the orc room. Sigh, the things I do for you. Time skip. Now it was the end of another school day. Usually things would have gone more slowly, but he was able to have some small conversations with Tsubasa now. It was nice since she isn't staring at him the whole class now. Emphasis on the whole class since Issei was able to catch a few of her glimpses every once in a while. Currently he's making his was towards the orc to make a request from Rias. Because he didn't want to deal with Sona again, he thought that she would be able to get the 3 fallen angels enrolled to the school. Upon entry he saw that she wasn't there. Instead only Akino and Kaneko were around. Ara Issei, what brings you here, Akino asked. I just have a request for Rias. That's all, Issei replied. And what type of request do you have? I hope you don't try to take her maidenhood, Yufufufu, Akino said while seductively licking her fingers. Well, if that were the case, you're more than welcome to join us, Issei replied. I'll take you up on that offer. I hope you'll be ready when you take responsibility. Issei chuckled and went to sit across from Kaneko, who was unsurprisingly eating a cookie. So what's your deal? Issei asked. Every time I come over you're eating a sweet. I like sweets, Kaneko responded. She was almost as unemotional as Ophis was. Almost. I see, Issei replied while summoning a magic circle in his hand which left him a muffin. This piqued both Akino's and Kaneko's interest. You see, this muffin is made of dragon's fruit. I made it myself, try it, it's good. He handed the muffin to Kaneko, who began to sniff it before even taking a bite. To her surprise, it was actually one of the tastiest treats she had in a while. It was good, thank you, she said. No problem, Issei replied. If you like it, I might make some more for you in the future. I'd like that, she said. Ara Issei, aren't you a charmer? Akino said. What can I say? I'm just trying to win everyone's heart, Issei replied. Yes, you are, Issei. It won't be long until everyone is head over heels for you. Issei and Akino turned to the door and saw Rias standing there, glad to see how Issei treated Kaneko. Oh hey Rias, I was waiting for you, Issei said. Is that so? What do you need, Issei? Rias asked. Can you please enroll Rainier and Calawarner to the school, Issei requested. Of course I can. Because they're now in my peerage, I will need to know what they're up to, Rias explained. Would you like the younger one to be enrolled as well? Well, I'll have to check in with her first. I don't want her to do something she doesn't want to do, Issei replied. I see, Rias said. I'll work on their enrollment when I can. Thank you, Rias, Issei bowed. It's no problem at all, Issei. Well, I guess I'll be on my way. I got the house on my own so I can train for a bit. I'll see you tomorrow then, Issei, Rias said. Goodbye, Issei. Don't be so lonely without me, Akino said. I'll see you later, Issei, Kaneko said. Issei summoned a magic circle and left the 3 in the room. I guess I should get ready for Rias to show up later, Issei thought. Rias POV. Well, he's an interesting one, wouldn't you agree, Rias? Akino asked. Yes, he is, Rias answered. I think you two should get working in your contracts. Yes, President, Akino and Kaneko said in unison as they left. Rias walked over to the window overseeing the school ground. She had many things to think about. These thoughts were soon swept away as a familiar orange magic circle appeared in the center of the clubroom. Riser. Time skip. Spending time in the house without the other 3 was a pure torture for Issei. Sure, he spent most of his time alone before returning to Kyo, but he already missed those fallen angels. Especially Rei. You would expect the Citri to give an exact time for when the Grimoire would arrive. Perhaps she got the days mixed up. Maybe Rias is gonna come over another night. Spoke too soon. I sense a magic circle about to appear. Alright, time to sleep. Take care, you assholes. Almost on cue, a red magic circle appeared in the foot of his bed and out of it came none other than Rias Grimoire. Rias, what are you doing here? Issei asked, pretending to be clueless. Issei, I know this may be sudden, but I need you to do something for me, Rias answered. What is it? Issei asked. I need you to take my ID. Wait, what? Issei, you're just going to have to trust me. Please, I need you. She stared at him with those eyes that he just couldn't resist. He wouldn't resist her, not because Sona made him promise to agree, but instead because of the fact he just needed to have her. Fine, but once we're done, you're explaining the whole situation to me. After a few minutes of them both laying in his bed, he was about to speak up. That was until a white magic circle appeared next to the bed was a beautiful woman appearing to be in her early 20s, with silver hair and matching eyes. Her hair, which flows all the way down to her back, features a long braid on each side with small blue bows at the ends, while the rest is let down, ending in twin braids. Interestingly enough, she was wearing a blue and white French maid outfit with long sleeves and a white maid headband over her head. She slowly examined the situation with a look of disappointment appearing on her face. "So it appears I was too late," she said. "It seems that the worries of your family were quite justified as you threw away your maidenhood." "I did not throw it away, Grafia," Riaz exclaimed. "I gave it to someone I love and who loves me in return." "Is that a fact?" Grafia asked. "Yes, it is," Riaz replied. "Why are you even here? Did you come here by choice or were you went by my brother?" "My answer for that is both," Grafia answered. "Now I am to send you back home so you may speak with your family about your decision." "Very well," Riaz said. She got up from the bed and began to gather her clothes and went to stand next to Grafia. "I'll explain everything at the clubroom tomorrow. Take care, Issei." "Yeah, you too, Riaz," Issei replied. "I'll transport you home, Lady Riaz." "I'll be there soon after I deal with Thislow-born," Grafia said. "Wait, don't do anything." Riaz was cut off by Grafia's magic circle transporting her to her father and brother. After transporting Riaz, Grafia turned to Issei with a hint of anger in her eyes. "Now, what shall I do with you?" Time skip. After a long day of school, which was made worse after what Grafia did to him last night, Issei made his way to the Orc. He was surprised to see Riaz's entire peerage, including Rainier and Calla Warner, Middleton and Grafia, who instantly made Issei get chills up his spine. "Ah, Issei, it's great to see you again," Riaz greeted. "Likewise," Issei replied. "So what's going on?" "We're here to speak about what you and Lady Riaz did last night," Grafia said. Upon saying this, Kiba, Middleton and Kaneko all raised an eyebrow while Aquino and Calla Warner chuckled and Rainier gave off a jealous look. "Ara, Riaz," Aquino said. "What did you and Issei do last night, Yufufufu?" Riaz began to get red all over until she was able to get herself composed. "That is none of your business, Aquino." "Can we get to the point of this, Riaz?" Issei asked. "Well, you see, Lady Riaz is in an arranged marriage with the third son of the House of Phoenix, Lord Riser," Grafia explains. "And because I don't want to marry him, I chose to give you my ID to break it off," Riaz said. "So, Grafia, are you going to tell Riser it's off, or do I have the pleasure of doing so?" "It's not that simple, Riaz," Grafia said. Next to Grafia, an orange magic circle appears and out of it comes a man appears from the flame, dressed in a red suit with blonde hair and blue eyes. His shirt is open, showing a muscled chest, who looks like the epitome of a playboy. "Where is he?" He growls. "Where is that son of a Riser? You have no authority to demand for someone." Riaz replies. Riser gives Riaz a face which was overflowing with disgust. "Don't you dare tell me what to do, you whore." Riser yells. "Lord Riser, I must order you to calm down immediately," Grafia demands. Riser backs off for a bit, but it's still obvious that he has a hidden rage within him. "Riser, our engagement is over," Riaz said. "Now go home and focus on your little harem." "This bastard has a harem," Issei thought. Riser will go back to the underworld, but only after he kills that bastard who took what was rightfully his. Riser angrily replies. There was a clear surprised expression throughout Riaz's whole peerage. Meanwhile, Riaz's mouth was shot open. "You can't be serious," Riaz said. "Well, I am," Riser replies. "Because I am your fiancé, Riser is entitled to kill the bastard you chose over him." At this point, Issei begins to laugh completely out loud, which enraged Riser even further. "You think this is funny, boy?" Riser growls. "Of course I think it's funny," Issei replies. "It's funny how you think that you can kill me." "So it was you who took her ID, wasn't it?" Riser asked. "Of course it was," Issei replies. "What are you going to do about it, you Yakitori?" "Lord Riser, would you like to challenge this boy to a duel?" Grafia asked. "Yes, I would," Riser replies. "Riser will enjoy killing this pitiful human." "Do you accept the challenge?" Grafia asks Issei. "Sure, it sounds like it would be interesting," Issei replies. "Then it is decided." "What will you two bet on the match?" Grafia asked. "Wait, there's bets?" Issei asked. "That is correct. This is a battle to the death, so both parties must bet their own possessions," Grafia explained. Because Riser is confident that he can defeat this human, he will bet everything he owns. This includes his estates, land, and Riser snaps, which makes a magic circle behind him which reveals 15 beautiful women. His entire peerage. "The big brother, what's going on?" The blonde girl with the drilled styled hair asks. "No need to worry, Ravel, let the adults handle this," Riser replies. Grafia turns to face Issei. "Now, what do you have to wager on this battle? It can be anything from land to even women." "What do I have to wager? I don't really own anything that he might want," Issei thought. "I recommend you look into your shirt pocket," Issei Albion said mentally. "You might find something there." Issei reached into the pocket of his school uniform and found a leaflet which Kuroka had given him days prior. "I swear, if she demands anything from me after this, you're dead to me." Much to everyone's confusion, Issei raised the leaflet and it formed a magic circle. To everyone's surprise, out of it came Kuroka in all her glory with both eyes closed. "My eyes, I knew you were lonely." With Kuroka opened her eyes and saw all everyone, minus the fallen angels and Grafia, ready to attack her. "I will request everyone stand down," Grafia ordered. Kuroka had been pardoned for her crimes almost a year ago. No harm is to come to her. "Issei, what's going on?" Kuroka asked. "I'll explain everything to you later, just roll with me," Issei said. Kuroka looked across the room and saw Kaneko angrily staring at her. "Issei, what's with the sour face?" Kuroka asked. Kuroka, please refrain from starting any fights, Issei requested. Fine, I'll speak with her later, Naya, Kuroka replied. Shall I assume that she is your bet, Grafia asked. Yes, you are correct, Issei replied. Kuroka gave Issei an angered look and he looked back to her and mouthed, I'll explain everything soon to her. 13 kittens now. End of discussion, Kuroka said seriously. I hate you, Gramps, Issei thought. Riser will enjoy using her when he won the battle, Riser said cockily. That is if you can beat me, you Yakitori, Issei replied. Riser started to fume up with rage and fire burned in his hand. 1 week. Riser will give you 1 more week to live until you die. By Riser's hands, Riser angrily summoned a magic circle and teleported him and his peerage away. The room was left in silence for a few more seconds until Kuroka spoke up. That was quite a stunt you made, Issei, Kuroka said after clinging onto his left arm and smothering it between her breast. Indeed it was, Grafia agreed. My Issei. Once again the room became full in silence until everyone, minus Issei, Grafia, Kuroka and Kiba, cried out. My Issei. They cried out in unison. Kiba was shocked as well, but he was more amused. Yes, you heard correctly. Grafia and I have known each other for a while now, Issei said. Almost a year now, Grafia added. I'll be damned, it has been almost a year, Issei said. Wait, hold it just a minute, Riaz exclaimed. How did you both meet and what did you do to Issei last night, Grafia? Well, the story of how we met will be saved for another time, Issei said. As for last night, well, flashback. After transporting Riaz, Grafia turned to Issei with a hint of anger in her eyes. Now what shall I do with you? Now, Grafia, Issei said nervously. Let's not do anything we might regret. Something we might regret, tell me. Which dragon told you to have with the sister of the man who broke my heart, Grafia asked. Was it Albion or Vritra? We had nothing to do with this, they said aloud. You traitors, Issei exclaimed. Now Issei, would you care to explain your actions, Grafia asked. Issei jumped out of bed, still naked, and bowed in front of her, pleading for mercy. I'm sorry I did it. I couldn't resist myself. For some reason I grew feelings for her. Please forgive me. He stayed on the ground for a few more seconds until he heard a faint laugh come out of her mouth. That faint laugh grew to a full-on chuckle and a smile on her face. Now my Issei, I'm not going to punish you too bad, she said. Now all I'm going to do is give you 250 spanks. The look of fear grew on Issei's face as Grafia coated her entire hand with ice to give him a world of pain. 250 spanks later, Issei was laying on the floor, almost unconscious from what just happened, while Grafia had a look of satisfaction and was preparing to leave. Now remember to pretend as if we never met tomorrow, she ordered. Good night, Issei. Present. So that explains why we found him like that, Rainier and Kalawarner thought. Riaz was appalled about what happened between them, but there was one last thing on her mind. But why is she here? Riaz asked while pointing as Kuroka. Haven't you heard it's rude to point, Naya, Kuroka teasingly asked. Last year Issei gave me conclusive evidence to prove that she killed her master for a good reason, Grafia explained. I took that evidence to your brother and she got pardoned. So now I'm free to do as I please with my Issei, Kuroka said. Speaking of which, care to explain what just happened? Issei and Grafia went on to explain how he has new people living in his house and that he took Ria's ID and now has to fight Riser. Well, let me say this once and for all, Kuroka stepped forward and faced all the girls in the room. I am the number one in my eyes' harem. I'm the alpha girl. Don't forget it. Who said you're number one? Rainier asked. I've known my eyes for 4 years and we took each other's ID, Naya, Kuroka replied. Just because you were his first time doesn't mean you're the best one in bed. Kalawarner said. This kitty is going to have more time with her mate now, Naya, Kuroka said. Does this mean you're not going to go disappearing all the time, Issei asked. Naturally. I need to keep my place at being your favorite, Naya, Kuroka confirmed. It also gives me quality time with my little Shiren. Grafia stepped in everyone's view, ceasing all chatter. I shall go back to the underworld and report the challenge, Grafia said. She walked towards Issei and gave him a quick on the lips, making his new harem all jealous, minus Kuroka of course. I'll see you soon, Issei. I'll see you soon, Grafia, he replied. With a shine of white light she disappeared, leaving the room silent once again. Well, I'm gonna go head home. All this chatter got me tired, Issei said. Aren't you going to prepare for your battle, Issei, Rainier asked. My eyes doesn't need to train to beat the Yakitori, Naya, Kuroka said. She's right, Riaz said. From what Issei told me he has nothing to worry about. Good thing we're in agreement then. Now Kuroka, let's go home. I assume Ray and Kalawarner are allowed to leave as well, Issei asked. Of course, everyone can go home, Riaz replied. Just make sure to leave some space in your bed for me, Issei, Riaz added with a wink. With pleasure, Riaz, Issei replied. See you tonight. Issei, Rainier, Kalawarner, Midult and Kuroka all teleported back to his home with use of his magic circle. Big sister Kaneko said softly. It was a surprise to us all that she came, Kaneko, Riaz said. But if she got pardoned, that means there's something we don't know. Do you think that you can forgive her? I'll hear her out, Kaneko replied. If she had a good reason to do what she did, I'll forgive her. Kaneko walked out the door and started walking home. It truly did surprise her about Kuroka showing up unexpectedly. Those two seem to have a history, wouldn't you agree, Riaz, Kiba asked. Yes, it seems that they do, Riaz replied with a hint of jealousy. Ara, Riaz. You wouldn't be jealous now, would you, Akino asked. No, not jealous. Just disappointed, Riaz replied. Disappointed about what, Kiba asked. That I wasn't his first. Issei's house. Arriving at Issei's home, the fallen angel trio take a seat on the couch while Kuroka goes into the kitchen to grab herself a bite to eat. So Kalawarner spoke up. When were you going to tell us that you were dating a stray devil? I didn't think I would have to until sometime later, Issei explained. It just so happened that I needed her to show up when she did. Speaking of which, what kind of asshole would bet his own girlfriend? Middle exclaimed. Hearing this, Kuroka makes her way towards Issei with a serious look on her face. The other girls are left being scared for Issei's life, but Issei himself stays unfazed. The two were in a long stare battle, leaving the other three nervous at what would happen next. It kept going for a couple more minutes until Kuroka broke her seriousness with non-stop laughter. I really can't be mad at you now, can't I? Kuroka asked rhetorically. Issei turned Kuroka around and, to the dismay of Kalawarner and Rainier, wrapped his arms around her waist. On both of their faces loving smiles grew as they stared into each other's eyes. You see, Kuroka doesn't care if I place her as a bet in anything, Issei explained. Not counting this time, I've only done it twice before. I only put her as a bet to catch the Ur's attention to agree to the terms. So what you're saying is, you're undoubtedly gonna beat Riser, am I right? Kalawarner asked. Of course my Issei will beat him, Naya, Kuroka answered. That Yakitori had sealed his fate. Scene break. A few hours have gone by with Kuroka, Rainier and Kalawarner constantly arguing about who gets to do what with Issei at what time. Meanwhile, Middle was currently sitting on his lap watching TV with him while throwing a few insults every once in a while. Gods, if I have to deal with this every day, I don't know how long I will be able to last, Issei thought. This is how the life of a harem king goes, my boy. Look on the bright side, you'll get good in the future. Yeah, well, can't complain about that. A few more minutes passed until a red magic circle appeared in the center of the living room. As expected, Riaz came out of it, but unexpectedly so did Sona. Alright, I knew that you were coming here, Riaz, but why is Sona here? Issei asked. Good to see you too, Hayatu, Sona replied. She just wanted to speak with you about the whole Riser situation, Riaz said. Yes, I heard that you and Riser will both be participating in a duel in a week. I assume that you'll be taking time off school for some training, then Sona asked. Why would I need time to train? Issei asked. You both already know my backstory, so there's no need for me to train. Well, even if you don't need to, I think it would be a good idea if my peerage does. Hell, your peerage can come too, Sona, Riaz suggested. Normally the student council president would instantly reject such offer because it's her duty to take care of the school, but she couldn't disagree that her peerage did need some work. Especially since they would be short one member very soon. I suppose you're right. The members in both peerages are inexperienced, so I think training with each other would be a nice way for them to get to know one another better, Sona said. Riaz clapped both hands together, growing a smile on her face. Then it settled. We'll all leave to one of my estates early in the morning, she announced. Being the lazy cat that she was, Kuroka wasn't as thrilled with the idea of having to go out to who knows where to train for an entire week. But with this she knew that if Riaz would bring her entire peerage with her, Kaneko would be there as well. I'll be coming along too, Naya, Kuroka said. Can't have my eyes be suffering without my company. Is that so? From when he originally came here over a week ago, it seems like he was fine without you, Sona said with a smirk on her face. Well, you would be right on that, but the fact is that I came and visited him on his first day here, Kuroka replied. We even had that day. Alright, I think that's enough, Issei said. Is there anything else you need, Sona? Nothing for now. I'll see you all tomorrow, Sona replied before summoning a magic circle and teleporting away. Alright, time to head to sleep, everyone. We need to wake up early in the morning to pack our stuff, Issei said. The five girls quickly nodded and went to their respective rooms, which for Kuroka, Riaz, Kalawarner, and Rainier was Issei's. Entering his room, Kalawarner and Rainier stripped to their underwear while Riaz and Kuroka stripped naked. So you sleep naked too, Riaz asked. Only when I'm with my eyes, Naya, Kuroka explained. It's the proper way for a cat to sleep with her mate. From the sides of the room, both fallen angels were comparing their busts to those of Riaz and Kuroka. Even if their own were impressive compared to human girls, they could barely compare to the other girls. Now they actually know how it feels to be middled. Once Issei was done changing, he climbed into his bed with the girls soon following. Riaz got hold of his right arm, smothering it into her breast, with Rainier doing the same with his left arm. Kalawarner got a hold of his left leg while Kuroka was on top of him. Is every night going to be like this, Issei thought. At least Ophis got you a California king-size bed. Although I bet she expected you to be sleeping in your smaller-sized dragon form and not with 4 women. She's oblivious to anything, you two know this. Ah yes, I recall her saying that she once watched you and Kuroka mating and was questioning why she kept screaming in pleasure. Even if Kuroka didn't seem to mind that, I still did. I wonder how she even got into the room in the first place. Alright, with everything aside, we need a game plan. And for what exactly? I hope you don't mean for that Yakitori. Of course I don't mean for him. Worst comes to worst, you use my balance breaker. What I mean is, how are we going to get rid of the boy without raising suspicion? You really want him dead, don't you? Of course I do. Although I usually don't mind who has one of my sacred gears, I just can't stand weaklings having them. The fool doesn't even know how to use the absorption line to its fullest. Well then, hatchling, what are you going to do? It's simple really. This is the plan. The next morning, it was a nice and long slumber for Issei. Something most people don't know is that after the Nekamatas, the dragons are the heaviest of sleepers and love sleeping more than most things. Those who dare wake one from its slumber wouldn't live to see another day. With this in mind, it was no wonder that once he woke up, only he and Kuroka were left on the bed. He knew Rainier and Kalawarner were still home because he heard them having a conversation in the hallway. Once he finally took the time to realize what kind of position he was in, he almost started to laugh out loud. He saw that Kuroka's face was now above his crotch while his face was under her. Unexpected, but not unwelcomed, Issei thought. Because she was completely naked, it gave Issei easy access to her, so he slowly moved his head forward and impaled his tongue into her. "My eyes," Kuroka quietly moaned. Issei continued to bob his tongue back and forth until Kuroka came all over his face. It didn't surprise Issei that throughout him eating her out, Kuroka still hasn't woken up from her sleep. Usually when one woke up before the other, they would constantly do things like this to each other, and the one being played with usually wouldn't wake up. Quite funny how they got her played with. "Aha, you're so funny," Albion said sarcastically. "Just going to ignore that." Issei got out of his bed and quickly took a shower and got dressed and went downstairs to get something to eat. Once he got downstairs, he saw a letter from Rainer that said that she and Kalawarner were with Ria since she needed some help with some last-minute clients. After a few more minutes, Middle came down from her room and once again made her way to Issei's lap. "So you want to explain why you've been sitting on my lap since there's space on the sofa?" Issei asked. "You should be honored that I'm doing this at all, you know," Middle replied. "I don't do this for just anyone you know." "Why should I be honored at all? From what I know, you're a lower-class fallen angel," Issei said. "It's because unlike Rainer and Kalawarner, I used to be an angel before I fell from grace," Middle explained. "There must be a rule against angels being so stuck up then," Issei mocked. Middle slowly raised her hand and quickly flicked his head. "Shush you. Now be a good dragon and brush my hair. I'm not your pet. You're living in my house, so technically I should be giving you orders. Well, good luck with making me listen to you." Issei gave up with his little battle with Middle since he knew that there was no way he would win. They stayed there in silence for a few moments more until Kuroka came down the stairs, clearly still tired even if she slept more than everyone else. "What took you so long?" Issei asked. "Well, when someone teases you in your sleep, it leaves you with the need of having to finish relieving themselves," Kuroka replied. She was clearly annoyed since she didn't use her signature Naya. "Next time do it when I'm awake so I can enjoy it." "Well, when you're in between someone's thighs, it's hard to resist teasing," Issei said. "You two are disgusting," Middle insulted. "How ironic, since most fallen angels who fell from the grace did so for having impure thoughts," Issei said. Once again Middle raised her hand and flicked Issei on his forehead. "You never learn, do you?" Time has passed once more until Ria sent Issei a text to meet them at the Orc room so they could depart with the student council. Scene break. Everyone, minus Sona's peerage, were talking amongst themselves while waiting for Sona to arrive. The three fallen angels were speaking about the Grigori. Kiba and Kaneko were having a conversation on the couch, with Kaneko glaring at Kuroka every once in a while, and Akino was clearly teasing Rias about her time with Issei. "So what made you decide to stick around?" Issei asked. "Usually you would come over and disappear for a while." "Oh my Issei, are you not happy that I'm here?" Kuroka asked with false sadness. "You know that's not true. After all, you are my first love," Issei replied. "I know I am." Kuroka gave Issei a quick peck on the lips. "There's two reasons why I decided to stay. First, I wanted to get to know my competition." "They're not your competition. You know you'll always be my number one," explained Issei. "And I intend to keep it that way. I also came because I finally found my little Shiren." "Ah yes, I had noticed that she had similar aura to you. I was just too busy with my plans to put two and two together." "You're always too busy for something, aren't you?" "Never too busy for you though." It wasn't too long until Sona and her peerage had finally arrived with all of their belongings. It never ceased to amaze him how many things a girl would need in a short trip. He assumed that most of the things they were carrying were things for either their hair or makeup. "What took you so long? I was about to think that you were too much of a good student to miss a week of school," Issei said. "How dare you speak to Sona like that?" Saji exclaimed. "You should be on your knees for her." "Oh yeah, and who's gonna make me go on my knees?" Issei asked. "I will," Saji declared, summoning his absorption line, which led Issei summoning his prison of ruin with an angered Vritra. "You think you can defeat us, boy? We'll tear you apart." "I suggest you get your servant to control himself," Citri Kuroka suggested. "Before you're down a servant." Sona knew that Saji's time was running short, but she didn't want anyone to know that Issei was going to be his killer, so for now she made Saji back down. "Saji, if you anger him anymore, I won't be able to save you." "Now stand down," Sona commanded. As much as it pained to run away with his tail between his legs, Saji dissipated his sacred gear and returned to his fellow peerage members. After letting the intensity die down, Rias finally summoned a magic circle which teleported everyone in the room to a mansion surrounded by mountains. "Welcome to one of the Gremmery's vacation homes," said Rias. "Every girl will have a room for themselves while Kiba and Saji share a room." "Ooh, Rias, where will I be sleeping?" Issei asked. "Simple. You'll be sleeping in my room," Rias replied. An obvious look of jealousy appeared on Saji's face because Issei was lucky enough to be sleeping in the same bed with a beauty such as Rias, but Issei knew that she wasn't the only one who would end up on the bed whether Rias liked it or not. After everyone was finally showed to their rooms, they quickly unpacked and met outside of the mansion. "Alright everyone, listen up. Today will be non-stop training and I expect everyone to be working their best for the next 9 days. I don't want anyone to be slacking at all," Sona said. "And to encourage everyone to do their best, all of you will fight," Issei Rias added. Looks of confusion quickly formed on everyone's face. How was it fair to Issei that it would be 13 versus 1 in the first day? Obviously something was up. You might be wondering why you're all going to be all you servants against him, and the reason is quite understandable, Ria said. You won't be fighting Issei in his base form, Sona explained. Instead you'll be fighting him in his dragon form. Issei gave a large shit-eating grin before transforming into his first-level dragon form. Said form stood on 2 legs with a large tail coming out of his back. His head had a large horn coming out of the top of his head with 2 more out from the sides. The form was all white with blue streaks running through it. And the form is the look of hot red dragon archfiend from Yu-Gi-Oh, with black being replaced by white and red replaced by blue. The shared look throughout all the servants clearly said were Ed. Netlet thanked the Lord that she wasn't a member of either peerages and prayed Issei wouldn't go too hard on Rainier and Calawarner. Even Riaz and Sona were thankful that they weren't going up against Issei. Kuroka though looked unfazed by his transformation after seeing it so many times. Your goal is to simply survive against me for half an hour. If you can manage that, then you will be rewarded generously, Issei said. That doesn't seem so hard. Even I can manage to do. Saji couldn't finish his sentence until he was swiftly hit with Issei's tail, sending him across the entire field. That's enough of him, Issei said. He lowered his head to face the rest of the group and readied fire in his mouth. Now, who's next? Scene break. To say that the spar against Issei was brutal was a major understatement. Sona's entire peerage, minus Tsubaki and Tsubasa, were taken out in a matter of 5 minutes. Tsubaki was forced to use her Mirror Alice sacred gear, which still didn't faze Issei even if it doubled what he threw at her, and Tsubasa kept her distance, making safe and precise attacks. It took Kiba and Kaneko 10 minutes to get knocked out, with Tsubasa soon following. Akino, Tsubaki, Calawarner and Rainier were the final ones standing, with Rainier fainting after 17 minutes after overusing her sacred gear, which depleted her stamina with every use. After the healer got knocked out, the rest of the spar ended at 19 minutes when Issei got a clear shot at the final 3 and wiped them out at the same time. With the spar ending, Issei reverted back to his normal form, somehow keeping his clothes intact, and asked Kuroka to heal everyone. And to think that was only my first level dragon transformation. They all need some serious work, Issei commented. And how many levels do you have in total? Asked Sona. That's for me to know and you to find out, Issei replied while giving a quick wink. Though what I will say is that the form I just used wasn't even used to its fullest. 30% was all I needed to take them all out. Is that because of the power given to you by Ophis? Sona asked. Not at all. That power came from being the descendant of Albion, Issei stated. Well, that explains the coloring of your form, Ria said. How are you not surprised about me being related to Albion? Issei asked. After being told that you're technically the child of Ophis, nothing can surprise us, Sona said, with Riaz nodding in agreement. Issei then turned to see the damage he had caused to the peerages. Even after being healed by Kuroka, most of them still had some bruises all over their bodies. Training has only just begun. Time skip. After the whole spar with Issei in the morning, the rest of their training was easier for them. They did the regular jogging and one-on-one spars against one another the entire day. So far, Kiba had the most progress out of everyone, becoming faster and more defensive than he was before. The 2 least progressing were Saji and Kaneko. Kaneko was slower because she wasn't using her true powers like her sister, and Saji well because he's Saji. Dinner had approached and everyone was having fun since they were finally able to relax for the day. Even though he was hungry, he saw that Kuroka was troubled by something, so he invited her to a walk outside of the mansion. Alright Kuroka, I know something's up with you. I need you to tell me what, Issei said. I don't know what you're talking about, Issei, Kuroka said in a playful voice that only he could see through. Don't act as if everything is fine, Kuroka. You know you can tell me everything, Issei assured, which led to Kuroka to grab onto him and burst into tears on his chest. Shion hates me. I tried talking to her and she won't acknowledge me. Kuroka cried out. I don't know what to do. Listen, I've promised that I'd get you both on good terms, and you know damn right that I'm gonna do it, Issei said. Thank you, Issei. You have no idea how much I appreciate this, Kuroka thanked. Issei at the top of her forehead. No need to worry. Just trust me. The 2 made their way back to the mansion, with Kuroka going straight to her room and Issei going to go see Riaz. He knew that he would need help getting the 2 back together, and who better to help than Kaneko's master. He went up to her room and quickly explained the whole situation about why Kuroka had killed her master and that she needed her help to get on friendlier terms with Kaneko. And that's why I need your help, Issei said. And what do I get in return? Riaz asked. I'm saving you from Riser and I'm training your entire peerage. What else do you want, woman? Issei exclaimed. Simple. After this whole thing is over, we're getting married, Riaz replied. Issei immediately face-palmed at such a request. Out of all things, she wanted that. Fine, but you're the second wife since I already promised Kuroka to be the first. I can live with that. Riaz got up from the bed and gave Issei a quick on the cheek. I'm going to take a quick shower. You get yourself comfortable, Issei. She walked towards the entrance of the bathroom, swaying her hips with every step. The things I do for love. Scene break. Morning soon came, and unsurprisingly all the same girls ended up all over the bed. Surprisingly though was that there was a new face. That new face came in the form of Tsubasa. Yes, the one who Issei would give the award for being the most watching of him since he arrived at Kyo was in his bed. Not as nude as the other girls, but still in his bed, clinging onto his right available leg. Great. Now people that I'm not even trying to seduce are now on my bed. You have the power of Ophis, 2 dragon sacred gears, and you're a half-dragon yourself. It shouldn't be a surprise that you're attracting females. In fact, it should be expected. All of my past hosts had harems full of beautiful women. It's only natural that you're a chick magnet. It's going to be the death of me, I just know it is. Transforming into a shadow, Issei slipped out of the hold of the girls and went down to get a bite to eat. On his way towards the kitchen he found Akino in the halls. Ara Issei, aren't you up early, she said. I could say the same to you. I honestly thought only I was awake at this time, Issei replied. Yes, well, I'm just naturally an early riser, Akino replied. By the way, from what Rias told me, she very much enjoyed her first time with you a few nights ago. And here I was thinking I'd be able to join. Akino playfully pouted and crossed her arms under her breast to successfully draw Issei's attention to them. You like these, Issei? Know that they're yours whenever you'd like, Akino said seductively. If I had even the tiniest amount less of self-control, I'd take her here and now. Akino went closer to Issei and whispered into his ear. And don't worry about being too rough. I want you to punish me for being such a naughty girl. She licked his earlobe, then walked away, swaying her hip even more seductively than Rias had last night. Issei was left stunned at how Akino had acted. He knew she was seductive, but this was at a whole different level. Holy shit, in all my years I've never met anyone as seductive as she is. After recovering from his shock, Issei continued his walk towards the kitchen to get some food. Once he got to the kitchen, he worked on making his favorite food of all time, tempura. When his mother was still alive, she would make this for him every day after he finished his studies. After his first taste of it, he had grown to love the smell and taste of tempura. But after she and his father were killed, he hadn't had it up until 3 years ago. It was Kuroka who had reunited him with his favorite food. After she first made it for him, he begged her to teach him how to make it. It was because of all the nights they shared making tempura over and over that they grew a bond and became the lovers they are now. After his food was made, he grabbed a plate and sat himself on the kitchen table in peace. It wasn't long until someone else had smelled the aroma of the tempura and made their way to the kitchen. The first to arrive was Kiba. Yo, Issei, he greeted. Is that tempura I smell? Yeah, it is, Issei replied. Grab some, I made enough to share. Sweet thanks, Kiba said. He grabbed a few and made his way to the table and sat next to Issei. After his first bite, he was surprised at how good it tasted and quickly ate the rest. That was amazing. You made that yourself. It took a while, but I finally mastered the art of making tempura, Issei joked. I have to say I'm impressed with your cooking skills, Kiba complimented. Thanks, I appreciate it, Issei replied. A few more minutes passed and more people showed up and ate some of the tempura Issei set for them. Even Saji tried some of it but didn't admit at how good it was. While everyone was talking about how they would train, Rias pulled Kaneko to the side and began her conversation about Kuroka. Issei easily saw how Kaneko wasn't very interested about the story, and when Rias was finished talking, she said nothing and simply walked away. He saw the look of disappointment on Rias' face when she made her way towards him. I told her. She didn't care about what I told her and just walked away. I can't believe her, Rias exclaimed. Well, I can understand why she's like this, Issei said, with Rias looking at him with confusion. She never knew the full story and is in denial. Then what are you going to do, Rias asked. Give me 5 minutes, I'll be right back, Issei said. He walked the direction Kaneko left towards and found his way at her room. Without even knocking, he walked in, seeing her with her face planted into the pillow. Go away. If you think I'll forgive her, you're wrong, she said in an annoyed tone. Just wanted to ask you a quick question, Issei replied. What do you want, Kaneko asked. Do you know why I love your sister, Issei asked. Without a moment of hesitation, Kaneko replied with some hate in her voice. Because she's hot. Because she seduced you. Or maybe because she offered you the best ever. No, she does that anyways, Issei replied in a joking manner. You see, I love her because she is the most caring person I've ever met. She didn't act like that when he abandoned me, Kaneko said. Listen, when she first opened up to me, she cried for days because of the guilt of not bringing you with her. She wanted to bring you, but she thought you'd be in even more danger if you were with her. She didn't know anything. They wanted to execute me for what she did. I'm only alive because of Rias. She poured her anger that was bottled up within her into that. All of her anger, sadness, and loneliness were brought out in that moment. Obviously, he wouldn't be able to fix anything but decided to leave one thing behind. Issei summoned a magic circle and pulled out an old notebook that used to belong to Kuroka's former master. If you want to know the truth, read the book. If you wish to continue hating your sister, that's your choice. Issei left the book at the foot of the bed and left the room. For a few moments, Kaneko refused to read the book, but her curiosity got the best of her and opened it up. There was a bookmark left in one of the last pages of the book which read this. Experiments on the Nekishu Kuroka have been a success. She is overflowing with power. Preparations for the experiments on her younger sister, Nekishu Shiren, will begin tomorrow. Kaneko gasped and kept reading to a new passage. I have reason to believe that Nekishu Kuroka is planning to kill me. Perhaps it's because she doesn't want her sister, Nekishu Shiren, going through the experiments. I must be wary. After finishing the passage, Kaneko burst into tears, saddened at how she treated her older sister because she thought she put her through the loneliness for her selfish desires. Big sister, please forgive me. Kaneko felt 2 large orbs pressing on her back with 2 warm hands wrapping around her. It's okay, Shiren. I just hope you could forgive me. I shouldn't have left you like that. The 2 sisters were left in a tight embrace, with Kuroka being happy that her sister finally forgave her for her mistakes. What the 2 didn't know, however, was that Issei was in the shadows of the room, completely invisible even to the most skilled of senjutsu users. He gave a warm smile, then left the room satisfied with his work. Issei began wandering the halls after his work with the two sisters was completed. After a while of wandering he found Sona and her peerage training in the backyard and decided to join them. Currently it was Saji sparring against Tsubasa, with Saji getting utterly destroyed. He couldn't catch up with her and got knocked out with a final punch in the gut. "Nice shot, Tsubasa," Issei complimented. When he spoke up that Tsubasa looked towards him and got red all over. "Thanks Issei, but I think I could have done better," she replied. "Don't sell yourself short. I watched for a bit and you did amazingly," Issei said. "Thanks, I appreciate it," Tsubasa replied. "How interesting. Are you getting red?" Tsubasa Rhea teased. "I think she is Rhea. I wonder why," Momo added. "Shut up, Momo. You get red whenever Saji just says hi to you," Tsubasa exclaimed. "I do not," Momo retorted. "At least I wasn't caught leaving a boy's room this morning." As much as Issei enjoyed this little argument, he made his way to Sona and Tsubaki, who were watching from afar. "Must you always cause some nonsense?" Issei, Sona asked. "It's not my fault they found out about Tsubasa being in my room." "Speaking of which, how did they find out?" Issei asked. "I'll let Tsubaki explain that one," Sona said while gesturing towards Tsubaki. Tsubaki got red, and when Issei raised an eyebrow it made her even more red. "Two may have been planning to come and visit you this morning and saw her leave your room." "And for what reason were you going to visit me?" Issei asked. "I just wanted to check up on you, I swear," Tsubaki exclaimed. Issei wanted to get more information out of her but decided to end her embarrassment at that. He made his way back to the mansion and took a seat on the sofa. "Only 5 days are left, Phoenix. Best spend them to their fullest." Time skip day of battle. The final days of training passed rather quickly. Improvement within the servants was very noticeable, and they were almost all able to survive his first-level dragon form for half an hour. When Kaneko finally forgave her sister, the two went non-stop with Senjutsu training with. Issei helped with some of the training since he knew how to somewhat control it, and she almost mastered it in the last day. Both he and Kuroka were satisfied with the results, but what made Kuroka even happier was that Kaneko began to see Issei as an older brother. Kaneko knew Issei and her sister would end up married one day, so better get used to it now rather than later. Even Saji got stronger. His situation was tragic though. He trained his best and it was still futile. His fate was already sealed. Currently Issei was waiting in a room alone until Grafia came to pick him up. There was nothing to think about. As long as Riser had no dragon-slaying items, there was nothing to worry about. A few minutes later a familiar white magic circle appeared in front of him and Grafia came out. "It is time." With Rias, all around the arena there were VIP lounges for all of the high-class families who had attended, such as the Citrus, Asteroths, Bales, and obviously the Gremories and Phoenixes. In the lounge of the Gremories there was Xiaticus Gremory, his wife Venilana Gremory, Rias Gremory with her peerage, Milica's Gremory, and his mother Arabella Gremory, formerly known as Arabella Glacia Labolas. Rias was speaking with her parents about how she believed it was her right to marry whom she loved, and once the battle was over she would be engaged to Issei. Before Lord Gremory could scold his daughter, Lord Phoenix, Lady Phoenix, Ravel, and the rest of Riser's peerage came in the lounge. "Hello there, Xiaticus. It's been much too long," Lord Phoenix greeted. "As it has, Reburn. Although I would have preferred us to meet on better terms," Xiaticus replied. "As it would, but once this little excuse of a warrior is dealt with, the marriage will continue as planned," Reburn said. Rias immediately got ticked off after hearing what Lord Phoenix said, but knew that he was in for a surprise at the end and left the situation alone. "You never know, Reburn. The boy may surprise us all," Xiaticus replied. "We'll see about that." "Yes, we will." With Issei. When Grafia took Issei to the arena he was utterly shocked at how small it was. It was a rectangular shape with different chess pieces at each corner of the arena. At the opposing side of the arena stood Riser, standing as cockily as one could. He had the biggest smirk on his face that almost made Issei vomit. "I can't believe you actually came, boy. Riser thought you would run away," Riser said. "How ironic the burning chicken would think I'd chicken out," Issei replied. In an instant a look of rage appeared on Riser's face, with his wings of flames growing larger. "This is your last chance, boy. Surrender and you won't have to embarrass yourself," Riser exclaimed. "Funny, I was about to say the same to you," Issei said. "That's it. Riser will end you here and now." Riser flew up and summoned 2 large spheres of flames in his hands and threw them both at Issei at incredible speed. With this Issei stood his ground, not even attempting to avoid the attack. "HMPH seems as if he already accepted his fate," Riser thought while the spheres had made impact on Issei, making a large amount of smoke cover the area around the site. "It seems as if your little warrior of yours was all talk and no fight, my beloved Rias," Riser said. "It's too bad." Riser was hoping to toy with High Prison Dragon Balance Breaker. The smoke cleared and at the center out of it stood Issei in a suit of armor. The armor was thin and black with a purple gem at the center and purple lenses in the eye holes. 2 black wings sprouted from the back of it and a sword of darkness was sheathed on his hip. All of the audience stood in shock. This boy not only has a sacred gear, but he also defended against Riser's attack with ease. With Rias, what is he? Reburn asked, shocked to see what he thought was a simple human being able to survive an attack from Riser. "He is the host of the Dragon King Vritra," Rias explained. "But wasn't Vritra shattered into multiple sacred gears?" Xiaticus asked. "That is true, but he holds the most powerful of them," Grafia said after coming out of a magic circle. "Grafia, aren't you supposed to be with Sirzech?" Arabella asked. "Yes, I am, but my master relieved me of my duties for now," Grafia explained. Grafia, what is his sacred gear? Zodiacus asked. It's quite simple. He holds the gear named Prison of Ruin, which contains the spirit of Vritra, and unlike the other fragments he can speak to him whenever he desires, Grafia said. It has the power of the rest of the Vritra gears with some added abilities such as the power to control shadows. Lord Phoenix was utterly shocked that this sacred gear even existed. Just who did Riser pick a fight with? With Issei. Riser, like the rest of the audience, was too shocked to do anything. All he could do was stay there and try to process what just happened. What's the matter, Phoenix? I thought you were going to end me, Issei said with a wide smirk under his faceplate. Riser wasn't sure about what he was about to do, and before he could decide, all he saw was Issei dashing towards him before everything went black. Damn it, you bastard, Riser cried while covering his eyes. Issei had just cut his eyes in half, leaving Riser momentarily blind. What a shame. I was aiming a bit lower, stated Issei. Riser was still weeping in pain until flames covered his eyes and healed them. So it is true. The members of the House of Phoenix do have almost instantaneous regeneration, Issei said. This might take longer than expected. Oh well, more fun for me. Once again, faster than anyone could see, Issei charged at Riser and continuously sliced his body faster than it could regenerate. Splattered, almost covering Issei's entire armor. Skin was peeled, bones were sliced, and organs were getting obliterated. The only thing keeping Riser alive was that Issei was intentionally missing his heart. Before he could make a final swing, Riser got a lucky punch in and sent Issei back. Head, not too bad. Seems as if you're not as weak as I thought you were, Issei said. Riser's hair covered his face, making it difficult to see his emotions. Flames began to cover his body and heal the damage Issei had caused. I'll kill you, Riser said. Is that a fact? I highly doubt it, Issei replied. I'll kill you, Riser repeated. Kill you dead. You bastard, I'll cut you to pieces. His entire body was engulfed by flames and he charged at Issei with everything he had. His speed and strength were raised drastically, but it still wasn't enough. Issei effortlessly dodged every punch Riser threw out to try and wear him down. This movement continued for a while longer until Issei grew bored of it and punched Riser across the face and sent him flying to the other side of the arena. Just to make this even more impossible for you, I'll start absorbing your power. Issei shot 2 absorption lines from each arm and burned it with black flames. These absorption lines will keep absorbing your power and sustain me with it, while the evil black flames will make it impossible to free yourself. Face it, Riser, you're outmatched. Surrender now and you can live to see another day. Riser slowly lifted himself from himself and did something that shocked everyone. He laughed. Not just any laugh, but he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, Issei stood confused but cautious about the situation. He had heard this laugh before and knew it meant trouble. Ha ha, me the great Riser, surrender to you. I'd rather blow up than do such a thing. That's it. That's exactly what I'll do. I'll blow up so none of us will survive. Riser began to concentrate his leftover power and began to slowly glow a bright red color until his entire body began to burn. Cries of pain could be heard from him until it went silent. Then a burst of fire engulfed the entire arena, disabling all visuals on the inside. With Rias, once all visuals went out, all the girls began fearing for the worst. Issei, they cried out. All of the girls began crying in each other's arms, with the exception of Grafia and Kuroka, who stood silent in the back. Suddenly a red magic circle appeared and out of it came out Serzech's Lucifer. With the exception of the girls, all of the devils went down on one knee to show respect to one of the 4 current devil kings. Lord Lucifer, what brings you here of all times? Reborn asked. I came to know how your son just blew himself up, Lord Phoenix, Serzech replied. Reborn was taken back by the reasoning but said what he knew, which was nothing. I am not sure, my lord. I assume it's because his mental state was damaged, so he released everything at once, Reborn said. Brother, we need to do something. Rias exclaimed. What is there to do? Rias, odds are that the blast instantly. We must assume the worst and that he died, Serzech said. I refuse to believe that such a blast was strong enough to kill him, Rias said while turning to Kuroka. You can sense him, can't you? Kuroka gave a saddened face before she gave an answer. I don't sense his aura anywhere. It just vanished. Kuroka collapsed to the ground crying with Kaneko supporting her. Even Riser's peerage looked mournful for the girls who had lost their love. The cries of the girls continued until all of their shadows began to move to the center of the room, which created 2 shadowy figures carrying the charred body of Issei. Issei, the girls exclaimed in unison, instantly approaching his body. How is he alive? Riser's explosion should have killed him, Reborn said. To the surprise of them all, black flames began to cover his body and heal the injuries dealt to him. That looks like Phoenix regeneration. Moments after the shadowy figures brought their master to the lounge, Issei slowly awakened. His vision was momentarily hazy and the rest of his senses dulled. After his senses finally settled, he saw 2 men with red hair with a brown-haired woman, a blonde man and woman, Riser's peerage and the rest of the girls. Seconds after he was finally to his senses, Issei was immediately tackled by the girls, with the exception of Grafia since she was currently serving as Lucifer's queen. Rias, who are these people? Issei asked. After wiping away some of her tears, Rias pointed to her father, mother, and brother. My father, Zodiacus Gremory, my mother, Venilana Gremory, and my brother, Serzech Lucifer, and his wife, Arabella Gremory. Hearing the final 2 names, Issei stiffened up since he finally got to meet the man and woman who broke Grafia's heart all those years ago. He would have attacked them, but since they are related to one of his lovers, hell let them go. This time at least. So this is the boy who stole my daughter's heart, Ziaticus said. Pleased to meet you, Imria's father. And I am her brother, Serzech. Lucifer Serzech greeted. How do you do, Imria's mother, and I hope you are taking good care of her, Venelana said. Well, that explains them, but who are they? Issei asked, pointing at Lord and Lady Phoenix. They are Reborn Phoenix and Layla Phoenix, Riaz explained. Also known as the parents of Riser. The last fact utterly shocked Issei, as for he didn't know what they were going to do after watching their son die. Forgive me for the loss of your son, Lord and Lady Phoenix, Issei said while bowing. Please, raise your head. My son's downfall was his own fault, Reborn said. And besides, he wasn't the heir of the household, so his death won't affect us that much. Everyone looked at Lord Phoenix in shock. For him to be so uncaring of the death of his third son was so unexpected, as he promised all of Riser's property and peerage now belong to you, Layla said. Please come to the Phoenix estate so we may properly give you his belongings. As you wish, Lady Phoenix, Issei replied. Lord Phoenix snapped his finger, which made a magic circle which teleported him, his wife and Riser's peerage back to the Phoenix estate. After the Phoenix family left, each of the girls took turns with smothering Issei's face in there and passionately ing him. While watching this, Serzech, Arabella, Ziaticus, and Venelana lovingly smiled at the man who stole their Ria's heart. All right, Issei, when will you marry Riaz? Ziaticus asked. Not for a while, Naya Kuroka spoke. Issei promised that I will be the first wife. Issei promised me that I will be the second wife, Riaz said. Issei, what did you get yourself into? A feminine voice said. Behind everyone there was a beautiful woman with jet black hair and wearing a black gothic dress with a black ribbon on it. Her eyes were as emotionless as ever, but she had a slight smile on her face. To the surprise of everyone, Issei, Kuroka, and Grafia walked towards her and respectfully went on their knees. It's great to see you again, Mother, Issei said. Yes, it's been a while, Lady Ophis, Grafia added. After saying her name, everyone, with the exception of Riaz, widened their eyes at how the trio seemed to personally know the infinite dragon god. After the shock, Serzech readied his signature Ruin the Extinct. Seeing this, Issei stretched his arm towards Serzech's. Coming out of Serzech's shadow was an exact copy of him, who wrapped its arm around his neck and surrounded itself in its own power of destruction. Oh, come now, Lucifer. I think we both know you don't make good choices of who you mess with, Issei said. Issei, what's going on? Riaz nervously asked. Oh, it's nothing, Riaz, Issei said, snapping his fingers and dissipating the shadow clone. Just protecting my mother. Sai, I ask you forgive my son, Issei. He doesn't think and just does, Venelana said. I hope you don't think ill of us for his actions. Serzech was on the ground after slightly being choked by the clone. Arabella comforted him as he was heavily breathing. These devils truly are a hassle, aren't they, Issei? Ophis asked. They are not all bad, Mother. There could be some who I care for, Issei replied while smiling towards Riaz. Ah yes, come child, I wish to access you, Ophis said to Riaz. Riaz cautiously walked towards Ophis. When she reached her, Ophis ran her hand all over her face, smiling. This is an interesting one, my child. She can give you a dragon with the power of destruction. So far she is the one with the most potential. You have my blessing, future daughter, Ophis said. Thank you, Ophis, Riaz nervously said. Please, call me Mother, Ophis replied. All right, the Mother, Riaz said. Now Issei, give her your snake, Ophis ordered. Ara, I believe Issei had already done that, Yufufufu Akino said. That's not what she means, Naya Kuroka said. Issei put his palm on Riaz's chest and on his hand formed Ophis' signature infinity symbol. Riaz felt a surge of power running through her. She looked towards her left hand and saw what seemed to be a living tattoo of a snake slithering through her fingers until it made a stop on her ring finger. Moments after, the tattoo materialized into a ring with a black jewel which held the infinity symbol within it. Vritra said aloud. Tears began to form in her eyes as she pulled Issei into a passionate. She was overjoyed at the fact that the two were married, even if it was only by dragon customs. Naya, I don't understand why she's so happy about this, Kuroka said. It's not like she's the only one married to him. Let her have her moment, Grafia replied. And don't act as if you weren't emotional when this happened to you. You weren't there when this happened to me, Kuroka retorted. And for the record, after we got married like this, we immediately had our honeymoon moment, Naya. Wait, hold the phone, Calawarner interjected. Are you telling me that a married man for a TLEAST a year? With Kuroka it was about 2 years, Ophis added. It will be fun pursuing a man who's already taken by so many women, Akino began. Just the thought gets me hot, Yufufufu. Akino, please take note that my family is here, so try and act civil, Riaz demanded. Awa, you're no fun, Riaz. Milikas went to sleep halfway through the fight, so there's nothing to worry about, Akino replied. It seems as if your new husband is going to have quite the harem now, isn't he, Riaz? Ziaticus asked. Sigh, it appears so, father. I hope that he can manage this many women, though, Riaz replied. Sweetie, I believe we should go meet with Reborn and Layla about the events which just took place, Venelana suggested. Yes, we should, Ziaticus agreed. I hope to see you again, Issei. Lord and Lady Gremory were teleported back to the Gremory estate, leaving the group with Arabella and a still out-of-breath Serzech. Tell me, Grafia, do you truly love this boy, Serzech asked. Yes, I do, Lord Lucifer, Grafia replied. Then you are relieved of your duties as both my queen and head maid, Serzech said. A small magic circle appeared on Grafia's chest and a queen piece came out of it and into Serzech's hand. He went over to the chair which Milikas was sleeping in and picked him up. He'll see you all soon. Everyone, but Ophis of course, stood shocked at the event which took place. Who would have thought that the current devil king Lucifer would have relieved the silver-haired queen of annihilation from her service to him? Interestingly, a few moments after Surzech left, Sona and her peerage had arrived via magic circle. The faces of both Tsubaki and Tsubasa were ones of sadness and loss, while Saji had a smirk on his face. Rias, I'm so sorry for yo. Sona stopped and had a face as if she seen a ghost. How is he alive? The smirk on Saji's face disappeared and was replaced with one which obviously said, damn it. I saw that look on your face, Genshiro. Have it on your face again and they'll kill you, Issei threatened. He'll keep that in mind, Saji replied while rolling his eyes. Who's the MILF behind you? That's my mother, Issei stated. Sona's eyes were immediately widened. She knew that after what Saji just said, there was no way he would survive the day. That's Ophis, Sona asked. That's correct, Sona, Issei replied. This is Ophis, the infinite dragon god. Saji's legs began to fail him as he fell on his knees. Oh shit. The boy was quite rude, Issei, Ophis said. Please kill him. As you wish, mother, Issei replied. Because you've disrespected my mother, your death will be slow and painful, Genshiro. Would I prefer it to be just us two, so we'll deal with you later. Chains of shadows. Out of the shadows, chains grabbed onto him and drew him in. His screams were soon silenced and he will receive some torture while in the prison of shadows until he's put to death. Rather extremist, did Issei, Sona asked. We dragons have killed for much less, Sona, Issei explained. For him to disrespect a god like that, death will be an easy punishment. I suppose, Sona replied. This easy response simply angered both Momo and Ruruko as they were both in love with Saji. How could you be so okay with him being put to death, Sona, Momo exclaimed. He loved you and you're letting him die, Ruruko added. What do you expect me to do then, get killed by arguably the strongest dragon in existence, Sona asked. There's nothing we can do without dying. But we have to do something, Momo said. Please excuse us, Sona said. Well, see you all at school Monday. Sona and her peerage were all teleported away with the use of a magic circle. The remaining people were understandably shocked at how Issei easily followed Ophis' orders on killing Saji. Tell me, future daughter, what is your relation with the Lucifer, Ophis asked. He's my brother, Rias replied. What is a brother, Ophis asked. A brother is a male you share a parent with. On the flip side, a sister is a female you share a parent with. Take for instance Ray and Calawarner, they are sisters, Issei explained. I see. You don't have a brother nor a sister since your mother and father died, Ophis said. That is correct. They died before they had the chance to have another kid, Issei replied. Ophis slowly closed her eyes and had her aura surround her. Some of her power flowed in front of her and began to take a human form. After a shine of bright light there appeared a girl who looked like a younger version of Ophis. Your new sister. She has the same exact DNA that you do, just slightly altered, Ophis explained. Looks like I got a new sister-in-law, Naya. What's her name, Kuroka asked. Lilith, Issei said. Let's call her Lilith, naming her after your mother. How symbolic, Ophis said. Very well then. Lilith, meet your big brother, Issei Hayaudu. Big brother, Lilith asked. Yes, Lilith. It's me, your big brother, Issei replied, almost tearing up. Big brother Lilith threw herself at Issei, bringing them into a loving hug. Unlike Ophis, Lilith wasn't as emotionless. Because she had almost the same DNA as Issei did, she was able to feel emotions. The group smiled at the warm sight they saw. Hell, even Ophis, a being of nothingness, gave a faint smile. Even if Lilith was given a portion of Ophis' strength, Issei wouldn't let her be in harm's way. He would be their sword so their hands stay clean. Thank you, mother. Thank you for giving me a family once again, Issei thanked. Anything for you, my child, Ophis replied as she teleported away. Issei kept Lilith in his grasp and looked at the others. I think it's time we head home. After returning to the orc room, Issei said his goodbyes to Kiba, Kaneko, and Akino, with Akino continuously making Yule innuendos which annoyed Rias. Issei, the regular group, and the newly added Grafia and Lilith went home. Upon returning home, Issei got a message from Lord Gremory which said that he should visit the Phoenix estate the next day to receive Riser's possessions. Issei then formally introduced Lilith to Rias, Kuroka, Grafia, Midalt, Rainier, and Calawarner, with the three formers being overjoyed about meeting their new sister-in-law. Issei showed Lilith to her new bedroom as everyone went to sleep for the night. Like always, the girls waited until Issei got changed and laid in bed to begin surrounding him into their usual spots, with Grafia making her as Issei's new pillows. That went better than expected. When you two agree. Even if my body was destroyed, I'm pretty sure that mother could have made me a new one. Yes, but now they know that him is killer. They'll keep that in mind. Issei, accompanied by Kuroka and Lilith, arrived at the Phoenix estate where they were welcomed by 100 of maids. Welcome to the Phoenix estate, Lord Hayaudu, said the head maid. Please follow me. Issei nodded and followed the maid into the mansion. In the home there were dozens of statues made of gold of what Issei assumed to be the past lord and ladies of the House of Phoenix. But there was one in particular which had caught his attention. On the foot of the statue there held writing which wrote Lord Reynard Phoenix, the bird which could not have been extinguished, defeated 4 battalions of angels during the Great War with his most trusted companion, Shiryu. Known to Reynard as Ryu, this caught his attention because that was the name of his father, and by what Ophis told Issei about him was that his father was feared by the angels for utterly decimating their forces during the war. Had the two families crossed paths before? Lord Issei, is something wrong? The maid asked. No, it's nothing. Let's continue, Issei replied. The four continued on their way until they reached a large set of doors. When the doors were opened, Issei saw both Lords Phoenix and Gremory accompanied with their wives and Riser's peerage. Issei, it's great that you could join us today, Reborn greeted. It's great to see you all again, Issei replied. Now let's get to business, shall we, Ziotica suggested. Issei took a seat across the two lords with Kuroka to his left and Lilith on his right. Who's this young lady, Issei, Ziotica asked. She's my new sister, my lord. My mother created her soon after you left, Issei explained. Excuse me, but did you say created, Reborn asked. Yes, he did, Reborn. As for who his mother is, to put it bluntly, his mother is the infinite dragon god Ophis, Ziotica said. Lord and Lady Phoenix had their eyes immediately widened at this news, with some of the peerage girls fainting. Well, then this will make things much more interesting, Reborn said. Make what more interesting, Issei asked. Well, you see, Issei, because you are married to Rias by dragon customs, we thought it would be a good idea for you to marry Reborn's only daughter, Ravel Phoenix, Ziotica explained. Wait, what? Issei and Ravel exclaimed in unison. You see now that the marriage to Rias and Riser is now impossible, and because you're married to her, this is the next best thing to get our families to unite, Reborn explained. But I don't even know him, Ravel exclaimed. That didn't stop them from trying to get Rias and Riser married, Naya Kuroka joked. Yes, and we all know how that ended, Issei added. That is why I'm leaving my daughter in your care, Issei, Reborn said. She was a part of her brother peerage, and since his peerage is now yours, it gives you both some time to get to know each other. And if she stays discontent with this, Issei asked, then we won't force you both into this. We have learned that forcing a marriage is a thing of the past and we must change with the times. But if the marriage fails to go through, then Lord Phoenix offers you the chance of being adopted into the family, Ziotica explained. Why is that, Issei asked. You now have the power of a true phoenix. For that I wish to consider you family, one way or another, Reborn explained. I see. Then what of the rest of the peerage, Issei asked. They will all move into your home by the end of the day, Reborn said. I don't think that's possible. My home is already overbooked with women, so I don't have any more spare rooms, Issei said. I suspected such, and that's why I had your home renovated to fit all the women in the harem of yours, Ziotica said. Wait, you did what? Issei exclaimed. Why couldn't they stay in one of Riser's estates? This way you all get closer as master and servant should, Reborn replied. They'll arrive in a few hours, so I suggest you go and explore your new territory. Eubeluna, please take Issei to all of his new land. As you wish, Lord Phoenix. Please follow me, Lord Hayatu, said Eubeluna. She was a busty woman with long, wavy purple hair that falls all the way down her back and matching eyes. Issei nodded and left to the new estates of his with Lilith and Kuroka. They went to all 15 of his estates, with a majority of them being bigger than the one he went to during training before the battle. The majority of the time they didn't converse that much with each other, since Issei didn't know if Eubeluna would be angered towards him for way he did with her master. After going through half of the estates, he finally chose to speak up. I'm sorry for what I had to do to your master, Issei said. Eubeluna stopped in her tracks and faced Issei. There is nothing to be sorry about. Neither I nor the other servants truly cared for him. He used us as he pleased and never cared for how we felt, Eubeluna explained. Just know that I won't treat you as he did. I will never force you to do something you don't wish to do, Issei assured. Thank you, Lord Hayatu, Eubeluna replied. Please, call me Issei, Issei said. All right then, Issei. After hours of touring through the new estates, Issei, Kuroka and Lilith returned back to see the house renovated. It was 6 stories high, which was 3 times taller than it was before. To his surprise, some of the surrounding houses have disappeared, and he wondered what they had to do to make this happen. Sigh, why must this always happen to me, Issei asked. That's what happens when you're harem king, Naya Kuroka joked. Brother, I'm hungry, Lilith said. Is that so? What do you want to eat, Issei asked. I want tempura, Lilith replied. So she got my love for tempura as well, didn't she? Alrighty then, let's go make some tempura, Issei declared, raising his arm to the sky. Yeah, Lilith said, doing the same. Kuroka chuckled at the sight of how Issei treated his new younger sister. She wondered how he would care for their future children. She placed her hand on her stomach and looked to the sky. One day, she thought. The trio walked into the home and saw the rest of the girls awaiting for them in the living room. To their surprise, even Kaneko had shown up. Cheyenne, what are you doing here? Kuroka asked. I wanted to see Big Brother, Kaneko replied. Can I stay here as well? Of course you can, Kaneko, Issei answered. Stay as long as you like. Wanting to practice some more senjutsu, Kaneko pulled Kuroka into her new room so they could practice in peace. Meanwhile, Lilith dragged Issei into the kitchen so he could prepare her some tempura for them to share. The rest of the girls saw how the two siblings were now interacting, and like Kuroka did earlier, they rubbed their stomachs and wondered how good of a father he would be. Half an hour later, Issei and Lilith were finally finished with their tempura and began sharing some. He had made enough for the other girls, and to his dismay they all asked if he could feed them. Everything was going swell and there was nothing to be worried about. This was when Issei decided to slip away unnoticed. He summoned a portal of shadows and walked through. He went from a joyful home with laughter of women to a dark prison with moans of agony within. He walks past all the cells until he saw one man who really got on his nerve. In the cell there sat the pale white-haired rouge exorcist Fried Selzin. He was all white and had scars all over his face. His eyes were dead inside. He was broken. Further down the line he saw another familiar face. Said face was one of an Oni named Minakui. He remembered that day when he first had to deal with him. 2 years ago in an abandoned warehouse in the outskirts of Kyoto there was an Oni that attempted to assassinate Kanu but decided to try and rape the poor Kitsune. Screaming for help, Kanu was slapped across the cheek by the ugly bastard, but before he could have done anything else, Kurai burst through the wall wondering what was going on. Seeing his adoptive sister hurt, he was enraged and attacked Minakui with a flurry of sword slashes. His lust intensified the power of Masamune. Minakui, unable to keep you with the master swordsman, tried to pull out a hidden dagger and stab Kurai with it but failed as Kurai caught his arm and flung him across the room, breaking the bastard's spine in the process. After making sure his sister was alright and contacting his adopted mother Yasaka and palace guards, Kurai teleported out of the palace. With the failure of an assassin, was placed in the palace dungeon with an enraged Kurai assigned as his executioner. "Why did you attack my sister, you demon?" Kurai asked the Oni. "To give the Yasaka a message," the ugly bastard replied, receiving a punch to the face by an even more enraged Kurai. "I'm gonna kill you," the black-haired teen yelled. "And after that I'm gonna murder your entire race." "You don't have the guts, boy," replied Minakui with a sneer. Kurai was silent for a while before he started to laugh like a madman. "I don't have the guts, ha ha ha," he screamed at the Oni. "Finally lost your mind, have?" Minakui scoffed, then felt an intense pain. "Gahhh," he yelled. "You're right, I'm not gonna kill you. I'm gonna torture you first." Kurai spoke, a dark tone in his voice and a sadistic smile on his face. "Hemorrhage," Kurai spoke suddenly. Pain screams could be heard in the forest near the Yokai capital, and after sending a message to the Oni faction, no one dared to try and hurt the royal family again. Outside the dungeon, Issei was told of the situation by Yasaka and went to meet with his friend. He was also enraged by the news, but unlike Kurai, he was able to control that anger. Upon entry, he heard the breaking of bones and cries for mercy. Issei knew that Kurai would give him none. Kurai cared for Yasaka and Kanu as if they were actually his mother and sister. Nothing could break that love. "You know, usually executions are quick and painless," Kurai, Issei said. "What are you doing here, Issei? Shouldn't you be home and mating with Kuroka?" Kurai asked while slashing at the Oni. "You know I care about the royal family. They are the reason I got to stay in Kyoto," Issei said. "Now are you going to give this bastard a quick death, or do you want him to truly suffer?" Kurai stopped his attacks and raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about? You see, like you, I also have an ability to control darkness. While you have dark manipulation, I'm the master of shadows." "Oh wow, you're special. What, you gonna write a book and name it Shadow Masters?" "No, but I can send this weakling to a prison which can torture him for eternity." "Go on. He will be tortured and then healed for the process to be done until he's broken. And what's in it for me? It'll give you access to his cell, so you may give him a torture session yourself if you would like." Kurai thought this over. He wouldn't be able to punish the Oni as much as he would like to, but if he can do it with him not having the chance of dying during the torture, would make it much more fun. "Fine, do it before I change my mind." Issei gave off a smirk and faced the Oni. He stretched his left arm forward and said 3 words. Chains of shadows. Black shadowy chains came out of the ground and slowly brought the Oni in. Screams were heard, but it was only for a second. He had a content look on his face before turning to Kurai. "Pleasure working with you." Before Kurai could respond, Issei was engulfed by shadows and teleported away. "Damned lizard." Issei simply smirked and he kept walking forward. It only took a few more moments until he reached the final cell he would visit. Within the cell was the most recent prisoner, Saji Genshiro. He was chained to the walls with the inability to move. Because he was newly added to the prison, he wasn't used to all of the torture that would go on. He had tears going down his face and lots of rips in his clothing. There were stains on the ground and walls of the room. "Oh Saji, so afraid, so alone, so lost, and most of all so weak," Issei mocked. Saji looked up to him with pure hatred in his eyes. "You bastard. How dare you? You know what the funny thing is, Sona knew about me trying to kill you all along." Shock now ruled his face. The shock that the love of his life sold him out. All it took was a promise of 2 favors and she was accepting of your death. "Too bad, I'll be leaving those girls Momo and Ruruku. Well, I'll kill you. Is that a fact? Well, let's just see about that. For now, let's just have some fun." Issei put on a sadistic smile and grabbed a dagger from the wall. Slowly dragging across Saji's face, Issei buried it into his right eye. "Hhhh," splattered from the eye socket and temporarily blinded him. Then shadows from the wall flowed into his eye and healed the eye, but the pain remained. With a snap of his fingers, 2 miniature shadow dragons at Issei's side. Without having to say anything, they began to take large chunks of his arms off, and when they were regenerated back, continued the process. Splattered all over Saji's uniform, making it go from white to crimson red. "You bastard, please stop this," he exclaimed. "I think we should get rid of that voice of yours." Issei took hold of a second dagger and plunged them both into his throat. His bones began to break and rapidly sprayed from him and coated the cell with his. Normally such an act would instantly kill him, but the curse of the prison wouldn't grant him such a luxury. Once again Issei drove another 2 daggers into each of Saji's eyes. His tears turned into and he couldn't do anything to stop his suffering. After a few more minutes of watching his work, Issei decided that it was enough and went straight to the point. He summoned more shadows to surround Saji and sent them into him and pulled out Saji's absorption line. "Now that your sacred gear has been removed, you'll slowly lose your life, my friend. But I'll let my children finish you off." Many more miniature shadow dragons filled the cell. They had a look of hunger towards Saji. Any last words? Go yourself. Well said. Issei began to walk out of the cell, and with a final look back to Saji he snapped his fingers. Each of the dragons brutally started to feed on Saji's flesh. The yells were slowly getting silenced, and when it was over he gave off a satisfied grin. Upon returning home, Issei found all of the harem girls in the living room. They all looked to be enjoying themselves. Rias and Grafia were in the corner of the room, assumingly talking about the whole situation with Surzech. The fallen angel trio seemed to be catching some TV, and Kuroka was playing with Lilith while using some of her senjutsu. Issei began to walk towards the two and asked, "Where'd your sister go?" "She went to her room and sleep. She's still not very used to using senjutsu, so she needed rest," Kuroka replied. "Speaking of rooms, I need you to come up to mine. It's important," Issei said. "Oh, do you want me to carry your child so soon?" Kuroka seductively asked. "Get your mind out of the gutter and follow me," Issei commanded. "Lilith, go play with some of the others while Kuroka and I talk." Lilith nodded and made her way towards Grafia and Rias. Issei smiled before turning back to Kuroka, and they both went up to his room. With the new renovations, it took a bit longer than expected to find the room, but once they found it they walked in and closed the door behind him. "What's this about eyes?" Kuroka asked. "It's about this," Issei replied. He reached out his left arm and summoned the absorption line he took from Saji minutes earlier. "Is that?" Vritra answered aloud. "How did you get it?" "Why did you get it?" Kuroka asked. "To put it simply, I've been wanting to take this from the kid for a while and give it to you," Issei answered. "Why me? Why did you want me to have this?" Kuroka asked. "It's because of that day you were close to death," Issei answered. "I don't see how that has to do with anything." "I would have survived," Kuroka stated. "No, you wouldn't have. If I didn't unlock Supremic Prison, you'd be dead," Issei retorted. "You absolute moron, how are we supposed to get out of this?" Kuroka exclaimed. "My fault, you were the one who suggested we go visit some random town to buy some food," Issei retorted. "Well, how was I supposed to know it was run by devils?" Kuroka replied. The two continued to bicker to one another as they were being chased down by some low-class devil guards. An hour earlier, Kuroka had suggested to Issei to visit a small town far away from their home in Kyoto. When she proposed this, Issei immediately declined the suggestion as the town was too close to devil territory, and if anyone recognized Kuroka, the two would be in major trouble. After minutes of arguing, Kuroka threatened to stop serving Issei tempura. Not wanting to be tempura-less for another extended period of time, Issei reluctantly agreed and the two were off. When they finally reached their destination, the duo visited a market where Kuroka was spotted by a horde of devil guards and were led to the situation they were currently in. "Damn it, we reached a dead end. What are we gonna do now?" Kuroka exclaimed. "Simple. We fight," Issei answered. A bright shine of light emerges from where Issei stands, and when it subsides, Issei is in his black scale mail armor. "To hell with this, I'm not going down without a fight," Kuroka exclaimed. The two charged at the devils and quickly made use of them. While Kuroka distracted them with the help of her senjutsu clones, Issei began to pick them off one by one until two remained. The final two were much more powerful than the rest were. They were able to overpower the clones and eventually knocked Kuroka into a tree and knocked her out. "How dare you!" Issei exclaimed. He charged at both of the devils with pure rage. He wasn't in control of his emotions, and because of this his movements became more sloppy. The two devils dodged each of Issei's attacks until one was able to pin him down. "Did you really think you could defeat us?" Dragon 1 mockingly asked. "We're veterans of the Great War and Devil Civil War. We can survive anything." "Truly, you are no match for us," the other added. With a blade in hand, the devil slowly made his way towards an unconscious Kuroka. Issei's eyes were widened at how the devil planned on executing his friend. He was furious at his plans, but was even more furious at how he couldn't do anything about it. "I wonder what the reward is for killing this one." "Let's find out," he said while swinging the blade. "I won't let you." Once again a blinding flash of light covered the area. This bright light both stopped the devil in his tracks and awakened Kuroka. When this light subsided, a new armor emerged. The armor was primarily black with white gems scattered around it and a large one at the center of the chest plate. Out the back were 8 dragon wings which were black with white streaks within them. On both wrists were 2 blades pointed outwards. Issei quickly knocked off the devil, which pinned him down and faced his arm towards him. A white blast came out of his hand and upon contact eliminated the devil. He then turned his head towards the other devil and once again reached his arm towards him. All the shadows around the devil were formed into 5 feet shadow dragons. With a snap of his fingers, the shadows began to devour the devil. He didn't even get a chance to cry for help. His death was rather quick, but painful. Kuroka stood there stunned. She was scared because she had no idea if Issei was in control of his actions. There was still a possibility that this new power corrupted his mind. Her thoughts were silenced when Issei suddenly appeared in front of her. She couldn't move, she was too tired from the battle to move at all. His face plate dissipated and he cupped her cheeks with both hands. Issei Kuroka was silenced when Issei pushed his lips against hers. Her eyes widened as she stood there stunned from his actions. When the shock subsided, she soon responded with embracing Indy as well. It went on for a few more minutes until they both finally separated for air. "I remember when we first met you questioned to why I insisted into fighting alone. Before that day I felt so incomplete. But now with you I feel whole. I don't want to fight alone anymore. Will you stay by my side from now until death?" Issei softly asked. From when he saw the devil trying to kill her, something inside him refused to let her die. Even from the day he met her he felt something special. He's always wondered what that feeling was, but now he knew. It was love. Now that he knew he loved her, he wanted to be with her. Always. Kuroka was shocked by this request. Because of this shock it worried Issei that she would leave him. But those feelings faded when she gave him another. Always Naya. I don't understand why you want me to be so protected. Even if something happened to me you still have the other girls, Kuroka stated. That's not true, Issei replied. Kuroka turned to him in a shocked manner and asked, and why's that? Sigh, I never told you this because I thought it would worry you, but now is as good time as any. Look, as you know, you were the first person I made a mating bond with. Unlike Reyes and Grafia, a piece of my spirit is in you and vice versa. Because of that, if either one of us dies there would be dangerous results on the other. If I died you would probably go into a deep depression, unable to feel anything. But if you died too would become an evil dragon. Kuroka almost began to burst in tears as Issei finished his statement. Thanks to Vritra she knew how dangerous they were. The evil dragons were brutal and thirsty and were willing to even kill their loved ones to satisfy their needs. They were war machines and destroyed everything in their paths, at times even themselves. So far the only one known to stay sane as an evil dragon was Vritra, but that didn't last since he was sealed away into the sacred gears soon after. Kuroka threw herself at him while crying in his chest. "Chu had no idea I am sorry," she cried. "It's okay, Kuroka. There's no need to cry," Issei assured. Once she finally calmed down she accepted the gear into her. Once the sacred gear was combined with her soul she tested summoning it, and to their surprise the purple gems were replaced with white ones. Another thing to ask Ophis about. Congratulations on your new sacred gear, Kuroka. Perhaps we should go get some drinks downstairs, Issei suggested as he began walking to the door. I don't think so, Aisnya. I have another way we can celebrate, Naya, Kuroka said seductively. Hold on, you were just crying a minute ago and now you want to have, Issei asked. Of course, Naya. Why don't you come and comfort me, Naya, Kuroka said as she pulled him into the bed and got on top of him. She used a magic circle and undressed them both. No foreplay, you want to get right into the action, Issei joked. I don't think foreplay is needed, Naya, Kuroka said. I've noticed your bulge for a while, Naya. Kuroka leaned in and connected their lips together. Issei opened his mouth and their tongues were put against one another for dominance. Because he wouldn't allow himself to be dominated, Issei easily won this little battle. Even if she wasn't in control, Kuroka was still having the time of her life. She was moaning and then was practically soaked in her juices. Once she was satisfied with this, she aligned herself to Issei's cock and impaled herself with it. Naya, it's so big, moaned Kuroka. Like he always would, Issei started off strong. His thrusts were fast and hard. He would suck on her and rub her tails. Her pleasure was always his focus, so he did what he could. Every time Issei had been in her, it's always felt a bit nostalgic. The feeling of being one with Kuroka. The two loved it. Meanwhile, Kuroka always loved when Issei pierces her womb. It didn't matter as much if he came inside her. Nakamata usually have low odds of pregnant outside their mating periods. Usually. RRRGGHHH, Kuroka, you are so damn tight, Issei groaned. Naya, be because you don't give me attention that much, Kuroka retorted. That's because I don't treat slutty cats that always tease, Issei replied. Naya, is so mean, Kuroka said. Tell me the truth or this kitty won't get her milk, Issei demanded while slowing down. Ever since the little execution of Saji, Issei felt a bit unsatisfied with his work, and because Kuroka had been a bit of a tease lately he decided to be a bit sadistic towards her. Alright, Naya, I'm a slutty kitty who loves getting ed by your massive spear, Kuroka exclaimed. Issei rose his head up towards her ear and whispered to her. Good girl, now here's your reward. Before she could reply, Issei immediately flipped her body onto the bed and began to thrust behind her. Yes, he was ironically in the cat-dog style. This had always been his favorite position as it gave him easy access to her backside and tails. Oh yes, please give it to me harder, faster, Kuroka pleaded. Your wish is my command, Issei grunted while thrusting with even more passion than before. While the two were going at it, the sound of hard flesh slapping could be heard throughout the entirety of the house. Unfortunately, or fortunately depending on who you ask, all the girls were reddened after hearing all the words being thrown around by the two. Even the Phoenix girls, who Issei had forgotten about, were blushing at how Kuroka was being pleased. After all their time with their master, Riser was never able to please someone like Issei was to Kuroka. Hell, even his queen Ubaluna, who had received the most time with the guy, never screamed like Kuroka. Young Ravel was quite astonished at how her possible future husband could perform in bed. Back to the two lovers they went on for a few more hours. Grafia had to cast a spell to soundproof the room so everyone could sleep. Throughout their final hour they experimented with many things, like Issei using a harmless version of his chains of shadows to chain Kuroka up so she couldn't move. Not that she minded, of course. The two always experimented with enough BDSM that even Akino would be hesitant about. To finally finish it off they ended up in the regular missionary position. Naya, I'm gonna, Kuroka exclaimed. Me too, Kuroka, Issei replied. Let's together. He thrusted harder and faster than he had ever done before. The two were drowning in pleasure. Sure, they've done this who knows how many times, but this time was special. Kuroka was finally reunited with her sister, and Issei now has what he call a true family. All that was missing now was children of his own, but they are not planning to have kids for a while. Now, Issei was giving his all until he shoved his entire length into Kuroka while they both exclaimed in unison. I am Ming. The two felt Issei's flood Kuroka's womb. He finally fell onto the bed, tapping out for the night. It wasn't planning Gonthas, Issei said. Well, not everything goes according to plan, Naya, Kuroka replied. I guess you're right. Issei gave Kuroka a final and went to sleep while Kuroka laid on the bed awake for a few more minutes. It's been a while since she's had him all to herself, so she cuddled onto him tightly and smothered his head into her. Him always right, Naya. Issei slowly woke up to the lovely sight of Kuroka's. As much as he would like to stay in bed and mess around with her a bit more, he remembered that his new peerage had arrived and he needed to go introduce himself. He used his darkness crawl ability to slip out of her tight grasp and quickly got dressed to go downstairs. Unbeknownst to Issei, however, was the fact that Kuroka had been awake the entire time. While he slipped out of the bed, she used a small portion of her senjutsu abilities, then smiled. After he got dressed, Issei went downstairs to the living room and surprisingly found everyone awake. Once the other girls saw him, they all, minus Kaneko, went towards him and drowned him in ease. Even the little tsundere Middle gave him a tiny peck. So what's with all the attention? Issei asked while sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Grafia walked a bit closer to Issei and gave him a hard slap to his right cheek. One for screwing Kuroka, she slapped him again. And another for not inviting me. I swear every time I have with someone I always get in trouble for it, Issei said while rubbing his cheeks. Well, that's why you should learn to treat us all, Grafia replied then at his cheek. Remember that you have a harem now. He'll keep that in mind, Issei said. Next time soundproof your room, you moron, Middle exclaimed. I swear I could barely sleep. It's not like you weren't curious about how he performed, kiddo, Rainier teased. And if memory served me right, I remember seeing your hand go under your dress when I checked up on you last night, Warner added. Middle's face got redder than Ria's hair, but she quickly shook it off and denied the claim. Too was just itchy. It's not like I was thinking about that beast. You know, I don't think Issei would mind if you wanted to mess around with him now, would you, Issei? Rias asked, trying to get Middle to embarrass herself even more. Issei rose an eyebrow, but he understood what they were trying to do, so he just went with it. No, I don't mind. In fact, I'd be quite flattered if the great Middle wanted to get down and dirty with me, Issei answered in a seductive tone. Middle stood there astonished at what was going on and couldn't process it. To everyone's surprise, she dug her face into Issei's chest and screamed. I think we've broken her, Issei joked. Before anyone else could respond, Middle once again surprised everyone by pulling Issei's head to hers and brought him into a quick. It didn't last as long as his other ease with the other girls, but there was still a bit of passion in it. Once Middle withdrew from she hid her face from everyone and ran back to her room. Meanwhile, everyone stood stunned at the boldness of the young fallen angel. Rainier and Warner were the most stunned at seeing Middle act like a real fallen angel and give in to her lust. Well then, I think I should go talk with my new peerage, Issei said. He looked towards Lilith, who was sitting next to Kaneko and eating some sweets. Lilith, please join me. Lilith nodded and got off the couch after eating one last piece of chocolate. She went over to her brother and followed him to the next room. The rest were still stunned at Middle's actions, with Rainier and Warner following her to her room and the others going back to normal. Middle laid on her bed, face in a pillow and thinking over what she had just done. She had no idea as to why she just had the guy. Part of her was thinking that she was just going to become another girl he sleeps with, but another part was overjoyed about the decision. Then she heard a knock on the door. Come in, she said, muffled by the pillow. The other two fallen angels walked into the room with a somewhat worried look on their faces. You all right, Middle? Warner asked. Just fine, Middle answered. Why do you ask? Well, you ate Issei out of nowhere and ran off, Rainier replied. What was that about? Warner asked. Middle got up from the bed and sat on the edge. She was reluctant to answer, but she's known the two for a long time, so she could trust them. I don't know. I just poured all my emotions at once and at him. I didn't know how he would react, so I just ran away. I'm too scared about him rejecting my feelings, Middle answered. She was in a true state of confusion. Middle had never cared for another person like she did towards Issei, and so she wasn't sure about how to handle the situation. Rainier and Warner both smiled at Middle and her nervousness. Even though she can be pretty aggressive, she's still a girl in love. I don't think you have anything to worry about, Middle, Rainier assured. And why's that? Middle asked. Because we tried to kill him for S sake and he still cares about us, Warner exclaimed. He could have killed us both, yet he took us in, you absolute fuck. Before Warner could continue, Rainier covered her mouth to silence her. What she meant to say is that no matter what, Issei will always care about us. He's a sweet guy and he'll accept your feelings, Rainier said. Sigh, if anything goes wrong you're both dead, Middle threatened. No need to worry. We have it all under control. The two siblings were still on their way to meeting with Issei's new peerage. They would have gotten there faster if it wasn't for Lilith being extremely curious about the night before. Brother, what were you and Kuroka doing last night? Lilith asked. I told you that he'll explain everything when you're older, Issei replied. Lilith seemed to take this to heart because in a flash of light her body went from one of a 10-year-old to one which belonged to a 19-year-old. I'm older now, she stated. Issei looked at her unconvinced yet with a small chuckle. Aha, nice try. Now turn back to your regular self, Issei demanded. Lilith gave a small pout, but once again in a flash of light her body returned to what it was before. Before long they finally reached the home's new training room and found the entire peerage. After seeing Issei, all the girls bowed in respect of their new master. You know, none of you need to bow when I show up. I'm not a god, Issei joked. I disagree, master. We are in your service and it's only natural that we show our respect, said Marion. She is correct, Master, Bjorn added. We are your property for you to use as you see fit. What Buran said bothered Issei. Did Riser treat them like items for her to have that mentality? You are not my property. You may be classed as my servants, but I won't treat you like such. I will never force you to do anything against your will. That I can promise, Issei said. The girls were quite moved by his words, with some like Zuelan, Yubeluna and Shiria having a small blush form on their cheeks. Even with his mini speech, Marian and Buran insist on referring to him as master to keep with their role as maids. Issei reluctantly agrees but states that they are the only two who can call him by that. After some more chatter, Issei finally realized where they were and asks why he found them here. Wait, why are you girls here in the training room? Issei asked. Because tough guy Issei is strong and Lady Ravel wanted us to be strong like Issei Isle and Nell said in unison. Aha, so it was your idea, Ravel. I gotta say I'm impressed with your thinking, Issei complimented. It's not like I did this for your sake or anything. I suggested they train so they stay at peak performance, Ravel retorted. Geesh is a devil version of Midalt. They even look similar, it's so uncanny, Issei thought. Well, either way I appreciate you doing this, Ravel, he Issei thanked. Speaking of which, how did you girls get yourselves accustomed last night? Just by saying this, most of the girls got red after remembering how they arrived. Well, because you were performing intercourse with one of the girls, Lady Gremory and Grafia showed us to our rooms, Yubeluna explained. I see. Well, I hope that you could forgive me about not being able to get you settled and myself last night, Issei apologized with a bow. TT, there's no need for you to apologize. We understand that you have to relieve yourself at times, Yubeluna assured. Of course. Remember that if you ever need someone to relieve yourself with, you can always depend on me, Shiria said seductively. I'll keep that in mind, Issei replied. Oh, I hope you do, Shiria said before walking away while swaying her hips. She's gonna be a handful, isn't she? Issei asked. Unfortunately so, Zuelan replied with a sweat drop. Issei stayed with the girls for a little while longer. He even had a little spar with Carlamine and Cirrus and showed them a few tricks. He's for sure the best sword fighter the two had fought against before. While he trained with Cirrus and Carlamine, Yubeluna watched over Lilith, who was playing with Isle and Nell. Apparently they wanted to see how effective their chainsaws were against a dragon, and to put it shortly, they immediately broke upon contact. Lilith so felt bad about breaking their chainsaws that she made them new ones but with some extra features. She added the ability to transform it into a machine gun. On regular occasions, Yubeluna would have been against this decision, but because Lilith was Issei's sister, she let it slide. After a while, Issei got a message from Sona saying to meet her and her peerage at the student council room. Excuse me, but I have to meet with Sona, Issei said. I think I should go with you, Yubeluna suggested. I don't think that's necessary, Yubeluna, I can go alone, Issei replied. I insist. A queen should always be with their king at all times, Yubeluna said. I'm not gonna win this fight, am I? Issei asked. Nope, Yubeluna replied with a smirk. Fine, whatever. Ravel, may you please watch over the rest of the girls, Issei asked. Fine, but it's not because you asked me to, Ravel exclaimed. Of course, of course. Well, be back, Issei said before teleporting away with Yubeluna. Why are you cold towards him if you're trying to get him to like you? You're doing a horrible job, Isabella said. You don't like him. If anything, he probably likes me, as I am a high-class devil and he's a commoner, Ravel stated. He does seem to match the perfect example of the knight in shining armor in those fairy tales you've read as a child, Lady Ravel, me, he said. I think our teasing should come to an end. We should watch over Lady Lilith, Mira suggested. All right, let's get working, Isabella said. The girls went over to Lilith, who was still playing with Isle and Nell. Ravel was left standing at the doorway thinking about what Mihi had said. As much she didn't want to admit it, she was right. Issei was Ria's knight in shining armor, protecting her from Riser. Damn womanizer. Issei and Yubeluna had arrived to the student council room and were welcomed by Sona and the rest of her peerage. Ah, hello Issei, great to see you again, Sona greeted. The feeling's mutual, Sona, and I hope you don't mind that Yubeluna came with me, Issei replied. Of course not. It's only natural that a queen is by the side of their king at all times, Sona said. Issei could feel Yubeluna staring at him with a wide smirk on her face. Don't even say it, Issei said. I told you so, Yubeluna said mockingly. Sigh, so why did you request for me to come? Issei asked. It's because of the Sagi incident which happened after the battle with Riser, Sona stated. What about it? Issei asked. First off, I wish to apologize about it happening in general. I didn't wish to anger the infinite dragon god. I also will need the evil pieces if you happen to grab them, Sona requested. Yeah, I grabbed them. Here you go. Issei summoned a magic circle and out of it came 4 pawn pieces and handed them to Sona. Thank you for your cooperation. While you're here, I think some of my servants would like a word with you, Sona stated. What about? Issei asked. About holding no ill against you for killing him, Tsubasa spoke. It was Ophis who ordered you to execute Sagi and wasn't a choice of your own, and because of that I personally won't hold a grudge against you. I guess she's mostly right, Issei thought. Us too, Ruruko said, stepping forward with Momo. We know that you didn't like Sagi, but from what Sona told us it's clear you wouldn't actually kill him. We wish to be on friendlier terms going forward, Momo requested. Although, we won't give you our trust immediately. It must be earned. I expected as much. I'm willing to move past this if you are, Issei stated. Both Momo and Ruruko nodded in contempt. Issei then looked at Sona. After what Ruruko just said, it was made clear that Sona somehow manipulated them in some way. I would like to speak with Issei in private. Everyone's dismissed, Sona announced. Each of her peerage members began to walk out of the room, leaving only Issei, Yubeluna, Sona, and Tsubaki. You lied to them, didn't you? Issei asked. It was the only way to remove the hostility between the two and you. This way things will be much easier between us, Sona explained. And what are your thoughts about it? Tsubaki, Issei asked. If the president was in agreement, then I want to oppose her decision, Tsubaki said. Either way, his fate was sealed when he offended Ophis. Very true. In any case, the deal is done. One sacred gear and one favor remains. Use it wisely, Issei said. I intend to, Sona replied. I bid you farewell. I'll see you both at school, Issei said. He returned home with Yubaluna and left Sona in deep thought. Now she had to explain to her family that the infinite dragon god had made an example out of her pawn. Great. Meanwhile, Issei and Yubaluna had returned to his room to access the situation. Sigh, that was a grand old time now, wasn't it, Yubaluna? Issei sarcastically asked. Yes, it was. But something had bothered me the entire time, Yubaluna stated. Oh, and what was it? Issei asked. What deal did you make with Lady Sona? Yubaluna asked. There was a great silence between the two for a few moments until Issei simply chuckled. You know, he said, some things are best forgotten. You know, he said, some things are best forgotten. Without hesitation, Yubaluna simply nodded and excused herself to watch over the rest of the peerage. She acts so submissive. Honestly, with her attire I wouldn't suspect that, Issei thought. Where were you and Vritra for the past few hours? And from who would you two want to hide from? How the hell did I not sense them then? But him, Albion's great-grandson. What's to stop them from attacking me? I would assume that he and his host came to speak with Kuroka then. Makes sense since she literally left them out of the blue. Yeah, you're right. Issei slowly turned around and took a gaze across his bed. He saw a large lump beneath the sheets. Kuroka, why are you still in bed? It's almost noon. From under the lump in the sheets, Kuroka slowly rose up. Her hair was still a mess and she was still in the nude from the activities she and Issei had from the night before. My eyes, you know that I tend to sleep in night, Kuroka said lazily. This is important, Kuroka. Why was the Red Dragon Emperor here? Issei asked. The question piqued Kuroka's interest as she seemed to almost instantly become wide awake. What do you want to know? Kuroka asked. Suddenly the divine dividing wings sprung from Issei's back. Kuroka simply sighed as she was supposed to sell out her best friend. Oh well, Issei was her mate and had priority over everyone. Her name is Vali Lucifer, as her name would imply she is a descendant of the original Lucifer. Although, as her father and grandfather learned of her being the wielder of the boosted gear, it wasn't long until her grandfather decided to kill both her father and mother. The rest is history. The room filled with silence as Issei began to absorb the information. The question is, why did she come here out of the blue? I possibly could have forgotten to tell her I was staying with you. Kuroka shrugged. Why am I not surprised? What did the two of you talk about anyways? Well, unbeknownst to Issei, however, was the fact that Kuroka had been awake the entire time. While he slipped out of the bed, she used a small portion of her senjutsu abilities, then smiled. Almost as if on cue, a magic circle had appeared before her and out of it came out a silver-haired girl. Her attire consisted of a black leather jacket with a red undershirt. Her bust was easily comparable to that of Kuroka's and possibly even rivaling Akino's in terms of size. So this is where you've been. Am I correct to assume you had a good night? Vali asked. Naya, Vali, am trying to sleep in peace. After last night I deserve at least that much, Naya, Kuroka replied. Is that a fact? Then at the very least explain to me why you left without saying goodbye, Vali exclaimed. When she realized that Kuroka wasn't returning to the team, she was outraged to say the least. Her best friend had abandoned her and didn't even bother to say goodbye. Naya, I had to reunite with my eyes, Kuroka lazily answered. Who the hell is Eyes? Vali asked. He's my lover, my hero, and most importantly my husband by draconian customs, Kuroka informed as she showed the ring on her left ring finger. Vali stood there confused at what was engraved in said ring, but before she could take a look, a red gauntlet covered her right arm. After being momentarily confused by D-Drag's statement, Vali looked at Kuroka and wished for some clarification. If you must know, my husband is known as Issei Hayaoru. Not only is he the great-grandson of Albion, but he also has one of Vritra's sacred gears, Kuroka explained. It was best to keep the fact of him also having divine dividing hidden from Vali. She knew Vali would want to fight to the death and wouldn't survive one against Issei. That's because he gave me this. Kuroka raised her arm and summoned the absorption line. He found that sacred gear, Vali asked. Stole it, Kuroka clarified. He already had one of the Vritra gears named Prison of Ruin, but Vritra advised Issei to kill the original wielder of the absorption line and give it to me. No idea. Wonder about that myself. Now why else are you here? Kuroka asked. To give you a warning. As Issei recently found out that Kokabiel and his followers have stolen 3 of the Excalibur fragments. Apparently Kuo was his last known position, so keep your eyes peeled. He'll keep that in mind. Thank you for visiting. Kuroka got up from the bed and embraced Vali in a tight hug. As much as she wanted Vali to stay, she couldn't risk the chance that she would find out about Issei's second sacred gear. Before Kuroka could let go, Vali had whispered in her ear. Congratulations, by the way. You didn't think you could hide it from me, did you? Before Kuroka could respond, Vali teleported away through her magic circle. The fact that Vali found out about her little secret didn't surprise her. No, it was the fact she found out so quickly. Kokabiel is coming. The time will finally come, then Issei said. Yes, he is. Finally your time will come. Finally you will have your revenge, Kuroka replied. I'm going to go and check on someone who could help in this situation. He'll be back soon, Issei said. Issei surrounded himself in shadows and disappeared from the room. His body rematerialized in the prison of shadows. He began to walk through the corridors of the facility. He continued on for a while until he arrived to his destination. He entered the cell and found the white-haired rouge exorcist. He was all white and had scars running across his face. "Haven't seen you since I killed that Saji kid. How you been doing?" Issei asked. Silence. Free didn't even look at him. All that was on his face was the look of emptiness. "Nothing. So you are finally broken, eh? I honestly expected you to last longer." "Oh well, I need some information from you." Issei walked closer to Fried and placed his hand on his head. He began to see the events of the nun and Rainier, how they chained her on the cross and the removal of her sacred gear. Even further back in his memories he saw a tall 8-winged fallen angel giving him the plans of the attack on Kuo. "So you're supposed to meet with him sometime today, eh? You'll prove some use to me after all, but not in your current state." Issei began to concentrate his power and shadows began to form around Fried. Before long the shadows removed themselves from him and formed into an exact copy of him, minus the scars. "Perfect. Now join with Kokabiel and continue with the plans he put in place," Issei ordered. Fried simply nodded and teleported away. Issei then looked at the actual Fried and gave off a sadistic smirk. "I will have my revenge. Because you've proven yourself useful, I'll end your suffering." Issei formed a blade in his hand and swung it across Fried's body. The body fell on the ground, lifeless. "No one will stop me." After Issei left, Kuroka began to get dressed until there was a knock on her door. Before she would allow entrance, the door opened and entered Lilith. "You know, just entering after knocking the door defeats its purpose," Naya, Kuroka jokingly said. Ignoring this, Lilith simply glared across the room. "Where's Big Brother?" Lilith asked. "Are you ignoring me?" "Well, to answer your question, he went out to take care of some business," Naya, Kuroka answered. "Good, because I wish to speak with you about something," Lilith said. After she closed the door, she walked towards the bed and sat on the foot of it. "What is it you need?" Kuroka curiously asked. "You see, earlier in the day I sensed the presence of 3 people in this room after Brother left," Lilith stated. "Yes, that's because D-Drag and his host came to visit me," Kuroka said. "As true as that is, there's one thing you're leaving out." "Yes, D-Drag and his host were here, but so was another. D-Drag is sealed in a sacred gear and is sensed as one, not a person," Lilith noted. "There was a third person here, but their energy was beginning to form like a newborn." Kuroka quickly got up from her position on the bed and placed herself next to Lilith. "You mustn't tell him, it will only distract him from his revenge." "Very well then. Though you must hide it more carefully. You were lucky that he was distracted before he left," Lilith said before leaving the room. As Lilith left, Kuroka received a message from Issei to meet her with his peerage. She quickly got dressed and smiled as she remembered what she sensed before Vali arrived. Soon, we'll be one happy family. Issei had finally arrived back to a private meeting room within the newly renovated home. The only ones who had knowledge of this meeting were his new peerage, Grafia and Kuroka. The decision to keep Riaz and her peerage out of the meeting was made to keep as much of his plan intact. As counterproductive it was to keep Riaz and her peerage out of the plan there was still some factors he had no idea about. On the flip side, he kept Rainier, Calawarner and Middled out of the meeting so they didn't have to go through the shock of one of their leaders committing such a crime. He also knew that Lilith would most likely be watching over in the shadows, so inviting her wasn't necessary. Once Issei entered the room, he was met with the warm smiles of Grafia and his peerage. He noticed how Kuroka was the only one missing. Not much of a surprise there. Though what was a surprise was that she entered the room sooner than expected. "Honestly, I'm surprised you arrived so early, Kuroka. I expected you to wake up in a few more hours," Issei joked. "Moo, Eyes is so mean to me," Kuroka replied with a false pout. Issei simply chuckled as he took the main chair at the end of the table with Kuroka and Grafia sitting in the seats on both sides of him. Meanwhile, Ubeluna decided to stand behind him, with the reasoning being that a queen should be beside her king unless told otherwise. Beside Grafia were Burant and Marion, as the two idolized her as she was seen as the best representation of how a maid should be. On the flip side, beside Kuroka were the Nekomata twins Nai and Lai. The Nekomata species as a whole always been the type to follow their ideology of following their superior Nekomata, and with Kuroka easily being more powerful than the two, they easily decided to follow her lead. "Now I assume that some of you may be curious as to why I called you here," Issei said. "Yea, we're curious. We were busy playing with our new toys from Lady Lilith Isle," and Nell exclaimed in unison. "Why, those two are quite active, aren't they?" Grafia asked rhetorically. "You have no idea," Zulan sighed. Issei simply chuckled at how the girls easily adjusted to their new living conditions. He honestly assumed that they would hold a grudge against him after causing the death of their master. However, now wasn't the time for that. "Alright, I'm gonna need you all to be silent for a moment, as I need to tell you all something. What I'm about to say won't leave this room. Are we clear?" All the girls nodded. After hearing the seriousness in his voice, they knew it wasn't the time to mess around. "Kokabiel is on his way, and we have reason to believe his wishes to restart the war." Everyone except Issei and Kuroka instantly widened their eyes. To hear that the Cotter-class fallen angel was very worrisome, to say the least. "Are you sure he's coming for that reason?" Ravel asked. "Yes, I was informed by the Red Dragon Emperor that Kokabiel and some of his followers have stolen 3 Excalibur fragments and are on their way here to Kuo," Kuroka answered. "And for what reason would he come here of all places?" Carlamine asked. "Think about it. In this town house 3 high-class devils, and 2 of them are sisters of a devil king. He would most likely try to kill Ladies Riaz and Sona to force their hands to declare war," Isabella deducted. It's actually quite a brilliant plan. Try not to compliment the enemy, Isabella Buren requested. In any case, we need to prepare for his arrival. I need to have a trap set up for him, Issei said. Everyone in the room easily saw the anger burning his eyes. It wasn't regular anger either. It was pure and was borderline fury. Forgive me, but why do you seem so focused on defeating Kokabiel? Cirrus questioned. I understand that you have to protect Lady Rias, but this seems a bit more personal to you. Issei stood silent at the question. He understood where Cirrus was coming from, as he did sound too devoted in the defeat of Kokabiel. He debated on telling them the truth about himself, but decided they should know. They were now a part of his family, and every family needs trust between its members. I seek vengeance, Issei stated. His face hardened as he spoke. My mother and father were murdered by dragon slayers who were hired by Kokabiel. I made a promise to my new mother Ophis, but I also made a promise to myself. I refused to die without taking him out first. He is the reason I became who I am today. The room filled with silence once again. Both Vritra and Kuroka were in tears at hearing their lover's story once more. It pained them to know how he was practically orphaned at such a young age. Some of the members of his peerage were also on the verge of crying. I'm sorry for your loss, Issei. I don't know what I'd do without my parents, Ravel said sorrowfully. Albion said mentally, wow, you are such a nice dragon, Gramps. The rest of their girls gave their sympathies until the past of two of them were revealed. To his surprise, he wasn't the only one who lost his parents as a child. Cirrus revealed how her mother, father, and younger brother were all murdered in front of her. This was the reason as to why she had become so emotionless. What was even more surprising was that Shuria had also dealt with losing her mother. Apparently her father had left them shortly after she was born, and her mother did dancing to support her and Shuria. One day disaster struck and her mother died due to overworking herself. After all the girls gave Issei their sympathies, Ubeluna stepped forward to say what she and the others were thinking. I believe that I speak for us all when I say that we will support you in your quest for revenge. Issei simply smiled at the words of his new queen. The unexpected care for him they all had was very much appreciated by him. They were now a part of his life, not as servants but instead as family. Prepare yourself, Kokabiel, as I will have my revenge. After the meeting with the peerage, Vritra and Kuroka, they all went their own ways throughout the house. Marion and Buren followed Vritra and, to Vrithra's dismay, constantly pleaded for her guidance in becoming a better maid. The Nekomata twins, Nai and Lai, followed Kuroka for some much-needed training. The rest of the girls, with the exception of Isle and Nell, whom decided to go to sleep, were following Issei back to the living room where Rias, Rainier, Kalawarner, and Midalt were. While on the walk there, Issei decided to ask about something that bothered him when he visited the Phoenix Manor. Ravel, ever since I visited the Phoenix Manor there's been something bugging me, Issei stated. What would that be? Ravel asked. While I was walking through the halls of the manor I stumbled upon a statue of Lord Reynard. There was also writing which mentioned someone named Shiryu. I noticed there was a name of a dragon and wondered if you knew who he was. Ravel took a moment to think about who Shiryu was, but the answer soon came to her. From what my eldest brother Ruvel told me, Shiryu was my grandfather's most trusted companion, Ravel explained. He had fought beside my grandfather during the Great War. The two were an unstoppable force. But after the war ended he disappeared, presumably to start a new life in the human world. Why do you ask? Oh, no reason. I was just curious, Issei replied. Ravel saw nothing of it and simply shrugged it off as a dragon being interested in the history of another of his kind. But how far from the truth she was. Issei was quite intrigued at how his father had helped the devils during the war. But what was more interesting was the thought of how old his father truly was. Issei knew that the war started over 1,000 years ago and it didn't end until 100 years ago, which meant that his father was at least 100 years old. It brought up the question of how many other people had a history with his father. After a few more moments of walking through the halls they finally reached their destination. They were met with Rias, Kaneko, Rainier, Kalawarner, and Midalt, with the addition of the unexpected visitor in the form of Aquino. Issei, have you been doing some improper things to your new servants? Aquino asked seductively. While the girls' faces reddened, Issei decided to go along with the little game of hers. Well, if you knew us dragons you would know we can't easily be satisfied, Issei replied. Would you like to have your turn? Perhaps I would like my turn soon, Aquino said as she slowly walked towards Issei. She lowered her body to give herself a better position to whisper into his ear. Word of advice, I like to be choked, Albion mentally yelled. Before Issei could respond, Rias quickly marched towards the two and pulled Issei into a passionate. As he was used to random sessions like this, Issei quickly recovered and reciprocated the. Once that was over, a look of satisfaction formed on Ria's face as she looked at Aquino. Aquino will say this once and only once. Issei is my husband and I won't let you have him, Rias yelled. But you're already sharing him with so many girls. Is there no space for me? Aquino asked. Before Rias could speak, Kalawarner hugged Issei from behind and in the process smothering her on his back. Of course there's room for you, Kalawarner said. Perhaps we can all have a massive orgy in the future. Wouldn't you like that, Issei? Issei tried searching for some help from his own peerage, but most of them were too busy in their own fantasies. Even Ravel couldn't stop herself from thinking about the possibilities. Rias as well was busy thinking of the event as her face somewhat reddened. The only one who wasn't interested in such an act was Kaneko, but she didn't feel like prevent her master from having fun with Issei. He then looked at Rainier for some possible saving. What doesn't sound like a bad idea, Rainer stated bluntly. Are you serious? Before any of the girls could have made a mood, Lilith casually walked into the room. Sister Rias, there's 2 people who have come to see you, Lilith said. Everyone quickly focused on Lilith and saw 2 figures behind her. Said figures were female exorcists, one with chestnut hair and another with blue hair and a fringe of green. The one with blue hair had something wrapped up beside her. Hello there, I hope we're not interrupting something, Zenobia said. After the 2 exorcists arrived and requested a meeting with Rias, they all went to one of the conference rooms in the home. Rias summoned Kiba from his home, and upon his arrival there was a look of fury as he laid his eyes upon the wrapped-up item beside the blue-haired exorcist. Much like the club room for the orc, the room had 2 sofas parallel to one another with a table between them. On one of the sofas sat Issei between Rias and Kuroka with Lilith on his lap. Standing behind them stood the 2 peerages and Grafia with the exorcist seated across them. I thank you for seeing us at such short notice. My name is Zenobia, said the blue-haired girl. And my name is Irina Shidu, the chestnut-haired girl said. It's quite interesting to see 2 followers of God wanting to meet with devils. What could we possibly do for you, Rias asked. To get straight into the point, we request permission to complete our mission, Zenobia stated. Oh, and what mission are you trying to complete, Rias asked. Well, you see, 3 out of the 6 Excalibur fragments have been stolen from the church, and we tracked the thieves to this town, Irina answered. We were assigned to retrieve them and take them back to the church. We currently hold 2 of the Excaliburs which weren't stolen, Zenobia said as she unwrapped her item. I hold the Excalibur of Destruction. And I have the Excalibur of Mimicry, Irina said as she pointed to a ribbon on her arm. Do you know who stole the Excalibur fragments, Aquino asked. Yes, it was Kokabiel and his followers. He came to this town after stealing the 3rd fragment from the Vatican, Zenobia answered. Damn it, Rias wasn't supposed to find out so early, Issei mentally yelled. You wish to take on Kokabiel alone? Do you wish to die? Rias yelled. I'm willing to die as long as I'm serving my lord, Irina said confidentially. I have the same opinion as Irina, but if possible I don't want to die, Zenobia stated. Although we already have 1 casualty as 1 exorcist was killed by Fried Selzen. As most of the attendants stood calm, both Rainer and Kalawarner were shocked to hear news from Fried. That's not possible, Issei imprisoned Fried weeks ago, Rainer said. How could he still be around, Issei? Kalawarner asked. Issei stood silent as he knew the truth. The true Fried Selzen is dead, but the one who killed the exorcist was one of Issei's creations. He couldn't tell them that as it would bring trouble for his plans. It's possible he could have escaped after my fight with Riser. Perhaps his explosion temporarily severed my connection to the prison of shadows, Issei replied. Then you must take responsibility and help us on our mission, demanded Irina. You expect too much from this devil, Irina. I doubt he could help us that much, Zenobia mocked. Oh, are you doubting my abilities, Issei asked. Oh no, I'm not doubting you at all. I'm just stating facts, Zenobia replied. Then how about a little sparring match, Issei suggested. I'd agree to this match, but there's 2 of us. Who would join with you, Zenobia asked. As Issei was about to suggest one of his knights, Kiba stepped forward. I will join him in this duel, Kiba interrupted. And who are you, Zenobia asked. Your superior, but apparently a failed one, Kiba replied. Kiba, I forbid you from participating in this duel, yelled Rias. Relax, Lady Rias, I believe your knight can take us on. After all, he is our superior. Everyone made their way to one of the underground levels where the battle was soon to begin. However, before it would begin, Rias had pulled Issei to the side as she was unhappy with what was about to take place. Issei, what the hell were you thinking? Rias angrily asked. Look, it's just a little spar between Kiba and I against the exorcist. I don't see the problem, Issei replied. The problem is that Kiba holds a grudge against all Excaliburs. There's no way he's going into this battle level-headed, Rias said. What do you mean he has a grudge against the Excaliburs? Issei curiously asked. Rias sighed as a saddening look formed on her face. As a child, Kiba was forced to take part of what was called the Holy Sword Project. The main focus was to forcibly give people the ability to use a holy sword. In the end, the project was a failure and it was decided to get rid of all the test subjects. All of the children were gassed to death, but Kiba was able to run away and survive. Fact of the matter is that he's most likely going to try to destroy all the Excaliburs for ruining his childhood. I see. He'll make sure he doesn't do anything rash, Issei promised. Thank you, Issei. Rias simply gave him a quick peck and began to make her way to the rest of the girls. He wishes for revenge against swords, pathetic, Issei thought. He's not in the right mind, hatchling. Don't be too harsh on the boy. That will come until he gets his head in the game. He wishes for revenge against an inanimate object. At least I wish for revenge against a person. Issei made his way towards the battlefield and was met with an annoyed look from Kiba. Don't get in my way, Issei. The Excaliburs are mine, Kiba said harshly. Issei gave no response as he simply looked at Zenobia and Irina. The 2 had removed their cloaks and were left in a black skin-tight battle suits. Before they started, Issei removed his shirt to reveal a well-built chest. While Zenobia stood unfazed by this, the same couldn't be said for Irina, as it was clear that she could hardly look away. It was the same for the other girls, as some of them even had some drool flowing from their mouths. Click. What the hell, I always hear that sound, Issei thought. In a darkened room far away from Issei's home, there was a single woman sitting in front of a television which broadcasted to her live events of what Issei was up to. Oh my dear Issei, you're as charming as ever, the woman said to herself. You may be fighting exorcist, but don't fret. Your guardian angel is here watching over you. On her back were multiple pair of black angel wings, but whether they were black due to the darkness of the room or they were naturally black was unknown. Upon further inspection of the room were pictures of Issei in many forms of undress scattered across the walls. Hell, there was even a body pillow of him on the bed. Soon we may be together again, my beloved. This will be an unofficial match between Lord Issei accompanied with the Knight of Lady Gremory against the exorcists Zenovia and Irina Grafia announced. Begin. Heba launched himself at Irina, who quickly pulled the ribbon from her arm and it transformed into a katana. They traded blow for blow, but Irina was easily overpowering him as he couldn't keep his balance. Meanwhile, Issei, whom was dual-wielding 2 shadow blades, was facing off against Zenovia and her Excalibur of Destruction. Issei was very capable of holding his own against Zenovia as he easily blocked each of her attacks. To the blind eye, the battle was even with neither side getting an edge against the other, but after mercilessly beating Kiba, Issei teleported away to an unknown location. Because he was in a blinding rage, he couldn't control where he ended up teleporting to. He found himself in a random forest. Even if he didn't know where he was, he didn't care. No, all he cared about was blowing off steam from what happened just moments ago. Issei was quick to turn into his level 1 dragon form and fly across the forest and burn down a majority of the scenery. Though something interesting about the forest was that no matter how much he flew across it, how many trees he burned down, it didn't seem to end. The scenery didn't seem as if it was changing either. It was as if he was trapped in his position. He didn't seem to be knowing of this as he continued to destroy whatever he saw. It seemed to be an eternity until he finally grew tired and reverted to his regular form. He descended down to the ground, then finally realized what was going on. Worthy am I? Issei asked himself. But you've been too busy destroying everything in your path. Damn it, I don't need any of this bullshit, I just want to know where I am. Well, we've noticed that no matter how far you fly, some scenery tends to reappear over and over again. So I fell into the trap. The question is, who said it? I believe I can answer that, a female voice said. Issei looked towards the source of the voice and saw a shine of a bright yellow light. When the light faded, Issei saw whom he believed was the most beautiful woman he had ever laid his eyes on. She had curly blonde hair and bright green eyes. Her figure was one that a very few could rival, with the only people he thought could be comparable were Akino, Rias, Grafia, and Kuroka. On her back was a total of 10 angel wings. It's great to see you again, my beloved, she said. After recovering from her beauty, Issei was taken aback from what she had said. She's seen him before, sure, he had seen a few angels before, but he would have remembered her. What do you mean again? Issei asked. I've never seen you before. You may have never seen me, but I've seen you, she replied. My name is Gabriel, and I was the one who told Penemu to return to heaven after she took care of you. Penemu. He remembered everything she did for him. How she saved him, cared for him. She did everything she could for him in the few days he was with her. He remembered the promise she made to him about seeing him again. He longed for the day he could see her again. Penemu, where is she? I have to see her, Issei said. His voice had a hint of desperation in it as he truly missed Penemu. I would love to take you to her, but unfortunately I don't know where she is, as she became a fallen angel in the days following the two of you meeting, Gabriel informed. What do you mean she became a fallen angel? Issei asked. I mean what I said. A few days after she returned to heaven, she began to develop a lust for you and soon fell, Gabriel said. I'd assume she soon joined the Grigori. The Grigori, he heard that name before. It was when Midult killed Donasek and branded him as a traitor. So he had access to contact Penemu through Midult, Rainier, and Calawarner and didn't know. Unfortunate he didn't know this beforehand. At least he now knew and could ask them about her when he returned home. Then something clicked. Did she call him her beloved? Wait a minute. Did you call me your beloved? Issei asked. Why, of course. You are my beloved and I am your guardian angel, Gabriel answered. But why me of all people? Why am I your beloved? Issei once again asked. Gabriel took a moment before answering. She slowly walked towards Issei until she was close enough to pull him into a deep kiss. This was one he truly never expected to happen. For an angel to be kissing another passionately without falling was an interesting sight, to say the least. When Gabriel pulled away, she looked deeply into Issei's eyes before she spoke. After Penemu had fallen, I had to know why. I soon found out that she was infatuated with you and began to do some research into you. I began to watch you from heaven, and after watching your selfless acts, I too began to fall for you. I soon found myself taking pictures of you and pasting them across my room. Both Gabriel and Issei blushed at the last part. For her to cover her walls of her room with pictures of him was sweet. A bit stalkerish, but still it's the thought that counts. I'm honestly surprised I myself haven't become a fallen angel, but I believe I know the answer. Unlike Penemu, I could control my desire to be with you. She had thoughts of lust for you while my thoughts were romantically pure, Gabriel continued. My beloved, I purely exist to be with you. Gabriel had sincerity in her words. Yet that is what worried Issei the most. She loved him, yet he didn't know enough about her to reciprocate that love. Gabriel, I understand that you care for me, but currently I cannot reciprocate those feelings, Issei said. You deserve a man's undying love, but I can't give you that. Instead of a look of sadness which other women would have after receiving such somber news, she formed a smile. I suspected as such from you, my beloved, putting the feelings of others before your own. I understand that you may not currently love me, but I am willing to wait for you. Gabriel drew Issei into one last quick kiss and began to walk away. Before she was enveloped in a shine of light and returned to heaven, she looked back to Issei with final words. "I'll see you soon, my love." Left silent, Issei slowly placed his fingers upon his lips. He could still taste her lips on his own at that point. To think a seraph could love him. How strange the world may be. As Issei was left stunned at her actions, Vritra decided to speak up. "You truly are foolish. She loves Issei in a pure nature. Sure, she does some strange actions, but the meaning is pure. I'm a heavenly dragon. Of course I would know. I'm pretty sure that title has nothing to do with the angels. Alright, since this useless banter is over, I'm heading home." With a snap of his finger, Issei was enveloped in shadows and quickly teleported back to the mansion. Upon her materialization in the living room, he was quickly swarmed by each of the girls. "Issei," they cried in unison as they swarmed him. It was a matter of not being drowned by there, as every time he escaped one pair, another would soon take its place. Once he was finally able to escape, he walked over to the couch and took a seat with the girls, trying to get a seat next to him. As his left and right side were taken by Rias and Kuroka, with his lap being assaulted by the blonde tsunderes. "Get off, this is my spot," exclaimed Middle as she tries to push off Ravel. "I'm probably gonna be marrying him, so I have priority," retorted Ravel. "Well, I've known him longer, so back off," Middle ordered. "Seriously, what the does no one see the similarities?" Issei thought. As the two were arguing, Lilith used some magic to move them over to the opposite sofa and sat herself on Issei's lap. She grabbed both of his arms and wrapped them around her neck. "My big brother," she stated. The two simply sighed in defeat as they understood they couldn't win against Lilith. She's his younger sister, so she had higher priority than most of the girls in the room. "So anyone wanna explain why you're all being so attached?" Issei asked. "What the hell? You've been gone 2 days, of course we'd be attached," Rias exclaimed. 2 days, it didn't even feel like an hour, Issei thought. That's possible. She is a seraph after all, so she does have the strength to perform such an ability. That only complicates the plan. Just how much time have we lost? Where were you anyways? Rainer questioned. "Oh, I was just taking care of business with an old acquaintance," Issei replied. "And who was this acquaintance of yours?" Grafia asked. "Just an old one, that's all." Issei tried dodging the question with some success as Grafia swiftly gave up. "What happened while I was gone anyways?" "After the beating you gave Kiba, he swallowed his pride and teamed up with the 2 exorcists," Kaneko explained. "Last night they encountered Valper Galilei and freed Selzen, but they quickly retreated. So now we play the waiting game until their next move," Issei concluded. "It appears so," Grafia replied. Issei simply rubbed his chin and he took in the information. As much as he wanted to deal with Kokabiel now, he decided playing it safe would be the wisest decision. "In any case, I have a question. Ray, what do you know about Penemu?" Issei asked. Everyone looked stunned at the sudden question. For such an out-of-place question to be asked wasn't uncommon for Issei, but it was still a shock for some of them. "While all I know about Lady Penemu is that she serves as the secretary for the Grigori," Rainer explained. "All of us female fallen angels look up to her for her extraordinary beauty. I heard that she always refused the advances of every male." Warner interrupted. "Not even Lord Azazel was able to get close to her." "Why you asking?" Middle asked. "Oh, no reason. She just popped up in a conversation while I was away, that's all," Issei replied. As much as he disliked lying to the girls, it was all he could do. He will soon reveal to them all the entirety of his past in bits and pieces, but for now he must keep it hidden. Plus, he wasn't entirely lying. He was just leaving out information. "In any case, I believe we should all get going to sleep. I need to prepare myself for a scolding of a lifetime from Sona after missing those days of school," Issei suggested. "My eyes, why can't we ever spend time together?" Issei asked. "He's right," Kuroka Rias said. "I've known Sona all my life, so I would know how harsh her punishments are." Fine, I can't ever get what I want," Naya Kuroka pouted. Issei and the girls soon got up and walked towards Issei's room. To their surprise, even Ravel and Ubaluna followed them to the room. Ubaluna's excuse was that she should always be with her king, while Ravel said that he should be honored to be in the same bed as her. No surprise there. The bed was getting so packed to the point that he would eventually have to make it bigger than it already was. The next morning was as hectic as the night before when he arrived. Each of the girls in his harem all demanded a kiss, minus Ravel, whom was still asleep, and Ubaluna, who wanted to keep her appearance as a queen. Before he left for school, and the girls who weren't leaving, such as Grafia, Warner, Middleton, and Kuroka, were taking their time in the kiss. The only 2 girls going to school with him were Rias and Rainer, who kept one of their arms locked with Issei. When the trio reached the gates of the school, they were immediately greeted with the ear-piercing shrieks of the girls. They all continued to yell about how the great lady of Kyo was with the silvered-haired king. Much to their annoyance, some girls even threatened Rainer, who was in her Yuma form, for getting in the way between their relationship. The 3 ignored it, of course, but a part of Issei wished he could transform into a dragon and incinerate them all. The trio soon split up as Rias was in the same grade level, just different class. When Issei and Rainer arrived to class, Rainer began to converse with some of the female classmates. As Rainer was socializing, Issei made his way to his desk and was soon approached by Tsubasa. "Hey Issei, how you been?" Tsubasa asked. "Just amazing, and you?" Issei replied. "Just fine. I came to warn you that Sona isn't happy at how you missed 2 days of school without warning," Tsubasa warned. "I expected as much. Rias warned me that Sona wouldn't be too happy at my absence," Issei replied. "No, she wouldn't. Trust me, I know how it's like being on the receiving end of her punishments," Tsubasa said. "Oh, like how she must have punished you for getting caught in my room during training week," Issei teased. Tsubasa's face reddened from the reminder she had about her time in Issei's room during the training week. After Tsubaki ratted her out to Sona, she was swiftly punished with the cliché 100 spankings. What was even more ridiculous about the situation was that it was fairly obvious to some of the girls in Sona's peerage that Tsubaki was also interested in Issei. The way she would smile whenever he showed up and how she watched him train were clear signs of it. Shut up, I was just too tired to reach my room, so I went to yours," Tsubasa retorted. "That's why you grabbed onto my leg, right?" Issei teased once more. Before Tsubasa had an opportunity to respond, the teacher casually walked into class. "Sorry I'm late, class, I had some traffic issues," the teacher said. Issei gave Tsubasa one last teasing smile as she began to make her way to her desk. "Now if you would all open up your textbooks." After the boring day, Issei was soon called by Ria so he could meet with her in the clubroom. When he arrived, he was shocked to see that she was the only one there, as he expected her peerage or at least Akino to be alongside with her. She sat behind her desk while staring straight at Issei with a hint of lust in her eyes. "Hello, Issei. I've been expecting you," greeted Rias. "Hey Rias, what's going on?" Issei asked suspiciously. "Oh, am I not allowed to want to spend quality time with my husband?" Rias asked while flashing her draconic ring. She slowly got up from her seat and walked towards Issei. Once she finally reached him, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him into a deep and passionate kiss. Their mouths opened as their tongues began to battle for dominance, with Issei of course being the victor. When the kiss ended, Ria stared deep into her eyes, then nuzzled herself to his chest. "Alright, seriously, as much as I enjoyed that, I know you want something," Issei stated. "Wow, way to kill the mood," Rias pouted. "Alright, I was doing this in hopes of getting your permission into doing something." "What do you want to do?" Issei asked. "I want to make Kuroka my bishop." "No," Issei said simply. "But why?" Rias whined. "Last time she had a master, it didn't end up so well," Issei replied as he walked towards the door. "Listen, if that's all you need." Rias hugged Issei from behind and dug her face into his back. Issei couldn't see it, but she had a somber look upon her face. "Why can't she become my servant?" Rias asked. Issei sighed at her need of having a new servant. If it were anyone else it wouldn't be much of a problem, but it's Kuroka she wants. He knew that Kuroka had no problem with Rias, but she could still have trauma from her last master. "Rias, you know that I love you, but I can't let you take her as your servant." Issei turned and embraced Rias in a hug. Because he was head-length taller, Rias was able to rest her head on his shoulder. "She's been through enough as a servant. I don't want her to receive any trauma. You know my family's reputation about treating our servants. She is a fellow draconian wife, so I'd treat her even better than the rest of my servants," Rias continued. Issei wasn't sure of the reasoning as to why Rias wanted to make Kuroka her servant, but he had a few ideas. "You want her for her strength, don't you?" Issei questioned. As he expected, nothing. He couldn't blame her, of course. Kuroka was a feared stray devil for a reason. With her senjutsu she could rival Grafia in terms of power, so it was understandable as to why she wanted her as a servant. "Sigh, alright, let's come up with a compromise," Issei suggested. Ria's face immediately lit up as she lifted her head and stared into Issei's eyes. "After the whole Kokabiel situation, I'll have a talk with Kuroka. In the off chance that she agrees, she will be reincarnated as a free piece." Rias immediately dug her face into Issei's chest and yelled in joy. She was overjoyed about the possibility of having someone as powerful as Kuroka join her peerage, though Issei partially doubted that it would ever happen. Kuroka only ever listens to Issei, and even as a free piece she would still be considered a servant, which she didn't like. The two stayed in their loving embrace as they didn't want it to end. Although Rias isn't the main girl in his harem, he still loves her with all her heart. Issei didn't expect to fall in love with another woman, but against all odds she was able to sneak her way into his heart. But for Rias, their love was much more of a childhood dream of hers. Much like Ravel, Rias grew up with the stories of a knight in shining armor saving the damsel in distress from the evil dragon. Then recently she lived through those stories. Kinda. Issei was her knight in shining armor, and he, ironically, saved her from the evil dragon in the form of Riser. She accepting not being the first wife, as moments like this made it worth being with him. "You know, I can't remember the last time we have time alone," Rias stated. "Right. If I remember correctly, that was when you came barging into my room begging me to screw your brains out," Issei joked. "And you definitely succeeded at that," Rias replied with a seductive voice. "Well, we can get a ton of practice, and since purebred devils have low fertility rates," Issei concluded. "You're thinking about your future family, aren't you?" Rias asked. "Of course I am. I'm passing on both the genetics of my great-grandfather Albion and the infinite dragon god Ophis. As narcissistic as it may sound, my kids will be the future of dragons," Issei explained. "I intend on making my line as powerful as it can be, and you'll have me and the rest of the girls by your side." At every step of the way, Issei and Rias engaged in a long, passionate kiss as they began to make their way to the couch with Rias laying on top. But before they could practice their baby-making, a miniature magic circle appeared between the two and a hologram of Akino came out of it. "Rias, quick, we need you," exclaimed Akino. "Akino, what's wrong?" Rias asked. "One of the exorcists were attacked by freed Selzen. Tiba fought him, but he got away. He said something about being at the school." Akino explained. "Akino, get my peerage, Grafia and Kuroka to assist you in whatever is going to happen," Issei ordered. "I'll be there soon." Hi. The magic circle of Akino soon disappeared. "Rias, get Sona and her peerage to create a barrier around the school." "I'll be there soon," Issei ordered. "But where are you going?" Rias asked. "I need to go see my mother," Issei replied. Rias nodded as she exited the orc room, and Issei soon disappeared within the shadows. When he emerged from them, he found himself in a dark and ominous room. In the center of the room sat Ophis in what looked to be a throne of snakes. "Hello, my child. What may I do for you?" Ophis asked. Issei walked before her and went on one knee, then bowed his head. "I seek your assistance, mother. The time has finally come." I can see that she summoned an orb which showed the events taking place at Kuo Academy. Zenobia, Arena, and Kiba were currently fighting Freed, whom was using a fused Excalibur. The rest of them split up to take care of 3 Cerberus. "I assume that you came to regain the power," then Issei nodded. "Then let us begin." "God is dead," yelled the 10-winged cotter Kokabiel. The battlefield was shaken. Kokabiel held the only Excalibur fragment left in his possession, Nightmare. The only one unconscious was Arena, as she was ambushed before the fight. Both Freed and Valper Galilei were dead, and Kiba held a new sword in his hand. The sword in question was one which shouldn't have been possible. The combination of both holy and devil attributes was unheard of. This led to Galilei assuming the death of God and resulted in his death by Kokabiel. Not only did the 4 devil kings perish in the Great War, but so did the father himself. Impossible. That's what they thought, at least. For the all-seeing father to be able to die was thought to be impossible. The system couldn't function without him, couldn't it? "Lies. It's all lies," Kokabiel yelled an enraged Zenobia. "God can't die." "Then explain a sword created by both holy and devil attributes," Kokabiel retorted. "For a weapon so contradictory can only be explained by his death." "Then how is heaven still running without him controlling it?" Zenobia asked. "Michael has done a good job with taking God's place as heaven's leader, but without God some anomalies have occurred," Kokabiel answered. "This is why the war must continue. With the angels suffering as they already are, they will be defeated easily. We fallen angels will defeat you pitiful devils and prove our superiority." "Kokabiel, you don't need to do this," Rainier exclaimed. "We can all live in peace, so please stop this," Calawarner pleaded. "Rainier, Calawarner, and Middlet, you have been corrupted by the devils. I will give you 3 an opportunity. Betray your master and I shall spare your lives." Everyone stood in shock of the offer that Kokabiel had made. Sure, Rainier and Calawarner were Ria's pawns, but anyone could throw away loyalty for their own lives. The trio looked at one another for a moment until they nodded, summoned spears of light, and aimed them towards Rias. The peerages gasped in shock while Kokabiel had a satisfied grin on his face. But then, they turned back around and aimed their spears at Kokabiel. "If we're to die, it will be as a family," Rainier declared. "We'd rather die than betray Rias," Calawarner exclaimed. The 3 looked back at Rias with loving smiles. Rias was on the verge of crying from the decision they had made. "Then you will all die," Kokabiel announced. He readied Excalibur. Nightmare charged at the group. They had thought that since it was Ria's peerage, Issei's peerage, Kuroka, Grafia, Zenobia, and Middle against Kokabiel, that it could be possible. But hell, the only ones who actually stand a chance were Grafia and Kuroka. As Kokabiel flew closer, everyone had prepared themselves, but then something unexpected had happened. Chains had flown from behind Kokabiel and captured each of his arms and legs. They drew him to the ground until he was unable to move. Upon seeing chains, some of the girls had assumed it was Issei's doing, but Kuroka thought otherwise. Issei's chains were materialized shadows. "These chains look like a lousy copy of them. Who dares chain me up?" Kokabiel furiously yelled. From behind, Kokabiel slowly walked a figure towards him. Everyone stood in silence as the steps got louder and louder as the figure approached. "You're a rotten creature. No wonder my brother wishes to dispose of you," the figure insulted. That voice, everyone recognized it, yet they never heard it speak in such a manner. It was always so gentle, so sweet. No one would expect that person to speak to another in such a way. "Creatures like you don't deserve the luxury of battling my brother." The figure finally reached the light and everyone's thought became a reality. It was Lilith. "Although, it will be fun seeing you beg for mercy." "Lilith, is that you?" Kuroka timidly asked. Lilith looked towards the group. The mildly sadistic smile she once had formed into a gentle one. "Of course I am. Who else could I be?" Lilith replied sweetly. "What are you doing here, Lilith?" "Where is Issei?" Grafia asked. "He's currently with Mother. She's making some modifications to his sacred gear," answered Lilith. Issei, that name was familiar to Kokabiel, but then it hit him. Issei was the son of the dragon that Kokabiel sent dragon slayers to kill 10 years ago. Issei Hayaudu, son of a dragon and human, great-grandson of the Vanishing Dragon Albion, Kokabiel surmised. "You know a good amount about my brother, don't you, Kokabiel?" Lilith inquired. "Of course I do. I sent dragon slayers to kill him and his father," Kokabiel replied. "Because you were afraid of them," Lilith said. "Because they were threats to my plans," Kokabiel corrected. "Even as the descendant of the Vanishing Dragon, he's a weakling. Sure, he has a sacred gear, but it's of the weakest Dragon King. A Dragon King is still a Dragon King. Adjika Beelzebub is the weakest of the 3 super devils, yet he can still level an entire country in seconds," Lilith noted. "Besides, he has another power that will terrify you." "I'm shaking in fear," Kokabiel mocked. "As you should be," announced a voice. The barrier surrounding the school shattered. A light enveloped the entire battleground and blinded all. When the light faded, all attention was on one person. Issei Hayaudu. Issei, where Rias tried to get a hold of his attention until she was blocked by Grafia and Kuroka. She had a look of confusion because she didn't understand why they would do this. "This is Issei's moment. He has been waiting for this day for 10 years. Don't interrupt," Kuroka said threateningly. In a second a magic circle had appeared and out of it came Sona and her peerage. They had come for fear someone dangerous had arrived when the barrier they made was destroyed. "Riaz, what the hell is going on?" Sona exclaimed. Before Riaz could reply, Grafia had answered for her. "Issei had just arrived and is about to face off with Kokabiel. We need to help him then," Tsubaki exclaimed. "No one will interfere with this battle. Issei will defeat Kokabiel and avenge his parents on his own. If any of you try to get in his way, Grafia and I will make you regret it," threatened Kuroka. "But what if he isn't strong enough?" Tsubasa asked. "Issei is strong enough. Trust me," assured Grafia. Tsubaki and Tsubasa backed off and allowed the battle to take its course. While the group was arguing about intervening, Issei and Kokabiel were having a conversation of their own. "Look what you've become. A slave to the weak," Kokabiel insulted. "Look at I've risen above," Issei replied. "I'm going to kill you once I'm free of these chains," Kokabiel threatened. "Let us test that theory." Issei looked at Lilith and nodded. Lilith nodded back and snapped her fingers to dissipate the chains. Kokabiel looked confused as to why Issei would free him but shook that confusion away. He tightened his hold on Excalibur Nightmare and charged at Issei. Issei simply dodged the attack and grabbed Kokabiel's arm, then threw him across the field. Kokabiel crashed into a tool shed and came out furious. Issei simply taunted him by moving his finger back and forth. Kokabiel saw this and once again launched himself at Issei, constantly swinging his sword against Issei but failed to successfully strike a blow against him. Issei unleashed his white wings and flew across the sky to toy with Kokabiel. Kokabiel furiously began to throw spears of light towards Issei, but Issei was too fast for Kokabiel to land a blow. When Kokabiel threw another spear of light, Issei caught it from midair and threw it back. The cotter wasn't ready for this and dodged the spear, but he left himself open for Issei to punch him towards the ground. Issei continued to stay above the crater formed by Kokabiel's landing until he saw him emerge from the rubble. "Just what the hell are you?" Kokabiel angrily asked. "You're not supposed to be this powerful. You're as pathetic as I expected you to be," Kokabiel Issei insulted. "Before I show you my true strength, let formally introduce myself." Issei descended in front of Kokabiel and unleashed his black pair of wings. "I am the son of the dragon Shiroryu and human Lilith Hayatu," Issei announced. "Shiroryu? He's his son. No wonder he asked so questions about him," Ravel thought. "I am the adopted son of the infinite dragon god Ophis, and who shall return her to her home in the dimensional gap," Issei continued. He then summoned his prison of ruin. "Upon my chest I hold the power of the dragon king Vritra, but upon my back I wield a much more powerful dragon." Issei flew high in the sky and withdrew his wings. In their place appeared two white wings with blue scales of energy. Everyone minus Grafia, Lilith and Kuroka widened their eyes as they knew what this meant. "Balance break," muttered Issei. Before anyone could react, a bright blue light engulfed Issei. Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker. A wave of energy shot out of Issei, and everyone besides Lilith had to create barriers around themselves to not be disintegrated by the waves of energy. A weakened Kokabiel struggled to maintain his barrier but was able to maintain until it subsided. When everyone looked back, they saw Issei in his white scale mail armor. Although they were all surprised that Issei was this generation's White Dragon Emperor, there was something that confused them all. Why was it he was able to have two sacred gears? Yet another question stood for Grafia and Kuroka. How did the scale mail revert to its white colorization when it was changed to black by Vritra? "What the hell is this?" Kokabiel angrily asked. "This is impossible." "What's the matter, Kokabiel? I thought you were going to kill me," Issei mocked. "You've made a poor decision messing with the life of my descendant Kokabiel. Now face the wrath of the most powerful White Dragon Emperor the world will ever see." "Silence. Join your family in the afterlife." Kokabiel summoned a spear of light and threw it towards Issei. Issei didn't flinch, as all he did was extend his arm forward. "Divide." Upon contact, the spear had completely dissipated as Issei absorbed its power to sustain himself with it. Kokabiel stood shocked as he had no idea what to do in situations like this, but then an option came into his head. He threw another spear of light, and Issei, thinking that it was another desperate attempt of Kokabiel trying to harm him, simply absorbed it like the last one. What Issei didn't expect, however, was that Kokabiel snuck in front of him and slashed him with Excalibur Nightmare. Issei stumbled backwards as his vision began to become hazy. Kokabiel smirked from what he had accomplished. Excalibur Nightmare had the ability to reveal the fears and regrets a person made in their lives. Then what appeared before them all was a surprise to everyone around. Apparitions of people from Issei's past had appeared. Said apparitions came in the form of Donaseek, the exiled nun Asia Argento, Sagi, and Riser Phoenix. Everyone who knew of the first two noted that all three of them were those who Issei either had a role in having them killed or killed them himself. Seeing these people brought the entire group hard memories. The fallen angel trio remembered the traitorous behavior of Donaseek, and Rainier felt saddened about the death of Asia. Ravel was on the verge of crying after seeing her late brother used in such a manner. Momo and Ruruko were also saddened about seeing Sagi being used in the same way. These are the deaths you have regrets on. How interesting. For a pathetic draw, before Kokabiel could continue, Issei used his shadow blacksmith ability to form a bow, an arrow, and shot the head of Asia. Everyone stood surprised at the ruthlessness Issei had when he mercilessly killed the apparition of the innocent nun. "These are hollow shells of the people they were created to mimic," Issei stated. Issei launched himself at the apparitions of Sagi and Riser, then impaled his arms through their chest. "So well, you can see my fears and regrets. You think I care?" Issei fired another arrow towards Donosike, which exploded upon impact. You're mad, Kokabiel said in fear. Not mad. Issei's body vanished and appeared underneath Kokabiel. Just doing whatever it takes to avenge my family. Issei stabbed his arm into Kokabiel's chest, effectively knocking him out. Kokabiel's body fell on the ground as Issei ready to blast to eliminate his parents' killer. Now join God in death. Before Issei was able to eliminate Kokabiel, a large crash had separated him from Kokabiel. After the dust settled, there stood a new figure holding onto Kokabiel's body. The arm of the figure had enraged both Issei and Albion. This was the Red Dragon Emperor. I'm afraid I can't let you kill him just yet. Azazel still has plans for him, announced the figure. Vali, why are you here? Kuroka asked. Azazel sees use for Kokabiel. I was ordered to bring him back to the Grigori, Vali answered. I don't think that will be happening. Red One, Issei interjected. I'll be killing him right here, right now. Issei, I believe you should let her take Kokabiel to the Grigori for now. We could learn if he has any allies working with him, Grafia suggested. That is correct. It has been the hatchling's dream to kill Kokabiel for the past 10 years. We won't allow this chance to be taken away from him. Nothing will stop me from having my revenge, Issei declared as he began to walk towards Vali. Not even news of your first child? Kuroka asked. Issei stopped dead in his tracks from the question. All attention was drawn to Kuroka. Big sister, what are you saying? Kaneko asked. Kuroka uncharacteristically ignored her sister as she walked towards Issei. Once she reached him, she grabbed a hold of his hand and put on her chest. So we can't interrupt the fight, but she can, Tsubaki annoyingly thought. Issei, my love, feel it inside me. It's our first kitten, Kuroka said. Issei dissipated his scale mail and began to use some senjutsu he learned from Kuroka. He searched within her body, then found it. The presence was weak as it was developing, but still there. It was his child. Leave, Red One, before I change my mind, Issei said. Vali simply smirked as she unleashed the wings and flew back to the Grigori. It was a surprise to everyone that Issei would let Vali take Kokabiel, especially Albion. What are you doing, hatchling? This was your dream. I'm not throwing anything away. I may have not killed Kokabiel, but I did avenge my parents, Issei stated. Now I have a new dream, protecting my new family. Naya, I don't think we're gonna stop having kittens anytime soon, Kuroka joked. We have 12 more to go, Naya. I look forward for the day, Issei replied. The two embraced in a tight hug, not wanted to let go. Issei understood he must move on to have a clear future. He can't dwell on the anger of his past, but to focus on the hope in his future. Cuff. The two turned their attention back to the group. Some had the look of shocked faces from Kuroka's news, while Sona kept her stoic look as she expected answers from seeing his second sacred gear. Everyone returned home. Issei, Riaz and I need to have a talk. The night drew in when the battle came to an end. The reveal of Issei being the White Dragon Emperor shocked everyone, to say the least. They knew he was his descendant, but to actually wield his sacred gear was unexpected. Some took it harder than others. For the people who weren't as close to Issei, it wasn't as much as a big deal. But the problem was how those who were close to him or had feelings for him took it. They had grown to care for the Issei who they thought wouldn't hide anything from them. If he had another sacred gear such as a double critical, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But the problem was that he had divine dividing with the addition of Prison of Ruin. If he hid this secret from them, then what else could he be hiding from them? That's what they were going to find out. After the battle and everyone was sent home, with the exception of all three queens. Much to her dismay, Issei ordered Kuroka to go back home since he wanted to speak with her in private as soon as he got back. He was brought to the orc room where Riaz and Sona sat on one of the sofas with Akino, and Tsubaki stood behind them while Issei sat across them with Yubaluna behind him. The room was very tense. Even though it was Sona who called for the meeting, it looked as if she didn't know how to break the ice. Thankfully for her, Issei was the type of person who was good with these situations. Alright, ask away, I have nothing to hide anymore, Issei stated bluntly. I don't see why there was anything to hide to begin with, Sona replied. Hey, don't blame me, blame Albion, Issei said. He was the one who suggested I keep it a secret. He got himself sealed into a sacred gear. There should be no reason you take any advice like him, Riaz noted. Suddenly Issei's divine dividing burst from his back with an insulted Albion stating his thoughts. For the record, it was a combined effort of myself and Didrag getting sealed away. You got yourself sealed only to fight one another for eternity, Sona smirked. What intelligent dragons you were. Sai, I'm happy you aren't one of Issei's mates. Alright, I think we should get back to the point, Riaz suggested. Why did you need to hide the fact you're the White Dragon Emperor? Well, it wasn't much of my idea, Issei admitted. Albion was the one who wanted me to keep it a secret. And why would he want that, Sona questioned. Issei went on to explain how Albion wanted to make sure no one to know their secret so he could eventually get close to the Red Dragon Emperor and learn some weaknesses. He also told them how Albion holds a major grudge against Didrag since he wasn't able to spend time with his family due to the battle that led them to getting sealed. So basically Albion wanted to get as much information before the battle so you could have the edge, Riaz asked. Basically, Issei replied. We'll explain the situation with the rest of our peerages, then Sona said. And I'll do the same with yours, Issei, Yubaluna added. Thanks, I appreciate it, Issei thanked. If there's anything I can do, please tell me. Of course there's something you can do. You do me a favor, Sona reminded. Issei took a moment to think about what she said until it hit him. He did owe her a favor. She used one the night he took Ria's virginity but hasn't used the other since. And what will that favor be, Issei asked. Simple. You will take Tsubaki and Tsubasa on a date next Saturday, Sona answered. Tsubaki began to blush at the favor she asked for. While on the outside she tried to look composed, which failed since her blush was bright red. On the inside she was celebrating and thanking that Sona was such a good master. Issei on the other hand was in deep thought for a moment until he came to a conclusion that he couldn't say anything. Anything he said will be used against him, so it was best he stayed quiet. I'm not even gonna say anything. I refuse to dig myself into a hole, Issei said. If you won't, then I will, Rias exclaimed. I, as his draconian wife, deny your request. Well, good thing it isn't a request. He owes me one, so it's an order, Sona smirked. Rias, if it will make you feel better, then I'll take you on a date as well, Issei offered. Deal, Rias replied. Rias was easy to persuade. Now Issei had to go on 3 dates. He only hoped that the other girls wouldn't find out about the dates, or else he would have to take them out too. But would he feel miserable in the dates? Never. While he thought that the topic of dates was over, Akino had some other ideas. If everyone gets a date with Issei, then perhaps I want one too, Yufufufu, Akino said teasily. Rias stood up and stared at her queen, then said, now wait just a minute. I too would like a date, Yubaluna interrupted. The group then turned to look at Yubaluna, whom was staring at the floor with a slight blush on her face. But only if he would accept me, Yubaluna continued. Rias tried to oppose any more dates that were wanted from the girls. Akino was having a fun time with continuous teases about having some fun with Issei. Naturally, Rias was against it, with Issei trying to calm her down when she began to summon some of her power of destruction. Vritra joked mentally. Who are you monologuing to? While Issei was in the orc room with 5 girls, there were many more waiting for him at his house. While the majority of Issei's peerage decided to go to bed, the rest of the girls decided to have a talk in the living room. They all had their eyes on Kuroka, whom was receiving some death stares from Grafia. What's wrong, Naya? Annoyed that I get the eldest child, Kuroka asked. She's known Grafia for a long time and knew she wanted to bear his child. It was obvious to her that Grafia was upset at something. Was it the fact that Kuroka gets the firstborn, or that she still hasn't consummated their draconian marriage? I'm simply saddened by the fact you neglected to tell any of us about the baby, Grafia replied stoically. It was a known fact that Grafia hated secrets. When Serzex held the secret of being engaged to Arabella, she began to want to know as much as possible. I didn't want anyone else to know before Issei did. You know, I would never try to purposely hide something from you, Kuroka said sincerely. I know, replied Grafia with a forced smile. The room grew silent for a few moments until Lilith began to tug on Kuroka's kimono. What is it, Lilith? Kuroka asked. When will the baby be born? Lilith curiously asked. If one looked closely, you could see the anticipation in her eyes, almost as if she wanted to play with her niece or nephew as soon as possible. It was adorable, yet confusing. Lilith wasn't even a month old, yet she acts as a 10-year-old girl would. Could she take on any form like Ophis could possibly? It boggled their minds how Ophis was able to create a being out of nothing. Before Kuroka was able to answer Lilith's question, Midult did it for her. It'll take at least 8 months until it's born. For those who were uneducated on the reproduction of a Nekomata, which was a majority of them, assumed that because Nekomata were human-like yokai that Kuroka would be pregnant the same amount of time a human would be. Though how wrong they were. Actually, a Nekomata is usually only pregnant for 2 months. Nai started. A baby Nekomata at a much faster rate than most other species, and so we give birth much quicker, finished Lie. The looks on their faces were ones of complete shock. The only ones to not be fazed by the information were the 4 Nekomata, Grafia, Lilith, and Ravel. Midult looked embarrassed at making such an assumption, and Ravel's next comment didn't help at all. Don't worry, you were only off by 6 months, Ravel mocked. Don't act like you knew that, Midult exclaimed. Of course I knew that. I am a distinguished member of the House of Phoenix, Ravel replied with a smirk. While the two had a back-and-forth argument, the rest of the girls, with the exception of the 3 other Nekomata, finally realized something. It would only be 2 months until their lover's first child would be born. They needed to have some alone time with Issei as well. But then there was Lilith. She was overly excited. She soon moved and placed her ear on Kuroka's belly. It was obvious that she was listening for the heartbeat of the baby. But much to her dismay, it was early until a heartbeat to emerge. Nai and Lai soon promised that they would protect her until the baby was ready to be born. Kuroka smiled at the gesture and thanked them for their concern. Then after a few moments, another topic about the child emerged. What would she name the baby? Got any names planned? Calawarner asked. Kuroka thought for a moment and realized something. She had never planned this far ahead. Ever since she met Issei, all she really thought about was having as many kittens as possible. She never thought about naming them until now. I honestly haven't thought this far. I only ever went on instinct and wanted a strong mate. I haven't thought about any names, Kuroka admitted. She almost felt disappointed in herself. She didn't spend any time on planning for her future children and instead went with the flow of things. Her kids deserved more than that. Well, how about you make a list of names for a boy and a girl, Rainier suggested. Grafia almost instantly shook her head. Making some names for a boy was futile in Kuroka's case. There's no need for making a list for boys. Why is that? Zulan asked. Unlike most other species, the amount of male Nekomata are very scarce, Kuroka explained miserably. The father could be of any species, and the odds it would be a boy will only be 10%. Is that why you demanded for so many kids? Carlamine asked. That's exactly right, Grafia confirmed. Even then, Kuroka would be lucky to have 1 son. Meanwhile, the Pure Ed Devils have a hard time getting pregnant at all, Calawarner noted. Don't remind me, Ravel groaned. As much as she didn't want to admit it, she thought about having a kid with Issei one day. Hell, depending on how Issei felt about her, the two will be married because of the arrangement her parents made. Her parents. She had forgotten that she needed to inform them about Issei's lineage. To everyone's surprise, she disappeared through a magic circle without saying a word. Everyone was puzzled by her sudden exit. Everyone but Middle, of course. She always had something to say. Anyone else think she went to fantasize about Issei? Middle asked. You shouldn't be talking. The night that Issei and Kuroka had some alone time, you had your fingers in your crotch, Calawarner reminded. I'm a fallen angel, what else do you expect? Middle asked. Calawarner gave up on messing with Middle for the moment. For now she had other matters she needed to focus on. One of those matters being on how she can lure Issei into a three-way with Rainier. If she was going to lose her virginity, it was going to be at the same time her sister does. Period. Not long after Ravel left, a magic circle appeared before the group and out of it came Riaz and Ubeluna. Where's Issei? Grafia asked. Not sure. Ravel just came out of nowhere and took him, Riaz replied. Riaz simply scratched the back of her head since Ravel's appearance was very sudden. Then once more to everyone's confusion, the main door opened and revealed the blue-haired exorcist Zenobia. Please let me join your peerage. After Issei was randomly taken by Ravel to the Phoenix household, she told them the identity of his father. Lord Phoenix was ecstatic to hear that Issei's father turned out to be Shiryu. Once he learned of this, he immediately took Issei to one of the old mansions owned by the late Reynard Phoenix. Once Issei entered the mansion, he immediately saw a large statue of a dragon. The statue looked to be made of pure gold and looked similar to Issei's first dragon form. My father made this statue soon after your father disappeared. He had assumed that your father went to the human world to search for a mate and so wanted to make something to remember him, Reborn explained as he began to gaze upon the large statue. My father never expected the grandson of Albion to become so close to a devil after the original Satans helped seal Albion away. My father was never one to hold a grudge, Issei explained. He admired the look of his father in his dragon form. He had never personally seen it as he didn't know about his true lineage until his parents died. Which of his dragon forms is this made after? Dragons have multiple forms, Reborn asked. Well, I do, so I assume that he does as well, Issei replied. Reborn nodded as he tried to remember if his father ever mentioned if Shiryu had multiple forms, but had no recollection of so. I don't remember my father saying that yours had multiple forms. Interesting, Issei replied. Do you think you can show us one of your forms? Ravel asked. From all the talk of dragons having multiple forms, she got curious and wanted to see one of the forms for herself. After a few moments of thought, Issei decided to grant her request and transform into his second dragon form next to the statue of his father. His second form was more bulkier than the slimmer first form, as it was much taller, with spikes appearing from his wings and more on his shoulders. On both wrists appeared two large blades facing inward and the horns on his head facing backward. The two phoenixes gazed upon the magnificence of Issei's second dragon form. Reborn saw the similarities between Issei and his father. It brought back the memories of Lord Reynard telling him stories about his days with Shiryu. For many years I have admired the statue of your father. I would have never imagined I got to meet his son, Reborn said. Issei then reverted back to his human form, to which Reborn placed his hand on his shoulder. Now let's get to business. When will you marry my daughter? Are we still on that? Issei asked. Of course we are. Not only are you the son of my father's most trusted companion, but you also have access to the Phoenix clan's Phoenix regeneration. Reborn exclaimed. This is not just a coincidence, you were meant to be a part of our family. Issei internally face-palmed while Ravel blushed at her father's ideas. The two weren't sure of what to say next until Issei decided to speak up. If Ravel wishes to be with me, then I have no objections to the marriage, Issei stated. Reborn smiled at Issei and then looked towards his daughter for her input. I wouldn't mind having him as a husband, Ravel timidly stated with a blush over her face. But it's not because I like you. I'm doing this for my father's sake. I expected as much, Issei chuckled. The rest of the evening consisted of Issei being dragged around by Reborn to other mansions that had a significance to Shiryu. Once all of that was over, Issei decided to return home. But not before visiting his original home, where it all started. He appeared before the abandoned house he and his family once lived in. All the memories of the days he spent with his parents. It was true he was confined into the home a majority of the time, but he still loved his parents. They were all he needed growing up. The home was in the outskirts of Kyoto, away from all the residents of the town. It surprised him that after 10 years it had remained untouched. He went to the back of the home where he found 2 tombstones. After Ophis left him and awakened his sacred gears, he personally made a tombstone for his parents and buried his mother himself. He knelt before his parents' tombs and prayed to them. Hey Mom and Dad, it's been a while since I last spoke to you. I just wanted to say that I've avenged you. Kokabiel won't be ruining any more lives. I may not have killed him, but I know I got the message across. Issei began to tear up as he spoke to his parents. I have good news. I'm going to be a dad soon. You both know Kuroka. I've told you about her a few times. She's pregnant with my kid. You're going to be grandparents. I love her and the other girls so much. I hope I made you proud. The wind howled as he finished his talk with his parents. He placed his head against their gravestones as tears flowed through his eyes. They would be proud to see the man you have become. Yes, they would. Issei turned around and saw Kuroka, Grafia, and Ria standing behind him. They were touched by the words Issei had said moments ago. So this is where you buried them? Grafia asked. Yea, it is. I'll never forget the day that they died. We were spending some quality time as a family until an arrow came through the window and pierced my mother's head. It wasn't long until 2 dragon slayers came into the room and cut down my father, Issei replied. Without another word, Kuroka knelt before the gravestones and spoke to her in-laws. Hello, mother and father. My name is Kuroka. I'm sure Issei had spoken about me at one point or another. Thank you for bringing Issei into this world. Without him I would probably be dead by now. Your son means the world to me. I love him so much. Soon, when our baby is born, we'll be able to spend time as a family. After Kuroka, both Rias and Grafia went on to explain to his parents how much he means to them. Issei knew that his parents would have loved to meet them. Once they were all done, they entered the house and the girls were horrified at what they saw. Splatters continued to stain the walls and arrows were stuck on the furniture they landed on. Why would they do this? Rias asked herself. Kokabiel saw us in his way. He didn't want to take any chances, Issei explained. Did you bury your parents yourself? Grafia asked. I only buried my mother. As for my father, I couldn't even find his body, Issei explained. I spent hours and hours searching for any trace of his body but failed to find anything. It's like he disappeared. When they were done with everything they had to do, they teleported back to their home to get some rest. All the girls were already waiting for him on his bed as he crawled his way into the center of it. Once he got in place, almost by instinct, the girls grabbed onto any part of him that was available. He was home, and nothing could ruin it. Nothing. When Issei finally woke from his slumber, he found himself in an odd state. To his surprise, he found the bed empty, something he would have never expected to happen. He looked towards the clock and realized why he was alone. It was past noon. He missed school. He debated on going to school, but at this point there was no point. He would rather have Sona scold him for his actions rather than waste a few hours at school. With his decision set, he decided to go get some breakfast, and so he had a quick shower, then went his way towards the kitchen. Once he arrived, everyone he expected to see. While a few of the girls living in his house did go to school, the vast majority of them didn't. This included Kuroka, Grafia, Middle, and his peerage. Although he didn't see Lilith around, he knew she was lurking around like usual. He went to take a seat next to Kuroka, and while she clung herself to his right arm, he rested his hand on her stomach. My eyes, are you excited to be a father in a few months? Kuroka asked. She snuggled her head more into his arm as she began to purr. I'm not exactly sure how to feel about being a dad, Issei sheepishly admitted. I've only known mine for 7 years. How am I supposed to know what to do? You shouldn't worry about that, Naya. You'll be a great father, Kuroka assured. Issei loved her for confidence she brought him. Everything was going by so fast he couldn't comprehend it all. Yet there was another issue that he found in this. He understood that all Nekomata had the ability to tell whether they are pregnant or not. This meant that Kuroka knew she was pregnant from the beginning. But why hadn't she told him? Why didn't you tell me you were pregnant earlier? Issei asked. Kuroka sighed. It broke her heart that she had to hide such an important detail. Yet there was some merit to the decision. I didn't want to distract you from your goal. If I had told you about it earlier, you wouldn't be focused on killing Kokabiel. Well, next time you tell me important information. Nothing you say is ever a distraction, Issei said. Of course, Naya, Kuroka replied. The two went on to speak about other topics concerning the baby. How they were going to raise it, possible names for both genders, and if it were to be trained to fight or be a more passive person. Then came up its future pedigree. Some thought that it was going to be straightforward, but they were into a surprise. So what's the kid going to be? Quarter human, dragon, devil, and Nekomata? Middle asked. That's not going to be the case, Grafia answered. Middle looked confused to the answer, so Grafia decided it was best to clear things up. The child will end up being half Nekomata and quarter dragon and human. The reasoning for this is that Kuroka wasn't born as a devil. She was reincarnated as one. Just because she became a devil with the use of the evil pieces, it doesn't mean that her children will also be born as devils. Middle simply nodded at the answer, but the people around her knew she still didn't fully understand what Grafia meant, so they left it alone. Everyone continued what they were doing until Marian and Buran came up to Issei with a tray full of food. Enjoy your food, master, the two said in unison as they bowed. Issei thanked them as he took the tray and the two walked off. He wasn't completely sure why they continued to go with their maid roles in the peerage, but he shrugged it off as he began to dig in. The food, while not breathtaking, was very delicious. Much better than most things he could make anyways. While he was eating, Kuroka gently nudged his shoulder and opened her mouth. Issei understood what she wanted, and so he got a piece of sausage and fed it to her. Once she ate it, she smiled and snuggled to his side once more. Issei smiled but soon heard a cough and looked in front of him. What stood before him was a group of the rest of the girls in his harem. He assumed them to be jealous about how Issei fed Kuroka, and that assumption was confirmed when they all yelled in unison. We want to be fed too. Issei sighed as he internally thought to himself, oh, this is going to be a great start of the day. When school finally ended, Rias had requested that Issei and some of the girls meet him in the conference room of Kyo Academy. There was a circular table in the center of the room, and the three kings sat in a seat with their respective peerages standing behind them. Meanwhile, those not in a peerage such as Lilith, Grafia, Kuroka, and Middle were allowed to be seated anywhere they pleased. So what's the occasion? Issei asked. Well, I wish to know where you disappeared to in the 2 days before Kokabiel attacked, Sona replied. You could have just asked me yesterday after the fight, Issei commented. Oh, I know. I just wanted everyone else to hear your answer, Sona replied. She had a wide shit-eating grin on her face. She knew what happened those days. The question was, how did she know? Sigh, if you must know, I was just speaking with Lady Gabrielle, Issei answered. Once he finished his sentence, there was a loud thump and everyone saw that Rias had just slammed her head on the table. I give up, she exclaimed. Everyone wants to get in your pants. Ara Rias. That may not what their conversation had been about, Akino said. Oh no, that's exactly what it was about, sorta, Issei said. Then what was your conversation about, Rainier asked. Issei could sense the jealousy flowing out of her. Hell, he could sense jealousy flowing out of all the girls in his harem. She just wanted to tell me how she's been watching over me and has some romantic feelings for me, Issei replied. Issei immediately regretted saying that as the jealousy levels were getting too high for him. Then he decided to change subject. How did you know about my encounter anyways? My sister told me, Sona replied. Your sister, Issei questioned. Her sister is Serafal Leviathan. She deals with foreign affairs and so it would be easy for her to find out about the encounter, Tsubaki explained. Apparently Gabriel told Michael about the encounter and he wanted to know more about you. He soon asked my sister about you, which leads us to now, Sona continued. Now on to other matters. Since I did assist in forming the barrier around the school during Kokabiel's attack, I do expect some compensation. What is it you want, Sona? Rias asked. All I ask for is cleaning the school pool tomorrow after school, Sona said. With a nod, Sona began to gather her peerage, but not before making one more remark towards Issei. By the way, would you like to take Tsubaki and Tsubasa on separate dates or at once? Issei annoying looked at Sona, who at this point had the biggest troll face in existence. He soon found himself surrounded by all the usual girls demanding to be taken on dates as well. The only one who didn't, however, was Kuroka, as she didn't need a date since she would be on top no matter what. After all the girls were promised dates, Sona and her peerage soon left, leaving Issei and Rias with their peerage. After a few silent moments, Zenobia slowly walked towards Issei. Why would Lady Gabrielle be interested in you, she asked. Issei had a blank expression and blinked a couple of times. He looked at Rias with a confused look on his face. What is she doing here, he asked. After you left with Ravel yesterday, I went home and she asked if she could join my peerage, Rias answered. Why would you want to become a devil, Issei asked as he turned back to Zenobia. I have served the church in the name of God for all my life. After I learned of his death, I decided that I would put that life behind, Zenobia explained. Issei continued to look at her with a risen eyebrow. He somewhat didn't believe her story. They excommunicated you. They excommunicated me. Issei tried his best not to laugh at the situation, so he kept a relatively stoic expression. He did feel pity for the poor girl as they excommunicated her just for finding about the death of God. He would have offered to speak with Gabrielle about the situation, but since she already became a devil, the damage had already been done. Now will you answer my question, Zenobia asked. All she said was that all the selfless acts I've done attracted her, Issei replied. Zenobia seemed content with the answer and simply left the building. Issei knew that she was going to be a handful, but before he could think further of her, he was soon approached by Kiba. Listen, Issei, about the oath. You were being a complete idiot. I understand the reasoning for it, but for the most part your behavior was unacceptable. I am willing to put it behind us, but let me make myself clear. Issei's voice turned harsher as he came closer to Kiba, making sure no one heard what he was about to say. I don't care that you're Ria's knight. If you do anything that puts any of them in danger, I will personally slit your throat. Are we clear? The final part not being much of a question but more so a command. Kiba couldn't do anything but merely nod to the threat. He knew that Issei was powerful enough to easily kill him at any moment, but if Rias would allow him to do so is debatable. With everything said and done, everyone began to make their way to their respective homes. Though Akino thought it to be a fun decision to accompany Issei and the other girls home, they created a large magic circle and teleported themselves back to the house. By the time they got there, the majority of Issei's peerage went to train in the training center while the remaining of the girls stuck around in the living room. Like always, Midult and Ravel had their banter about who gets to sit on Issei's lap until they were ultimately removed by Lilith. The rest of the girls wondered why the two bothered to continue their actions when Lilith will always remove them every time. Lilith, how come you always remove Midult and Ravel from my lap? Issei curiously asked. Those two are loud. When I remove them from your lap, they grow silent. I like silence, Lilith stated stoically. Lilith slowly tilted her head to look at Issei in the eyes. Plus, I like to sit with Big Brother. Everyone stared at Lilith. The fact she showed the difference and similarity between herself and Ophis was just astounding to them. She showed her one of silence like Ophis, yet she showed emotion that Ophis was never able to express on her own. You can never get a read, that girl, Calla Warner joked. No kidding, Rainier said. Lilith sure is an interesting one, Rias said. And you want to screw her brother until he impregnates you, Akino teased. I always wanted kids. Issei is the best man there is to be their father, Rias shrugged. It was a surprise to Akino at how calmly Rias replied to her tease. If it were the day before, she would be all over her, yet today she reacted calmly. You're not flustered by the remark, Akino asked. I have no reason to. I love Issei and I'll embrace that love, Rias replied. Issei would have said something to Rias, but when he tried, Lilith immediately demanded his attention. The remainder of the day went as expected. All the girls took turns snuggling with Issei for a while. All of them but Yubaluna, Zualan and Carlamine. The three seemed more withdrawn about making any romantic advances towards Issei. Even during the meeting between the kings and queens, Yubaluna seemed nervous about even suggesting Issei to take her on a date. Could it be because they thought themselves unworthy of being lovers due to their servant status perhaps? But for now he decided to put it off and talk to them about it on a later date. Akino soon returned home and the rest of the girls went to sleep. Issei and Grafia however decided to stay in the living room. They saw it as a good way to spend some quality time with one another. With everything that has happened in the past few weeks he hasn't been able to pay attention to the second woman who stole his heart. Grafia was currently resting her head on Issei's shoulder as the two laid on the sofa. "It's been a long time since we've spent time alone," Issei said. "Far too long," Grafia replied. "To think I fell in love with a man I planned to kill for Surzech's. Wasn't the only time one of the girls tried to kill me," Issei joked. Issei reminisced of the days when Rainier was first sent to kill him on their first date and when Calawarna tried killing him. He never held a grudge against either of them for their actions, though they wouldn't be able to kill him to begin with. The two stayed in an embrace for what seemed to be hours. But then Grafia reminded Issei of something she needed in her life, something she's wanted since the Phoenix battle. "Issei, it's time," Grafia said. "Time for what?" Issei asked. "I know that since we haven't had that our draconian bond was never completed. I wish to complete it today." Issei simply nodded as he made a magic circle and teleported them to an empty room within the house. Before Grafia was able to react, Issei brought her into a deep passionate kiss in which their tongues began to battle for dominance. After some moments Issei pulled back and stared deeply into her eyes. "To have and to hold, from this day forward, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do us part." Guys, I'm sorry to say this, but I won't update this story for a while. I'll be focusing on my second story, Fallen Scales, since I feel like I've neglected that one for too long. I won't make any promises on to when I'll make another chapter for this story, so please hold on. I'm sorry if you only care about this story, but I won't neglect my other one. If you like that story, here's a sneak peek to the next chapter of Fallen Scales. The walk through the hall was long yet quiet. The bell had rung moments earlier and it didn't seem as if the two were getting any closer to their destination. Whether Akino was purposely making the trip longer than necessary was unknown to Issei. Something interesting to him was that Akino had a very uncanny resemblance to Rainier. The facial structure, hair and eye color were all too similar. True, Akino had a much larger bust than Rainier, but the similarities couldn't be written off. After much more walking around the school, the duo ended up in a dead end with no other way to go. Before Issei could ask what the meaning for this was, Akino took hold of Issei's shoulder and pushed him against the wall. It was also unexpected that he wasn't fast enough to react to it. Akino pinned him against the wall and brought her face mere inches away from his. "Ara, you didn't react fast enough to escape my grasp," Akino said. "Well, in my defense, I never expected to be pinned against the wall on my first day," Issei replied. "Much less by a beauty such as yourself. Yufufu, unfortunately for you, flattery will get you nowhere. I've been wanting to speak with you for quite some time now," Akino said. "Well, here I am. What did you need to speak to me about?" Issei asked. "Well, if I'm going to be honest, I've wanted to know if you would be the S or M in a relationship, but seeing as you haven't retaliated yet, I can assume you'll be the M," Akino teased. "You'd be surprised," Issei quickly got out of Akino's hold and pinned her against the wall as she did to him moments earlier. You can be the S, I like that," Akino said. Issei backed up and let go of his hold on Akino. He was interested by her ability to catch him off guard. Not many people were capable of doing so. Then once again, as he was thinking how she caught him off guard, she did so once more by taking hold of his hand and placing it upon her left. When he was about to pull away, he looked into her eyes. Issei expected to see them full of lust, but they weren't. It was something more on the lines of an infatuation. The source of the infatuation was unknown to him, but he could make a close guess on where the infatuation came from with the events of the past few minutes in mind. "What game are you playing?" Issei questioned. "I never considered it a game, but if you do, then I plan to win my prize," Akino replied. "And what is the prize you want to win?" "Your heart." The rays of the bright sun illuminated Issei's room as it always had. On regular morning, the sunlight would reveal the rest of the girls who clung onto Issei while they slept. But this morning wasn't regular at all. The only girl with Issei was no other than Grafia Lucifuge. After the intimacy they both shared the night before, the rest of the girls hesitated to sleep with them, and so they decided to sleep in their own rooms. It was most definitely for the best because of the fact the entirety of the bed was covered with sweat and other bodily fluids. When Grafia woke, she found herself in her normal position with Issei's head smothered in her. She checked the clock on the nightstand to see how much time she had left until Issei would have to leave. It was still too early to get up. She had at least an hour until Issei would have to get ready for school. She would have tried to go back to sleep, but ultimately she decided against it. For one, there was a sticky feeling between her legs. She assumed it to be a dried version of Issei's essence. Secondly, there was the fact she was covered in sweat. Under no circumstances would she ever allow herself to sleep knowing that she was so dirty. No matter what, she had a reputation to uphold. She would have to force herself to get out of bed, even if it did mean she would have to sacrifice some time to spend with Issei. She tried her best to get off the bed without waking Issei up, then made her way to the bathroom. Once she was there, she decided to look in the mirror and saw all the damage Issei had done to her body. She had bite marks which trailed from the side of her neck all the way to her chest. Between her thighs she had a mixture of Issei's sperm and a hint of. While she was in the middle of the shower, Issei began to slowly awaken. Like all mornings he was tired, but the activities he and Grafia participated in last night worsened that fact. He heard the running water in the shower and deduced that Grafia was taking a shower. Instead of joining her to wash himself, which if he did he knew they would go at it again, he decided to grab a towel and go to one of the indoor hot springs. After some minutes of wandering the halls he made it to the doorway of the hot spring but sensed that someone was already inside. Not willing to search for another, Issei walked in hoping that its current occupant wouldn't mind his entry. Luckily for him, it was Midelt that was resting in the hot spring whom was unaware of Issei's entry. She had a small rag over her eyes and was facing away from Issei. Having fun there, Issei asked suddenly. Midelt lightly jumped from being surprised by Issei. "You asshole, why would you scare me like that?" Midelt exclaimed. "This hot spring is occupied, so get out, pervert." Midelt threw a bar of soap to which Issei easily caught before it hit his face. "Well, I'm too tired to go search for another one, so you'll just have to deal with it," Issei replied as he sat next to Midelt. "Why couldn't you shower in your room?" Midelt asked. "Grafia was using it and I didn't want to repeat last night," Issei replied. Midelt seemed to be satisfied with the answer and left the situation alone. The two continued to sit in the spring in silence for some time. Neither had any idea of what to do or say until Issei remembered something he wanted to bring up for a long time. "Where are we?" Issei asked. Midelt looked at him, confused by his question. "What do you mean, we're in your house?" she replied. "That's not what I meant. I mean, where are we in our relationship? I remember that day you kissed me, but since then you seem to forget about it," Issei replied. "What's your point?" Issei Midelt asked. "My point is that I want to make sure that you know you don't need to hold anything back. I'm here for you no matter what," Issei assured. He saw that he was there for long enough and decided to make his way out. His message was received and that's all he cared about. But before he left, Midelt wanted to say one last thing. For the record, Rainier and Kalawarner are also holding back. Not their love but rather their lust. We're fallen angels, but it seems that they don't want you to think they're freaks, Midelt finished. "I'll keep that in mind," Issei replied as he left. Midelt was left alone in the hot spring, thinking about what had just occurred. She wasn't used to the idea of expressing her emotions for another person, so the process will take time. But in all she decided to slowly express her feelings towards him. She was easily the most ignorant of the girls when it came to understanding what love felt like. But soon she will completely embrace it. Issei had to wander the halls once more so he could return to his room, but this time he had an odd feeling. He had the strange feeling that he was being followed by someone. He wanted to shrug it off as Lilith being Lilith, but there was a problem to that. There were two pursuers, not one. It couldn't have been the other girls either, because they would be more upfront with him rather than choosing to follow him. Issei sent a beam of energy towards the pursuers as a warning shot. Once he did, their energy signatures disappeared and he continued his walk towards his room. Though unknown to him, the two pursuers already got what they wanted. In a cabin outside of Kyo, two young dragoness whom were only a year younger than Issei, sat on a round table to converse of what they saw in Issei's household. The two were twins, with the only thing differentiating them were the color of their eyes. One had light blue eyes while the others were gold. The two wore matching purple yukatas, with the obies being the color of the other's eyes. "That was a good learning experience," the blue-eyed girl said. "Yes, but it's only been the first day and he already sensed us. I should have never listened to you," Zia the other replied. "You're as worried as always, Ani." "He'll probably shrug it off," Zia assured. "Besides, Mother won't care if he knows we're here. I don't get why she wants us to watch him anyways," Ani groaned. Zia stood from her chair and looked out the window. Their cabin had a wonderful view of the city. But most importantly, it had a view of the Hayatu household. She gave off a wide smile before looking back at her sister and saying she just wants to know how powerful her nephew is. When Issei returned to his room, Grafia had already left, so he quickly got into his school clothes and went to the kitchen to have some breakfast. He was surprised to see that everyone besides his peerage was awake by this time. Even Kuroka, who would usually sleep until noon, was awake and in some normal clothing. "Why is everyone up so early?" Issei asked the group as he approached them. Ravel was the first to answer his question when she replied, "Today is open house. All of the parents will be attending." Once Issei processed what Ravel had said, his mood immediately dropped. Before anyone could say anything, Issei walked out the door and slammed it behind him. The rest of the girls were shocked to see how Issei reacted. Whenever he acted like that, there has always been a reason for it. But this time it was so sudden and none of them expected it. "What was that?" Kaneko asked. "I have no idea," Kalawarner answered. "Should we go after him?" Rainier asked. "No, it would be best if we gave him his space," Grafia suggested. The girls decided to cooperate with Grafia's request and move on. But Kuroka wasn't as comfortable with that idea as the others were. Because Kuroka had a deeper draconic bond than Ria's and Grafia, she felt the emotions that Issei gave off. Everyone else would have assumed that Issei was just mad at that moment, but Kuroka knew it was more than that. He had feelings of loneliness and sorrow. She wasn't sure where these emotions derived from, but hoped he would talk to her about it. On the walk to school, no one was able to find a trace of Issei. Even Kuroka had a hard time attempting to trace his Kai, but continuously failed. Before the classes started, Riaz made her way to the student council to tell Tsubasa about the situation with Issei. She knew that Tsubasa was in the same class as him, so going to her would have been a no-brainer. She also suggested to her that she gave Issei his space and not try to bother him. When the bell finally rang, everyone made their way to their respective classes to prepare for any relatives who were visiting. When Tsubasa entered her class, she saw Issei sitting by the window and staring outside. As much as she wanted to talk to him, she decided to take Rie's advice and let him be. After a few minutes, a second bell rang, which allowed the visitors to enter any classroom before activities took place. To Tsubasa's surprise, the only visitors for Issei were Yubeluna and Grafia. She surmised that Kuroka decided to go to Kaniko's class and the rest of his peerage stayed home to be more discreet. Obviously, having a whole group of women follow a single male wouldn't look so modest. Issei didn't pay any attention throughout the entirety of the class and dozed off for the majority of it. It wouldn't have bothered Grafia because she knew that a dragon wouldn't exactly love school, but this took it to a new level. Issei would have gotten away with this behavior on normal days, but his teacher had something else in mind. "Hayato, would it kill you to pay attention in class and work on the activity?" the teacher annoyingly asked. Issei was knocked out of his gazing and met with a block of clay sitting at the center of his desk. He looked around the class and saw the rest of the class already making things out of their blocks. Even Tsubasa was working on some clay boxing gloves, fitting for a rook. He wasn't sure on what to make out of the clay he had. All he could think about was the parents sitting at the back of the room. He closed his eyes to try to forget about them, but it just wasn't happening. He kept thinking about his own parents and how he had to endure seeing the other students happy with their own. He thought he had gotten over their death, but apparently he was mistaken. He wondered about the rest of his extended family. Then he remembered how his father said one day he would meet his O. "Looks like Issei can do something after all," the teacher exclaimed. Issei snapped out of his thoughts and looked at what the commotion was about. But then he saw something that almost broke his heart. Before his teacher could applaud him even further, Issei stood up and left the classroom. At first the teacher was confused at why Issei left, but once he took another look at what Issei made, he completely understood. All Grafia and Yubeluna could do was stare at the piece Issei made and shed a single tear. After Issei left the class, he decided to go to the roof so he could be alone. But to his dismay, he couldn't get that wish as he sensed someone familiar. "What the hell do you want, Kurai?" Issei annoyingly asked. Out of the shadows came the Okami, Kurai. The two haven't talked since he imprisoned Minakui in the prison of shadows. Issei assumed that he would have stayed in Kyoto with Hikasa, but it appears that Kurai had other plans. "You're as nice as ever, Hayato," Kurai sarcastically replied. "I'm just here cause Azazel has a message for you." "So you're the Grigorous new lapdog," Issei mocked. "As if. I just need money and I'm being paid handsomely," Kurai replied. "You were adopted by Yasaka. Why would you need more money?" Issei asked. It made no sense to them at all why Kurai would want to work since Yasaka could financially support him for life. "Unlike you, I refuse to live as a freeloader. I don't want to be like you where you just ask Ophis for something and she creates it out of nothing," Kurai replied. "Alright, as much as I'm loving this conversation, tell me what Azazel sent you to tell me," Issei annoyingly ordered. "Watch your tone, you lizard," Kurai said threateningly. "Azazel wants you to know that you can come to the Grigori and kill Kokabiel whenever you want. This leaflet will teleport you there." As Kurai was about to give Issei the leaflet, Issei burned it until nothing but ash was remained. "Tell him thanks, but no thanks. I don't want to see Kokabiel ever again," Issei said. He decided to go back to the gymnasium and wander for a while. Meanwhile, Kurai stood where Issei left him and scoffed. "Damn bastard is too proud." When the first half of the day ended, all the students were given time to spend some time with their families. Currently, Rias was in the orc room with the rest of the members, besides Issei, with the additions of Surzech, Arabella, and her parents. While every other student was having a nice time with their families, Rias had to endure the teasing of her father and brother. "I'll make sure to hire the best cooks and florist for the wedding. Only the best for my daughter," Zioticus teased. To Ria's dismay, Zioticus made sure to bring a book with him to make plans for Ria's future wedding. It didn't matter to him that Issei and Rias were already married by draconic customs because he still wanted his daughter to have her special day. Zioticus would have continued if it wasn't for his wife, Venilana. "Darling, your actions are premature. Let's allow Rias to live her life for now," Venilana said while tugging on her husband's ear. When Zioticus freed himself from his wife's hold, he promised that he would stop with the marriage talk. "For now at least. Where is Issei anyway?" Surzech asked. Obviously, Surzech wasn't pleased with the absence of his future in-law. The least he could do was talk with them for a few minutes. "He just disappeared without a trace this morning. He left the house and slammed the door behind him," Rainier answered. "That's unsettling," Arabella commented. "Very. Such a shame. I really wanted to speak with him," Zioticus added. Almost on cue, the door to the clubroom opened and revealed Grafia and Yubeluna, neither of which had a smile on their faces. Not even a forced one. Kuroka was the first to catch wind of this and asked, "What's wrong, you two? You look like you've seen a ghost." Grafia pulled an item from a magic circle and placed it in the center of the main table. "Issei made this during class today." From what was a joke from Kuroka seemed to be a reality. In its own way, when everyone saw what Issei made during class, they began to understand why Issei acted as he did. The clay sculpture that he made was in the form of his late mother. It wasn't a normal sculpture of her either. Instead, it was her laying down in a coffin with her hands on her chest. Around her were flowers that covered her from head to toe. There were even engravings on the side of the coffin. It read, "Lilith Hayato, loving mother and wife who tamed Shiryu, 19XX-2617. None of the girls were able to understand how they didn't know sooner. Someone who had lost their family wouldn't be so thrilled to be around other families. If they had prepared him for a day like this, it could have all been much smoother. Out of nowhere, a small cloud of shadows appeared and out came Lilith. She noticed the glum faces a majority of the room had but soon was drawn to the sculpture. She lowered herself so she was at eye level with the sculpture but wasn't sure who the woman was. She confusedly looked up to the others for some clarification. That's Issei's mother. It's Lilith Hayatu, Kuroka tearfully explained. Lilith stared at the sculpture while she slightly tilted her head. For a reason unknown to her, she shed a tear then whispered, Mama, alright, I'm gonna go into a decent rant right now, so if you don't care, skip to where it says rant end. Alright, so basically I got a review for my last chapter which really annoyed the hell out of me. I won't call the reviewer out, but his name should make it obvious. Usually I just ignore hate reviews, but this one just set me off. I can agree with the reviewer on how many of the female characters are one-dimensional, but keep in mind this was my first story and I had no idea how to set up character development. I think in my second story I do way better on progressing characters, but in this one I'm lacking. From here on out I will do my best, but I can't do it perfectly. The only reason I started writing WSS because I had ideas that no one to my knowledge has done before. I never read books outside of school, so I don't know a lot of basic things that I should. If you're gonna hate on my story, then go ahead. But keep in mind I'm one guy who doesn't have the experience like the more popular DxD fanfic writers. Rant over. With all that out of the way, I got other things to say. Recently I've been tempted to start the sequel story to this fanfic about Issei's kids, but it's gonna have major spoilers for future events. I could wait off until December, which is probably when this story will end, but please give me your thoughts. Another thing is that school just started, so my updates won't be consistent. You can spam my PM if you want, so you get my attention to work on this story. The next chapter should go up by Sunday, but we'll see. The young Lilith continued to stare at the little sculpture for a few moments until she did something unexpected. She created a few snakes to completely surround it. When she finally made the snakes disappear, the sculpture slightly changed. It was now colorized, with Lilith wearing a black dress and the flowers around her being white. Standing beside the coffin were Issei and his father with their hands holding onto it. Everyone stood in awe at Lilith's work. None expected that she would be able to add on to Issei's work and not ruin it in the process. Yet there stood another thing surprising to them. Lilith was created long after Shiryu's demise, and the only person in the room who had seen him in person was Lord Phoenix. It would be possible that alongside some of his DNA, Lilith also could have received some of Issei's memories of his parents. But that would be too convenient. Before any of them could question it, Lilith looked to have thought up of an idea and disappeared from their sight. Everyone gawked at how quickly Lilith's actions were until Calla Warner spoke up. You can never read that, girl, she joked. Reina rose an eyebrow as she stared at her sister before Calla Warner continued. Well, we're all thinking it. Before a retort could make its way, everyone felt a strong burst of power from the school gym, followed by Leave Me Alone Serafal. After Issei's interaction with Kurai on the roof, he thought that the next best place for some silence would be in the gymnasium. How wrong he was. When he arrived, he noticed that there were multiple students from the photography club taking pictures of a girl dressed in a strange pink outfit. On any normal occasion he would have just left and done nothing, but he's had a tinge of pent-up anger within him and thought that the photography club could be good punching dummies. But alas, another plan of his foiled before it could take place. When he was about to charge at the club, someone else came in to prevent the massacre. That someone else being none other than the VP of the student council, Tsubaki Shinra. Everyone disperse immediately. The student council will not allow such illicit behavior during open house, Tsubaki commanded. Many groans came from the males of the club, but they ultimately complied to not have to serve any detention. When they all scattered, Issei went over to Tsubaki and the other girl. Who would have thought that you could be so commanding? Issei complimented as he walked towards her. I'm honestly impressed. I'm the vice president of the student council. It's only natural that I'm harsh at times like this, Tsubaki replied. Normally it would be the job of the secretary, but you know. Yeah, Issei said while awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Luckily for the both of them, the second girl was annoyed she was getting ignored and made sure they paid attention to her. How dare you ignore me? She pouted. I'm the magical girl Milton. Issei blankly stared at the girl, then turned to Tsubaki for clarification. Before she was able to tend to his confusion, the gymnasium door suddenly slammed open to reveal a very annoyed Sona Citri. What was all the commotion about? Before Sona could finish her sentence, the girl in pink quickly rushed towards her. Sona, I was looking for you, the girl exclaimed. Serafal, Sona stuttered. What are you doing here? What's the matter? You're all red. Aren't you happy to see your big sister? Serafal asked. You should be running into my arms and telling me how much you missed me, I'd say. As Serafal bombarded Sona, Issei once again turned toward Tsubaki to answer some questions. That Serafal Leviathan, I expected someone more professional, Issei commented. You're unfortunately not the first person who said that, Tsubaki replied. Sigh, why are all the Satans so crazy? Issei asked himself. Leave me alone, Serafal. Issei and Tsubaki both jerked towards the two citrus and saw Sona running in circles with Serafal chasing her. They noticed how Serafal kept waving her staff around while she yelled about wanting to spend some quality time with her. That Serafal sure loves her sister, Zioticus commented. Issei and Tsubaki both yelped once more when they were startled by Zyotika's sudden appearance. Why is everyone coming out of nowhere? Issei yelled mentally. Although he isn't the only Satan that's obsessed with their sister, Zyotika's finished. Are all the Satan Siskins? Issei questioned. You have no idea, Arabella sighed. She recollected of the days when her elder brother Falbium was close to become a Siskin until she entered a relationship with Surzech. When Serafal took notice of the entry of the others, she lost interest in chasing her sister and went to greet them all. Riaz, it's so nice to see you again, Serafal said. It's great to see you too, Lady Leviathan, Riaz replied. I've told you to call me either Leviathan or Sira, Serafal pouted. It's great to see that even after a couple hundred years Serafal hasn't changed a bit, Zyotika's joked. Once finished with his sentence, he decided to turn his attention to Issei. How have you been, Issei? Wait, that's Issei, Serafal asked. Yes, now be quiet, Soma answered. Well, with all things considered, it could be much worse, Issei answered honestly. Issei was approached by Kuroka, who had a somber look on her face. I'm sorry, we didn't know you haven't fully gotten over the death of your parents, she apologized. Issei just smiled as he began to pat Kuroka's head. You have no reason to apologize, Kuroka. It was inevitable that a day like this would come, he replied. He stood back to face the rest of the group. I'm sorry for the way I've acted. I shouldn't have dwelled in the past but instead looked ahead for the future. I hope you can forgive me. The two sets of parents in the group both approached their future son-in-law, with the two lords placing a hand on one of Issei's shoulders. There's no need to apologize, my boy, Zyotika's assured. Of course, it was only natural that you acted the way you did, Reburn reaffirmed. Thank you. After the school day ended, the entire group made their way to the Hayadu household. For a majority of the walk there, Issei and the girls explained to the adults recent events that transpired, such as Issei's meeting with Gabriel and Kuroka's pregnancy. Zyotika's and Venilana were both understandably disappointed by the fact that Riaz wouldn't be able to give birth to Issei's eldest child, but in the end decided to push for her bear his second child. Perhaps we should renovate the home even further to accommodate for our future grandchildren, Zyotika's suggested. What luck we have for the father to be the White Dragon Emperor, Venilana added. Meanwhile, Riaz dug her face into her palms, attempting to hide her embarrassment. I'm in the deepest level of hell right now, she groaned. Issei chuckled at Riaz's embarrassment as they made it to the doorway to his house. Home sweet home, he thought as he opened the door. Hey bestie, what took you so long? Exclaimed Volley. Oh boy, Issei muttered. Kuroka ran into the home to embrace her best friend. Ever since she left her job, the two hadn't seen one another apart from the days leading up to the Kokabiel fight and during the end of the fight. What are you doing here? Kuroka asked. Ophis invited me, Volley replied as she gestured to living room. There sat Ophis sitting on one of the sofas while Lilith sat on her lap. The two scrolled through the shows on the TV as they attempted to find something they found amusing. Apparently they've been watching something called Dragon Ball Z Abridged, and once he heard a conversation he understood why they found it amusing. Oh, you think you're being cute? A green creature asked. I'm adorable, a short blonde guy replied. Once Ophis realized the group had finally arrived, she turned off the TV and approached them. It was clear some were somewhat uncomfortable being around her, but there were some who didn't let her power faze them. Hello, Issei. Lilith told me it was open house, so I came here, Ophis said. Is that right? Thank you, Lilith. I'm happy you brought her, Issei replied while petting Lilith's head. Ophis summoned a magic circle and pulled out a small book titled Pictures of Issei. I have brought photos of Issei. After Ophis had revealed she had a book of Issei's childhood photos, the girls took it upon themselves to search the book for anything relatively adorable. While the girls began to look through the book, Surzech requested that he and Issei had a one-to-one conversation in private. Issei led him to a secluded hallway in the home, but when they reached the hallway there was an obvious tension in the air between them. Issei Hayadu, what exactly are you? Surzech asked. I mean, what are you really? I'm just some guy who happened to get lucky and have two sacred gears. Besides that, I'm not that complicated, Issei answered. Issei knew what Surzech was doing. Surzech was attempting to learn more about him in case of him becoming a threat in the future. Then being the wielder of the Vanishing Dragon and Prison Dragon, I'd assume that you would call yourself the Vanishing Prison, Surzech asked. I prefer the Black Prison of Supremacy, Issei replied. That's a mouthful. Still better than Satan Red. Surzech scoffed at the retort before going in deeper with his little interrogation. In any case, I seem to remember that a few years ago a couple of devil soldiers were killed while guarding territory outside of Kyoto. What are you getting at? Issei began to grow wary of how the conversation would end. When Surzech mentioned the devil soldiers killed outside of Kyoto, he remembered the day where he unlocked his supremic prison form. The day where he officially started his relationship with Kuroka and almost lost her. According to nearby witnesses, they were killed by a man in armor, and said armor closely resembled that of the White Dragon Emperor, but black with some subtle changes. Surzech grew a very slim smile when he finished his sentence. He knew that Issei was responsible for the events, but it was unknown what he would do with that information. Don't think you would be able to do anything with that information, Lucifer, Issei threatened. I have no intentions in doing so. Even if you became an outlaw, it wouldn't matter because you'd just kill every pursuer with ease, and my poor little sister would be devastated if she never saw you again, Surzech reassured. Then what are you getting at? I'm just going to make this clear between us. You don't have to like me, I don't like you. But as long as my sister is happy I will tolerate you, and I expect you to do the same with that. Surzech left Issei and went back to the main room with everyone else. I swear to God my kid with Riaz is going to take his title, Issei declared. That won't be hard. He's going to pass the title to his son when he's older. Issei looked behind him and saw none other than his rival, Vali. Why is it that today I'm getting approached by people who annoy me? Issei asked himself. Power attracts power. Everyone will approach you one way or another. For some like Kuroka it would be for a relationship. Then there's people who will challenge you, Vali answered. And which reason did you approach me for? Issei asked. For now just to talk. But eventually it will be to battle, Vali replied. Now, I heard Surzech talk about your black armor which resembles the White Dragon Emperor's armor. Care to explain that? It surprised Issei how she wasn't being subtle at all with wanting to know his secrets. A small part of him would commend her for being honest, but a majority would call her a fool for being so upfront with her rival. All I will say is that it's basically a dual balance breaker that's activated by a chant, Issei answered. It didn't hurt to tell her at least that much, as it didn't give away its full capabilities. So you're not stupid enough to tell me all about that power. I can see why Kuroka chose you to be her mate. Too bad for Biku. Vali began to walk the same direction Surzech did earlier to regroup with everyone else. Meanwhile, Issei stood alone in the hallway processing his conversations with Surzech and Vali. Between those talks only one thing seemed important to him. Who is Biku? The living room erupted with ear-piercing shrieks from a couple of the girls. After a minor argument between them for rights to flip through the pages of Issei's memory book, Ophis decided to use her abilities to project holograms around the sofas to display what the book contained. A majority of the pictures were of Issei between his birth up until the age of 7. Then there were ones which were assumed to be added by Ophis after Issei began to learn about the supernatural world to present day. The girls responsible for the shrieks were the more sentimental girls such as Riaz, Middle, and Zulan. The rest of the girls observed the images, almost as if they were trying to imprint them into their memory. The most obvious one doing so was Zenobia. It seemed as if she grew an interest in Issei after seeing his power during the battle with Kokabiel. But the reasoning in her interest was unknown. For now. It looks like my future son-in-law truly went through an adventure at such a tender age, Zioticus commented. He looked impressed after looking at how Issei physically progressed in his journey. He was trained to be a powerful fighter. He is my champion, Ophis said. The two lords looked towards Ophis with interest. If Issei was a dragon god's champion, that would mean he must be extraordinarily powerful. And just how powerful is he? Reynard asked. Everyone stopped whatever they were doing and were drawn into the topic. They all knew Issei was easily more powerful than a Cotter-class fallen angel, but they didn't know the full extent to his abilities. If Issei were to go all in during a battle, and if the three known super devils worked together, Issei would undoubtedly come out on top. Silence. No one knew of what to say. It was astonishing to them all at how such a young man could have so much power. The three known super devils, 2 of which were known to be in the top 10 strongest beings in the world, would lose to a single boy. Yet at the same time, if they put all the pieces together, it made sense at why this would be the case. Issei Hayato is the descendant of the Vanishing Dragon Albion. He also happens to have 2 sacred gears, one of which is a Longinus. He was taken in by the infinite dragon god at the age of 7 and presumably trained by her as well. He was given some of Ophis' DNA to not only make him her technical child but also give a boost in his power. Not to mention the abilities of transformation into a large dragon and recently gaining Phoenix regeneration. With everything laid out, it does make sense at how Issei could accomplish this. Yet the one who was mostly surprised was Riaz. All her life she thought that her older brother was the most powerful devil of his time. He held the title of Lucifer and went unchallenged for years. Then Issei comes along and is said to be easily more powerful than Surzech. Surzech is truly lucky that only devils had the right to challenge any of the devil kings for their title. The two fathers, however, became more interested in knowing the extent of Issei's capabilities. They both knew that a powerful head of a house gains the house more power in the underworld. With Issei as the sire of their grandchildren, they would most definitely gain their respective houses more political power. After spending more time with the parents, the adults decided to say their goodbyes and return to the underworld. Ophis, however, decided to stay for the time being because she hasn't been around as much as she should. Lilith, how much have you done to help your brother? Ophis asked. Ophis wanted to know if Lilith was making sure she had done whatever she could for Issei's sake. That was the only reason Lilith was created, to make sure Issei would never be alone and had someone to depend on. I have done whatever I could, mother. I even assisted him in the early stages of his battle with Kokabiel, Lilith replied. She's right. She took the initiative to chain down Kokabiel and I couldn't be prouder, Issei added. He took the chance to pat Lilith's head, to which she enjoyed. We would all be dead if she hadn't come. For that I am eternally thankful, Zenobia thanked with a bow. Time passed and they all continued to converse for some time longer. But Issei then remembered about the irregular colorization of the absorption line sacred gear given to Kuroka some time ago. He also wished to speak to her about his acquisition of the Phoenix regeneration he gained after the battle. Mother, Kuroka, I would like to speak with you both in my room, Issei requested. Both Kuroka and Ophis nodded as they made their way toward his bedroom, though Kaneko requested that she came with them, to which Issei hesitantly accepted. When the trio arrived to his room, Issei made sure to put a soundproof barrier around the room so no one on the outside would be able to listen. Mother, there are some things I need some explanations on, Issei said. He turned to Kuroka, then gave her a slight nod. Show her. Kuroka nodded in return before showing off her absorption line. When it appeared, Ophis looked interested due to its color blocking, but Kaneko had a different response. That's Saji's sacred gear. How did you get it, she asked. After I killed Saji, due to Mother's orders, I decided to not let the chance get away and I took his sacred gear. Soon after I gave the sacred gear to Kuroka, Issei explained. When Ophis came closer to the sacred gear, she inspected it as closely as she was able to. The appearance must be a result of your bond with her. However, it doesn't seem that any other abilities were added to it. Your bond, Kaneko asked. When Issei and I officially became a couple, he performed this ceremony that mixed some of his soul with my own and vice versa, Kuroka explained. Not the only way we made our relationship official, Issei joked. Issei, please try to act appropriately. There is a child here, Ophis said while covering Lilith's ears. Issei took a moment to chuckle at the sight of seeing Lilith attempt to pry off Ophis' hand. It would be one of those moments he would look back on it in the future. But now wasn't the time that he should think of this, but instead he needed to get into some more business. Now the only question is, how in the world was I able to acquire the Phoenix regeneration, Issei asked. It's most likely because you had your absorption line absorbing his power during the fight. But when he blew himself up, it must have taken in some of his properties, Ophis hypothesized. So are you saying that I'm part riser now, Issei asked. I think you're taking it too literally, Kaneko said. She then turned to Kuroka with an annoyed look on her face. I hope your kid isn't as dumb as he is. One can only hope, Kuroka joked. Issei ignored the two and processed the information. He wondered if in the future he would be able to gain some more abilities from any future opponents, or if it was only a one-time thing. He might be able to test that theory sometime in the future. Although, I doubt that the Phoenix regeneration would be passed down to any offspring you have in the future, Ophis theorized. If that were the case, then all of my future kids would be overpowered, Issei thought. Well then, if that is all, I must go and take care of some business. A magic circle appeared below Ophis as she slowly descended into it. I shall see you all soon. I'm always left curious on what business she has, Issei commented. Oh well, time to return downstairs. As much as he would like to wonder what Ophis was up to in his free time, he decided it would be a mystery for another day. However, he was unaware of the looks both Kuroka and Lilith had upon their faces, as they knew what Ophis was planning. With that matter dropped, Issei and the other three made their way back to the living room, but only to find a new surprise waiting for them. Currently, Zenovia had her Durandal summoned in an attacking position, while Vali had a battle-hungry look upon her face. We go up for one conversation and all hell breaks loose, Issei sighed. He walked down the stairway while slowly clapping his hands at their antics. What fun. Now somebody should explain to me what the hell is going on before the Red One and I prematurely have our battle. It's a long story, Rainier said. Enlighten me. I just don't get it. Why does that guy get such a big harem? Vali asked the group. It astonished her that a single guy was able to attract so many women in such a short time. Power attracts women, and that bastard has plenty of it, Kiba said annoyingly. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he attracted you. Don't count on it. I swing for the other team, Vali said nonchalantly. Kiba was left with no word as he didn't know how to respond. It was so blunt for him, so it caught him off guard. But what surprised him even further was that no one else, with the exception of Zenovia, was surprised by this. Well, that was unexpected, Zenovia muttered. It really isn't if you think about it, Carlamine replied. How do you mean? Zenovia asked, wanting a further explanation. Well, I think we can all agree that Vali is a devil, since that's what her energy gives off, Zulan assumed, which led to everyone else nodding. Well, during the Great War, because of the fact that most of the soldiers were men, the women in the Devil Society were left alone by their husbands for so long that they were left to experiment with other women. The same went for the fallen angel women. We are beings of lust after all, Rainier continued. But when the war ended, the next generation of devil girls began to learn of this and experimented for themselves. I would be lying if I said I never experimented with Akino a couple of times, Riaz added. Ara Riaz, you're making me blush, Akino said while cupping her cheeks. Once again, Kiba and Zenovia were astonished to hear of this. They could never imagine their master and queen having some intimate moments with one another. I'm going to head home. Have learned enough for one day, Kiba said as he walked out of the home. I think you've broken him, Yuba Luna joked. But as much as all that was true, I have a different reason for my duality, Vali said. Would you like to share your reasoning then, Grafia asked. I just never a positive experience with men during my childhood, Vali shrugged. Must be a psychological thing then, Riaz surmised. Vali shrugged Riaz's hypothesis because she never cared to look deep into her situation. It was a part of her and she never thought anything of it. HMPH, having some trauma from your past affect your current way of life is pathetic to say the least, Zenovia mocked. Vali turned towards Zenovia and grew an aggravated look on her face. What did you just say? I mean, why let what happened in the past affect how you currently live? It's just a waste, Zenovia continued. Such a hypocrite. You let the news of the death of God affect you now, Vali retorted. Zenovia stood up from her seat and summoned her Durandal. You must be misinformed. I was excommunicated by the Vatican after learning of his death. I had no say on the matter. Nevertheless, I am still trained to eliminate devils such as yourself. She took up a battle position in the case that Vali would attack. The other members of Riaz's peerage grew weary of the situation and prepared to back up their fellow servant. However, Riaz rose her hand to prevent any interference. Zenovia needs to learn to not cross the line. Let her handle this on her own, Riaz commanded. Usually with her other pieces, Riaz would do her best to make sure they're safe. But because she knew about Zenovia's way of easily getting into trouble, she used this as an opportunity to teach Zenovia how to watch her sharp tongue. Before the two were able to make a move on the other, they heard slow claps directed towards them. They looked up the stairwell and saw Issei walking down with Kuroka, Kaneko and Lilith while slowly clapping. What fun. Now somebody should explain to me what the hell is going on before the Red One and I prematurely have our battle, Issei suggested. It's a long story, Rainier said. Enlighten me. Issei's peerage went on to explain to him how Vali was curious on how he was able to attract so many women and revealed her Yule orientation. They also explained how Zenovia went on to mock her reasoning, which led them to the situation they're currently in. Riaz and Akino had a thing I never would have expected, that Issei said. We could give you a show anytime you'd like, Yufufu, Akino offered. Oh my god, Issei whispered to himself. Now are we gonna have a problem, Vali, or am I gonna have to take you for a ride? Phrasing, Grafia said. Don't think about it too much, Issei replied. In any case, I'd rather wait for the right time for our battle, Vali said while she began to disappear through a magic circle. See you all soon. With Vali gone, all the visitors from Open House were officially gone. It was a rough day for them all and were glad it was all over. That was especially true with Riaz and Ravel because of the fact that their parents were bombarding them with plans for their future weddings. But the one who gained the most information the entire day was Issei. He learned that Surzets knew of his dual balance breaker and had information about him that went back a few years. But most importantly, he learned something interesting about Kuroka. So Kuroka, he called out. He easily caught her undivided attention along with everyone else's. Who's Beku? I don't get why we gotta do the student council's dirty work, Issei groaned. Currently, Issei alongside with the Occult Research Club were working on cleaning the school pool. The job would have been done yesterday were it not for the fact that they all forgot that it was open house until last minute. Fortunately for them, Sona allowed Tsubaki and Tsubasa to accompany the group to make the process a tad quicker. Plus there was the fact they wanted to get closer to Issei before their dates in a few days, so there was that too. Quit your and lover boy, we got work to do, Kaneko said. Shiren's right, Issei. Now get back to work, Naya, Kuroka ordered. Currently Kuroka was laying in the beach chairs to the side of the pool. Why, you may ask, Kuroka used her pregnancy as an excuse to get out of any hard work she could. Suddenly, Akino crept up behind Issei and pressed herself on his back. All this hard work will be worth it, Issei. After this we'll all get changed into our swimsuits. Wouldn't you like that, Akino seductively asked. Well, I guess it can't be all bad, Issei muttered. Good boy, Akino replied as she got off of him. Unbeknownst to them both, Riaz had been glaring at them both while their little rendezvous occurred. She wasn't sure how Akino truly felt about Issei. She wondered if it was love or lust. But knowing Issei's ability to attract women, it was most likely the former. It wasn't long until the group finally finished with their work. It took about half an hour to wash out all the dirt and muck that filled the pool. When the group finally finished, they all went to the changing rooms to get into their swimsuits. The two males in the group got changed and didn't say much to one another. Ever since the sparring match from when they first met Arena and Zenovia, the two had been distant toward one another. Issei made sure that Kiba knew if he did anything to endanger those around him that he wouldn't hesitate to take him out of the equation. A little while after the two had finished changing, some of the girls made their way out of the changing rooms in their swimwear. One by one they all soon finished and got ready to take a dip. While Issei took his time to get into the pool, he was soon approached by Kuroka. I need to call in a favor from you, Kuroka requested. What's the favor? Issei asked. Kuroka pointed towards Kaneko, who was just sitting on the edge of the pool and staring into the water. I'm afraid that Shiren doesn't know how to swim and I would like it if you helped her, Kuroka requested. Issei continued to stare at Kaneko and felt sympathetic for her. While everyone else was having fun in the water, she was left to do nothing. He nodded to Kuroka and made his way towards Kaneko to offer some help. What's wrong, kiddo? Issei casually asked. It's nothing, don't worry about it, Kaneko replied. Well, to me it looks like something, Issei said. What's it matter to you? You should be worried about Kuroka, Kaneko argued. That's very true. She's my family. But she's also your family. So by the transitive property you're my family, Issei retorted. He jumped into the water and offered his hand to Kaneko. Kaneko was hesitant but eventually accepted his help and slowly began to work on her swimming. Kuroka viewed this from afar and smiled that Issei was able to convince an otherwise stubborn Shiren to accept outside help. The group had their fun for a few hours until it slowly became dawn and they all went back to the changing rooms and got into their regular attire. But before he was able to catch up with the girls and head home, he was approached by Akino. Issei, I'd like for you to stop by my house in an hour, Akino requested. Issei was wary of the request because it was Akino who made it but saw nothing but sincerity from it. Not one sign of the regular seductive feel she would have. Sure, but what for? Issei asked. It's about the meeting that will be held tomorrow evening, Akino replied. Issei nodded in approval as he began to make his way to the other girls. He was curious about what they would be talking about but decided to wait patiently until it was time to meet with her. When the hour passed for him to meet with Akino, he decided to walk to her house instead of using a magic circle. He was curious as to why he had to meet her specifically at her house, but all curiosity was washed away when he saw her standing in front of her shrine. She welcomed him inside where he found another guest waiting for him. The man there was a tall and handsome one with long blonde hair and green eyes. He wore an armor similar to that which Sirzech wore when Issei had the battle with Riser but was gold and white. It wasn't long until Issei realized who the man was. It was the current leader of Heaven and Gabriel's brother, Michael. "Hello there. I assume that you're Issei Hayao correct?" Michael asked. "Right, you are Lord Michael," Issei replied. "Perfect. Now on to some business. I came here because I was interested in your unique ability to wield 2 sacred gears at once," Michael said. "A lot of people became interested in that little fact. I honestly never questioned how it came to be and just accepted my gift," Issei replied sincerely. "And I expect that you will put your gift into some good use," Michael said. "Of course I will. I will do whatever it takes to protect those I love," Issei declared. Michael smiled at Issei's determination and finally understood the actions of his 2 younger sisters. Issei was a good man and he knew he could entrust them both with him. "I expect nothing less from you, Issei. Your mother would be proud to see the man you became," Michael said. "And I now see why Gabriel became interested in you and why Penemu fell for you." Michael stood up from his seat and said his goodbyes as he returned to Heaven. Issei and Akino sat in silence while she continued to pour him some tea. He wasn't sure what to do at this point because he expected that Akino would make some jokes about now. Yet nothing happened and they stayed in silence. Until Akino broke it, that is. "How can you even look at me?" Akino asked suddenly. "I beg your pardon. How can you even stand to be in the same room as me?" Akino asked once more. "I have no idea what you're talking about," Akino, Issei replied. "How can you stand my line? My disgusting family," Akino yelled. "Akino, there's nothing disgusting about you or your family," Issei assured. "Just look at me," Akino yelled once more as she dropped her top. Issei was confused by her actions until he heard 2 wings unfurl behind her. One leathery black wing and a midnight black feathered wing. "Akino, it would be hypocritical of me if I disliked you because you're a half-fallen angel. You don't deserve to berate yourself." "Yes, I do, Issei. I hate that half of me and I hate that I have to live with it the rest of my life." Akino was in tears from revealing her true self. It was emotionally draining for her to show how vulnerable she was from that topic and couldn't bear the thought that Issei would hate her for this. "You aren't the only one who hated their line, you know," Issei stated. Akino looked back up to him in confusion and waited for him to go on. "When my parents died, I had the same thought process that you have. I thought to myself that if my father and I weren't dragons, then neither him nor my mother would have had to die. I could have lived with them for the rest of my life." Issei stood up then sat next to her as he continued with his story. "But as I grew up I realized that it was my dragon keeping me alive. If it weren't for my father's line I would have died tenfold when I was all alone." Issei began to wipe away Akino's tears with his right hand while he held her with his left. "What I'm trying to say is that you shouldn't lock away your powers and think of them as a curse, but instead use them to the fullest of your abilities and think of it as a gift." Akino thought about what Issei said and wasn't sure about what to do. She kept her powers hidden for so long that she wasn't sure she was ready to use them again. But if Issei was there with her, then she knew she could have the strength to accept her gift, as he called it. Up until the moment she met Riaz, everyone she knew wanted to kill or berate her for being a filthy creature. The only time she felt any warmth from another person was when she was still with her mother and father. But that was such a long time ago that she couldn't remember how that warmth felt. But now she did. When Issei accepted her, she felt that same warmth she felt as a child. And she loved it. She stared into Issei's deep white, blue eyes and did something that surprised him. She kissed him, not out of lust but out of love. Issei was shocked in the moment but quickly reciprocated the kiss. He may catch hell from Riaz from this, but in his mind this is what Akino deserved. She deserved to be happy. When she pulled away from the kiss, she once again stared into his eyes, then shoved herself into his chest. "I love you, Issei. I love you, Issei." When Akino said this, Issei felt a small surge of warmth within him. He was glad to see how she was able to care for him in such a way, but at the same time he felt a slight burden. The way he saw it, they're all emotionally dependent on him, and if one day he faces an opponent he wouldn't be able to defeat, they'd all be devastated. This was especially true with Kuroka, Riaz and Grafia because of the draconic bond he forged with them. But even with all this in mind, Issei took it upon himself to protect all who he cared about. It became one of the reasons that he continued to fight and push his limits. What were his other reasons? That would be a secret only he and Ophis knew. The duo stayed in the embrace for a while longer, not one of them wishing to remove themselves from it. They would have continued with the embrace, were it not for a quiet cough coming from the doorway. "Having fun there?" asked a slightly annoyed Riaz. You could see her eyebrow twitching while she had her arms crossed. Beside her stood Lilith, ignorant to the events that had occurred. Akino pulled away and recollected herself before she turned her head towards Riaz. "Ara, Riaz, you should know it's not ladylike to interrupt people," she said. Riaz sighed in annoyance about the situation. Not that it happened, but rather that she allowed it to happen. "As much as I would like to discipline you both right now, I'm here for another reason," Riaz said. "Which is?" Issei asked curiously. "Mother has summoned us. She requested our presence immediately," Lilith answered. Issei rose his eyebrow at the statement. It made no sense why Ophis would want to see them so urgently if they had seen her only one day prior. If she needed them now, then it would be assumed that whatever they would be conversing about must be important. Needless to say, Issei took this opportunity to get away from any punishment from Riaz he could have. He grabbed Lilith and summoned a magic circle to teleport themselves to Ophis. Rias watched as the two teleported away whilst Akino sighed due to the fact they couldn't have gone further. What a shame, it was just getting good too, Akino complained, clearly unbothered by Ria's presence. Rias turned her attention back towards Akino and grew a serious face. She can accept that Akino and Issei could pursue a relationship, but she will make sure that Akino knows her place. Issei teleported himself and Lilith outside of one of Ophis' palaces. She tended to travel across the world for an unknown reason, so it was expected that she had a numerous amount of palaces across the world. The one they currently were at was engraved into the Himalayan mountains. Of course, a barrier was needed to keep itself hidden from humans who climbed past it and from prying eyes. When they entered the palace, Issei was surprised to sense multiple beings inside her throne room. He quickly made his way to the room, but as he did, one by one, each being began to teleport away. When he reached his destination, he was successfully able to catch a glimpse of someone before they teleported away. He was a young and handsome man with black hair and blue eyes. He wore what seemed to be a mix of a Japanese school uniform and Chinese attire. The spear he wielded radiated an excess amount of holy energy that would scare any devil exposed to it. The man noticed Issei walk in and smirked before teleporting away. Issei was curious about who he and the others were, but figured it would be a topic for another day. Issei slowly walked towards her throne and kissed Ophis' cheek before kneeling down before her, with Lilith doing the same. "You summoned us, Mother?" Issei asked. Ophis stood from her throne and walked down the room, signaling the two to follow. "As I did my children," Ophis answered stoically. They followed her through the many corridors of the palace until they reached the end of a hallway. The two were confused at why they were led to a dead end until Ophis created a magic circle and revealed a hidden door. The door itself looked old and covered with dust. The wood was faded and the metal that surrounded it was so rusted it could have broken down at any moment. Whatever room that was hidden behind it obviously hadn't been in use for some time. Nevertheless, when Ophis motioned them to enter, they did with no hesitation. When they entered, the duo were more shocked to see what filled the walls. They saw hundreds of family trees scattered throughout the walls of the room, some being of heroes such as Odysseus, Sun Wukong, and Beowulf, to dragons of the likes of Ladon, Yulong, and Tannin. Alongside the family trees were what seemed to be notes about each member of each line. Notes that described their fighting styles, habits, and weaknesses, to things as trivial as what they preferred to eat and pet peeves. But what was most interesting to Issei was that his family tree was front and center. It showed everyone he would expect, such as his parents and grandparents from his father's side. But what he hadn't expected was to find out that his father wasn't Albion's only grandchild, and that other grandchild had offspring of their own. "Mother ... who is this?" Issei shockingly asked as he pointed to his father's sibling. "That is your aunt, Melusine," Ophis answered. She summoned a magic circle which created a hologram of his aunt. Unlike himself and his father, Melusine's dragon form was four-legged like Albion's. The hologram changed to depict two twin dragonesses in both their human and dragon forms. "And these two are your younger cousins, Ani and Zia." Issei analyzed both the girls and did note the minor physical similarities they shared with him. "How long have you known of them?" Issei asked curiously. "Not for very long. I only found out of their existence after yesterday's visit. I felt as if something was off because I sensed two presences similar to yours yet different." Ophis went on to explain that she didn't like a mystery and explained to the duo how her investigation into two presences led to the discovery of Ani, Zia, and their mother. "And what do you know of them?" Lilith asked. Issei expectedly was curious of this himself. He always wanted information about a person so he may have a feel for them. Even if they were family, he would be a fool to immediately trust them. He always prepared himself for the worst-case scenario, no matter what. Unfortunately for them, though, it seemed as if nothing could have been recovered by Ophis. It appears that Melusine was trying to keep the two a secret for as long as she could. "The only reason that I was able to catch wind of them is because they got sloppy to conceal themselves. But why would they need to be in hiding, and why would they show up in my house? Nothing adds up," Issei noted. He wasn't sure of the motives that they could be concealing. Obviously, if they wished to make their move against Issei, they surely would have done so by now. No, it doesn't. We must get to the bottom of this," Ophis declared. Her plans have been in the works since before she saved Issei. Nothing would be getting in the way of these plans. Every wild card that had gotten in the way was swiftly dealt away. The three dragonesses were no different. They would be dealt with one way or another. "What do you propose?" Issei asked. Ophis thought for a few moments until she thought of something. Then she remembered a fact that would make this situation easier to deal with. "Tomorrow morning you shall go to the familiar forest," Ophis ordered. Issei immediately rose an eyebrow at the order. Out of all the places she could have sent him, the familiar forest was most definitely the most random. "The familiar forest, what could I possibly find there?" Issei asked. "Tiamat. She spent centuries hunting down as many red dragon emperors as she could. It shouldn't be too hard for her to find those two," Lilith informed. Issei cringed at the revelation he would have to go search for Tiamat. He knew Tiamat's past with Albion. The thought of her finding out that he's his descendant utterly terrified him. She may have hunted down several red dragon emperors, but that doesn't mean that she's the best for this task. She could be so used to tracking down D-Drag that having her track them down could be in vain, he argued, attempting to belittle Tiamat's candidacy. Issei gained a shred of hope when he saw Ophis take his words into consideration. He thought that his attempt was successful, but unfortunately for him it wasn't the case. Your worries are noted, but I trust her abilities as a hunter, Ophis replied. She obviously didn't realize that his words weren't of doubt, but rather a desperate attempt to search for another candidate. In the morning you will go to the familiar forest and recruit Tiamat. Her tone was powerful and fit for a leader. Her face was full with determination, and nothing would change her mind. Issei knew this. All he could do now was follow her orders and pray that he would return in one piece. Issei gave up trying to convince Ophis and gave her a slight bow. It will be done, mother, he said. Ophis smiled at Issei's compliance. She showed little emotion, but those closest to them knew how Ophis much cares and loves Issei. At first Ophis only viewed Issei as tool to return to the dimensional gap. As time went on, however, she grew fond of the boy. She was mostly still an empty void, but not completely. She felt indifferent to most around her, but with Issei it was much different. She cared for him as if he were her own. As much as she would like to reminisce upon the memories she had with the boy, there was much more to be done. Now, from what I have heard, there is to be a meeting for the three factions to declare peace, correct? Ophis asked, which led to Issei and Lilith nodding. Then there is much to discuss. When you enter the familiar forest, the navigation around it is simple. There's always a set path for the young devils so they could avoid getting lost. Issei, however, recklessly decided to take his own route to find Tiamat's lair, a mistake he would quickly regret. Forget the damn paths, I thought, what could possibly go wrong? I hate the familiar forest. This would be one of the few times he would admit that the choice he made wasn't a well thought out one. He angrily flew across the forest, just hoping to come across Tiamat so he could leave this god-forsaken place. Vritra suggested. No, there's no need for that. I know I'm getting closer, I could feel it, Issei replied. This could be easier if Albion just helped me out. The old man is scared of her. I don't blame him, but he's just prolonging the inevitable. Vritra paused after he realized that Issei found something that interested the duo. Issei descended to the ground and slowly walked up to a figure laying in the dirt. He towards the figure was able to identify what it was. The figure turned out to be a young blue sprite dragon with diamond-shaped scales. When Issei moved his hand to touch the dragon, there was no resistance. When he finally felt the dragon, it was cold and lifeless. And for this one it was unfortunately the latter. Issei silently flew away from the dead sprite. He would have stayed longer, but he needed to complete his mission for Ophis. Fortunately for him, he was soon able to successfully complete the mission, but unfortunately, it wasn't the way he intended it to be completed. Seemingly out of nowhere, Issei was hit out of the sky by a large blue tail and crashed into the forest ground. Before he was able to process what had happened, a large blue claw stuck him and sent him crashing towards a nearby boulder. His attacker charged a blast of blue flame towards Issei, which led him to activate his scale mail armor. Divide, 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 shouted the armor as the flame got progressively smaller. Damn it, that was too close for comfort, Issei said to himself. His eyes sharpened at the dragon as he noticed it prepare to charge for him. Bring it. The dragon made its way to Issei, running at full speed until it did something that caught Issei off guard. When it was halfway towards Issei, it began to transform into its human form. The form was that of a beautiful woman with long pale blue hair. She wore a blue dress with which exposed a considerable amount of cleavage and showed her wide hips and ass. What surprised Issei even further was that rather than take the opportunity and attack him while he was confused, the woman tackled him to the ground and rubbed herself onto his armor. You have returned to me, my love. How I missed you, my sweet Albi, the woman cried. Oh my god, this is actually happening, Issei groaned. He expected something of the sort to occur on his search, but he never expected this. To his dismay, all the stories that Albion had told him as a child ended up being true. Vritra, you're inside this boy as well, Tiamat asked, surprised to hear her longtime friend sharing the same host as her old love. And why won't my Albion speak with me? It has been nearly a millennia since I have last spoken to him, Tiamat said. All right, if you two are done having this little reunion, could you please get off of me, Tiamat, Issei requested, still trapped under her. Tiamat noticed the boy's predicament and got off of him to swiftly apologize for her behavior. That was when Issei dissipated his armor and she was able to take a closer look at the boy. She noticed his physical traits and how they reminded her of her beloved. Who are you? She curiously asked. My name is Issei Hayaudu. I'm a descendant of Albion, Issei replied. I suspected as much. Your appearance resembles that of Albion years before his final battle, Tiamat informed, continuing to encircle Issei to get a view of every angle of his body. Albion had a human form, Issei asked. He was genuinely curious about this fact, as even when Issei sees Albion in his mind, he had always been in a dragon form. The same went for when he saw Vritra. I did. Most dragons have the ability to obtain a human form. Before I got sealed, very few dragons ever bothered to use it. But when dragon slaying began to rise in popularity, dragons either used it or got hunted down. Oh Albi, how I have missed your voice, Tiamat exclaimed. Much to Issei's discomfort, she began to take a tight hold onto his body with little interest in letting go. Even after I chose a mate and had a son, you still cling on to me. I'm impressed by your devotion, but you must let go. You may have chosen Issei over myself, but I couldn't bring myself to let go of my love for you. After I heard that D-Drag was responsible for you being sealed away, I made it my duty to eliminate as many of his hosts as I could. Issei would have asked why Albion couldn't have two mates at once, but he remembered that he lived in a different time. When Albion and Vritra weren't sealed, the dragon race was flourishing. He was accustomed to only make a bond once, and it was unthinkable to make more. But when the time of dragon slaying came, the population began to take a huge hit. To combat the rapid death toll of dragons, it was necessary to have multiple mates at once. Issei noticed Vritra's plan to calm the dragoness and make things easier for the mission. It was a brilliant idea, and he decided to go along. That's exactly right. Even if he wanted to reciprocate your love, there would be little for the two of you to go, he added. And when he thought things could go his way, it just blows up in his face. That sly bastard Vritra played him. You son of a, he internally yelled. Tiamat thought for a moment, and her face eventually lit up. If she couldn't have her original love, then Issei would be the next best thing. You make a good point, my friend. I'd be lying if I said the power he radiates isn't interesting me. Tiamat let go and took one final look at Issei before making her decision. This one looks like he would make an extraordinary replacement, she continued as she pulled Issei closer. Due to Vritra's words, Tiamat let go of Issei. The curiosity of what he was pointing at was consuming her. Where are you getting at? Recently we discovered the existence of 3 more descendants of mine, my granddaughter and her 2 daughters. I was sent by Ophis to find you. She hoped that you would help us out in tracking them down, Issei explained. Sounds like fun. It's been a while since I've been on a hunt. Count me in, Tiamat replied. She once more got closer to Issei and pulled his face near inches from hers. It will give me some time to get to know you. Darling. Issei took a deep breath while he pulled himself away from Tiamat. He was definitely not looking forward to how the other girls would react. As he summoned a magic circle to return to Ophis' palace, one important question popped into his mind. Why can't anyone not want a relationship with him? It's hard watching people change, but it's even harder remembering who they used to be. Issei and Tiamat swiftly returned to Ophis' palace so she may be briefed into the situation. In the meantime, he went on to search for Lilith, as the two hadn't had much one-on-one conversations since her conception. He soon found her doing something he wouldn't have expected. Meditating. She sat in the center of a room with her eyes closed while candles encircled her. Due to her usual childish nature, one wouldn't expect her of doing something so mature. Since when did you meditate? Issei asked while leaning himself on the doorway. When Lilith opened her eyes, the candles around her lit out, as if they were linked to her concentration. Since after you left in search of Tiamat. Mother went through my memories and examined them. Apparently she wanted to check up on my mental state and make sure there would be no complications. And why would there be any complications? Issei asked with a cocked eyebrow. Before my conception, she never considered that it was possible to create a being out of one of her snakes. She created me on a whim to give you a familial bond you've lacked for the past 10 years, Lilith explained. That makes sense, but what does it have to do with you meditating? When she went through my memories, she noticed that I attempted to replicate your chains of shadows. She summoned some of her own chains and held them towards Issei. When he took them, he immediately felt the difference between his and hers. His were completely materialized shadows. No matter where you held them, your hand would never go through. On the flip side, Lilith's did have some points where the shadows were cycled between a physical chain and shadows. She saw how mine were sloppy and were just barely able to keep a hold of Kokabiel. She surmised that because I'm unfocused and lack discipline, and suggested that I should meditate. She also blames all these inadequacies on you being the template for my personality. How am I not focused? I've been focusing on getting stronger to beat the Great Red. Yet you weren't focused when Donasik almost stabbed you in the back when you raided the abandoned church. Lilith gave a sly smile to her brother as she waited for his retort. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't think of much. It's not like he would have killed me anyways, he shrugged off. How did you know about anyways? Issei sighed. He should have known that Middle would brag about this eventually. But while he cursed himself for letting his guard down that day, Lilith was reminded of something she wished to speak with him about in private. Brother, how do you feel about the harem of yours? Issei's attention returned to her when she asked him this. He wouldn't have expected her to take interest in his love life. How do you mean? I'll be honest with you, brother. I commend you for your love for Kuroka, Rias, and Graphia, but what of the others? You haven't spent much time with the 3 fallen angels, much less the 2 girls from Sona Citrus Peerage. You've hardly scratched the surface with Ravel, and we both know you. Baluna, Carlamine, and Zulan are holding themselves back because they see themselves as nothing more than just your servants. She noticed Issei's silence. As much as he didn't want to admit it, she's been right with everything she said. All these girls cared for him, and he just barely gave them the affection they deserved. And she wasn't even done yet. I'll give you a pass on Aquino because it's very new and I don't know what direction you and Tiamat will be going. And let's not get started on Penemu and Gabriel, who I expect to be coming to the meeting later today. Issei walked closer to Lilith and sat on the floor next to her. They both knew she was right, no doubt about it. So much has been happening in such little time, he got too caught up. His revenge against Kokabiel, Kuroka's pregnancy, the 3 factions meeting, and the news of the unknown members of his family kept him too preoccupied for reciprocating their feelings. His mother wouldn't approve at all. Everything has been so overwhelming. So much has happened in such little time, and I've been so caught up with all of it that I hadn't had too much time with each and every one of them. I hope that once the treaty is signed between the factions, I'll spend some quality time with them. Let us not forget about those dates you promised each of them. I highly doubt that they would, Lilith added. Issei sighed to himself. He knew Sona intentionally brought up the dates with Tsubaki and Tsubasa in front of the other girls, most likely as a form of payback for not having told her about being the White Dragon Emperor. He digressed. Those dates wouldn't take place for another few days. He knew that he would enjoy his time on those dates, but at the same time he did like to have some time to himself. Harems, both a blessing and a curse. Ophis and Tiamat were taking far too long for Issei's liking. He figured that when they finish whatever they're up to, Tiamat would be teleported to him. For now both he and Lilith decided to return home and catch up on whatever they had missed in the time they were gone. But when they returned to their home they found the entire place empty. That wasn't right. He attempted to search for everyone, but after a few minutes no one was found. No Kuroka, Rias, Grafia, not even his peerage were home. Where were they? The meeting hadn't started earlier now, had it. The theory was disproven when he sensed only a dozen energy signatures radiating from the school. He presumed that everyone else were preparing for the meeting in whatever way they could. But that was when he sensed a single person close by. In the abandoned church of all places as well. No one had visited the church ever since the raid. His curiosity got the best of him and he went to see who was there. Of course, with Lilith deciding to follow. When the duo arrived to the church they were surprised to find none other than Zenobia Quarta seated by the altar. Go to the school grounds and meet with anyone there. I'll be speaking with Zenobia, Issei whispered to Lilith. Lilith gave Issei a nod. She made her way out of the church but encountered something which caught her attention. She descended towards the ground and found a dug-up tomb. The dirt was messily scattered, which made it appear as someone was desperate to get to the body, which oddly enough still remained. Around the tomb there were dozens of scorch marks. It seemed as if someone attempted to tamper with the body but was prevented by something. Odd. Nevertheless, Lilith continued her way to the school grounds. Issei slowly made his way towards Zenobia. As he drew closer he noticed that her head was facing the ground and her eyes were shut. He could feel the despair radiating off of her. Unexpected to see you here, Issei said as he sat next to her. Zenobia was unbothered by Issei's appearance and only rose her head toward him. I just needed some time of my own. It's been difficult adapting to this new lifestyle. I can only imagine. You've become something that you once served to eliminate. That's quite the dilemma. Indeed, all my life I have loyally served the Vatican. Followed every order without fail. But once I learned of the demise of the Lord I was cast out. Deemed as a heretic by those I considered as brothers and sisters. Although she didn't cry, Issei heard her pain through her voice. Everything she had ever known and believed and turned on her when she learned the truth. In a mere moment her entire life came crashing down. It almost reminded him of his origin story. Yet after all of this you still wish to worship God, don't you? Issei asked. If given the opportunity I would. But it seems that those days are long behind me, Zenobia gloomily replied. Issei thought for a moment, and in mere moments a brilliant idea popped into his mind. No, necessarily. Perhaps there is a way for you to pray. Zenobia's interest was piqued. She was now a devil and it should be impossible for her to be able to pray. What way is there? It should be impossible for a devil to pray. You're just going to have to trust me on this one. You'll understand during the meeting. Zenobia was going to pursue the topic even further, but the two were informed by Lilith via magic circle to return to the Orc clubroom. For now that question would have to go unanswered. When they arrived to the clubroom they found everyone waiting for them. Seems like the final preparations were complete and they were waiting on their leaders. What were all of you up to? When Lilith and I arrived home the entire place was empty, Issei said. Akino and I had to take Kiba to my brother. Apparently he was interested in his new sword, Rias replied. As for your peerage, they were helping out Seraphol Leviathan get accommodated. Under whose orders? He asked. Issei was surprised. Obviously he didn't give them an order to help out Seraphol. He had his suspicions and luckily for him Ubeluna confirmed them. Lady Rias asked us to do so, she answered. She said, and I quote, I'm one of Issei's wives, so take my word as law. Talk about bussy, Ravel added. Everyone heard the annoyance she had in her voice. Ravel was understandably annoyed by receiving orders from Rias. She'd remember this for payback in the future. Issei meanwhile face-bombed. He worried that what Rias did would make Ubeluna, Carlamine and Zulan feel even more buried within the title of a servant. It seems that through everything he's done for her he's been spoiling her a bit too much. Why couldn't your peerage have helped her out? Hell, why couldn't Sona, her own damn sister, help her? Sona volunteered to help accommodate my brother because she didn't want to risk Seraphol attempting to have a bonding time, as she calls it. Rias made sure to throw up air quotes at the bonding time. No one dared imagine whatever the hell that was supposed to be. And as for my peerage, Kaneko, Rainier and Calawarner were training Gasper. Gasper, Issei questioned. Rias pointed to a small brown box on the floor. At first Issei was confused, but then Kaneko pulled out a person. Said person was a small child with platinum blonde hair and pinkish violet eyes. They wore a Kyo Academy girl's uniform and their hair was in a bob cut similar to Sona. Due to the person's appearance he would assume that they were a female, but their scent pointed otherwise. Jaya, put me back in my box, they cried. Kaneko hesitantly obliged and threw him back in. Why can't anyone have a normal peerage? Issei whispered to himself. All right, no one from my peerage is to ever take orders from Rias. After this proclamation his peerage cheered. He didn't want to think about what Seraphol put them through. And against my better judgment after all of this. Kuroka, you're joining Rias' peerage. Rias inwardly cheered. She remembered asking for him to get Kuroka in her peerage but never thought he would come through. Kuroka, on the other hand, wasn't so enthusiastic. Yeah, no, that's not happening, she said confidently. This is for your own good, Kuroka. You'll either join her peerage or you'll be alone in your next mating season. Kuroka widened her eyes. Issei knows that she only goes into her mating season once every year. Her pregnancy would further prolong when the time comes, and she of all people wouldn't like to wait until the season after. It was a dilemma only a Nekishu such as herself would have. As much as she didn't like to be a servant, she agreed and became Ria's second bishop. Some time passed and the group were finally summoned by the factions, and they made their way to the meeting. Ria's decided to allow Gasper to stay behind with Kaneko keeping him company. On their walk they saw a barrier form around the school and soldiers from each faction arrive. As they all made their way to the room, a magic circle appeared before Issei that showed a message from Ophis. Tiamat tracked the two in a cabin outside of Kuo. They were on their way to the school and she's about to intercept them. They were close by the entire time. Issei inwardly yelled. He cursed his luck. If he had known they were close to him, he could have searched for them himself instead of having to deal with Tiamat. Rainer noticed his facial expression and walked closer him to see what happened. Issei, are you okay? You seem out of it, she asked. Issei snapped out of it and brought out a smile for her. I'm just fine, Ray. Just remembering something. Issei's attempt convinced Rainer and they continued their walk towards the conference room. When they arrived they saw Michael and Gabriel with Irina behind them, Serzech, Serafal, Penemu and an unfamiliar man sitting in a square-shaped table. The man was a tall man appearing to be in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs and black goatee. Behind him stood Vali and Kurai. Remembering that Kurai was hired by the fallen angels, Issei hypothesized that he was Azazel. When they entered, everyone went to their respective sides. Rias, Sona and their peerages stood behind Serzech and Serafal. Seeing as how he technically didn't side with any of the factions, Issei sat in the seat across the angels and perpendicular to the devils and fallen angels with his peerage accompanied by Graphia, and Middle standing behind him. Lilith wished to sit next to her brother, which led him to create a chair of shadows for her. He looked at everyone until he laid his eyes on Penemu for the first time in years. Her emerald eyes and jet black hair were the same as always. Her perfect cream face was as beautiful as always. But what did change from now and then was her body. She wore a black trench coat similar to Calawarner's but was opened with an undershirt which tightly hugged her, which were as big if not bigger than Gabriel's. Before anything would begin, Penemu surprised everyone by standing from her seat and walked towards Issei to give him a tight hug from behind. Yufufu, my dear Issei, how strong you have grown. I've missed you. It's been far too long, Penemu. I was saddened to hear that I caused you to become a fallen angel, Issei replied. Oh my Issei, there's no need. If I remained as a pure angel I would have been held back. But now I may do anything I desire with you. Penemu made sure to stress the anything as she wandered her hands around his chest. The girls besides Kuroka and Graphia were speechless. They knew he had a little thing going on Gabriel, but none knew of Penemu. Speaking of Gabriel, she was annoyed by her sister's actions. Mainly because she would have done the same, but unlike Penemu, she wanted to look professional. Sister, there is a time and place for everything, but now is not the time, Gabriel said. Perhaps there is. Perhaps that time could be now and the place could be a love hotel, Penemu replied. She drew in closer to Issei and seductively whispered into his ear. I've been saving a game just for you. I call it the one ideal in the lonely cave. What do you think? Before Issei could reply, Michael did the favor for him. Penemu, let's keep this meeting on the topic of peace, Michael suggested. Issei thought Michael may have saved him from whatever freak Penemu may have become, but he was wrong. Please play that game of yours on your own time. Penemu sighed and ultimately followed through. She would have her time when they had peace. But when Penemu returned to her seat, Azazel went for one last detour before they went into business. You're the dual sacred gear kid, aren't you? He asked. Issei replied by summoning both Divine Dividing and Prison of Ruin. Albion, my friend, how you feeling? Azazel asked nonchalantly. Don't know. Hard to feel anything without a body. Azazel and Michael both felt awkward as they were both involved with the destruction of Albion's physical form. It was then where Serzech stood to remove the silence. Does anyone have any objections to this meeting? The room stood silent. Then we have work to do. The Dragoness was thrilled with the ease of her mission. While Ani and Zia were too concentrated about reaching Kuo Academy, she was successfully able to catch them off guard and attack them. After only minutes of fighting in the tree, she was able to subdue them, without having to use her dragon form to boot. Oh my, this must my lucky day. Not only did I capture the two of you, I did it without making a ruckus. Issei would surely reward me for this. Tiamat rubbed her thighs together as she thought of what her reward might be. Perhaps a long night of bond making would be it. You need ... to get us to Issei, Ani said while she attempted to get up. Oh, Tiamat walked closer to the two and crouched down between them. You don't need to worry about that, my dear. After I take you to Ophis, you'll be seeing him very soon. Issei is in danger, Zia groaned. In danger? Tiamat was intrigued. Issei was the descendant of a heavenly dragon with two different sacred gears, one of which being a Longinus. How he would be in danger truly baffled her. He's coming for him, Ani yelled. He's coming for Issei, Zia added. Tiamat noticed that in their current condition the two wouldn't be able to say much. What she then decided to do was use what little magic she knew to slightly better their condition. When the duo were able to stand, Tiamat towered over them to make sure they got to the point. Who is this he you speak of? The group finished the topic of Kokabiel. They went on to the two heavenly dragons in the room. All the factions knew how uncontrollable their predecessors were. They even knew how Issei was completely independent from any of the factions, while Azazel was barely in control of Vali. Issei Hayatu, great-grandson of Albion and this generation's White Dragon Emperor. Even if we ignore your other sacred gear, you're easily the most powerful White Dragon Emperor the world will ever see. Past, present, and future Azazel complimented. You've protected this town and foiled Kokabiel's plans to restart the war. For that we are forever grateful, Seraphal added. Yet with all of this in mind, you've yet to align yourself with any of our factions. You're a wildcard that none of us have any control over, Michael reminded. And so the question remains, what are your goals, Sirzech added. Issei took a moment for himself. He knew Michael's point was completely correct. While the factions may slightly influence his decision through his lovers, they never will be able to control him to the extent they would like to. His goal to defeat the Great Red was his endgame. But he also needed to ensure the safety of all the girls. If had to guarantee the factions his complete cooperation, then so be it. All I want is the safety of the women I care about. As long as I have that, then you'll receive my cooperation. Very well said, Gabriel said with a smile. She proceeded to turn her attention to Vali to ask the same question. What of your red dragon? What do you desire? What I want to fight someone who's as strong as me, Vali answered without hesitation. Azazel chuckled. He expected an answer like this from Vali. She did like her battles. Yes, but you can still fight a lot of powerful opponents without a war, I suppose. With that topic out of the way, Issei saw this as an opportunity to come through with the promise he made to Zenobia. Lord Michael, there's something. Before Issei could finish, the entire school was trapped in time. The only ones unaffected were the faction leaders, the two heavenly dragons, Zenobia, Irina, Kiba, and Issei's three bonded mates. Outside the building, mages came out of a magic circle and used teleportation magic to teleport away all the guard whom were frozen in time. What is the meaning of this? Seraphal yelled. Sirzech understood the situation and stared towards Riaz. It took her a moment to realize what was happening, but when she did, she widened her eyes. Gasper, Issei questioned. Because he didn't want to know anything about the kid, he was unaware of any time manipulation he may have had. He wields the sacred gear Forbidden Valor View, Riaz informed. He must have been coerced to create balance breaker conditions for them, Azazel surmised. Whilst everyone spoke about the situation, Issei was eyeing Kuroka. They both knew that Kaneko was with Gasper, and if he was captured, then that would mean that they subdued her. He could feel the anger radiating off of her. He would have let her have her way and go get her sister back. But in her current condition, he couldn't risk her getting hurt. He walked towards her and put his hand on her shoulder. I know what you're thinking, but you can't do it. Think about the baby. We need to get her back, Kuroka groaned. And we will, Issei replied. The two turned their attention back to the rest of the group and overheard their rescue plan. I'll use some of my power to teleport another person with you to retrieve Gasper, Sirzech said. No need, Issei interrupted. He placed his hand on Lilith's head to draw everyone's attention to her. Lilith can travel through shadows. She'll be accompanying Riaz. Everyone seemed to agree with Issei's plan. Well, everyone except Vali, that was. It's such a waste of time. I can fight my way over there and take him out of the equation. Riaz was about to retort, but Azazel cut in so there would be no arguments. Vali, if it's a fight you want, then why don't you and your rival get out there and greet the uninvited guest? Vali and Issei stared at one another for a moment. They wouldn't be able to have their monumental battle just yet, but this was a good compromise. Before anyone could comprehend it, the two burst through the windows and began to tear through the mages. While Vali went into her balance breaker, Issei decided to transform into his second dragon form. Vali instantly obliterated any and all of the mages that stood in her way. Issei, on the other hand, was burning away the mages and causing them to retreat in fear. Moments in their slaughter, the conference room of the school exploded. What the hell was that? Issei asked. He looked down at the building and was relieved to see the three factions created a shield to protect themselves from the blast. When the dust settled, he saw a tall, bespectacled woman who had tan skin with long brown hair tied into a bun with a headset and purple eyes. When Vali saw Issei stop fighting, she descended closer to him and noticed who the woman was. Kateria Leviathan, granddaughter to the first Leviathan. The two looked around themselves and noticed that time had returned to normal. Riaz and Lilith succeeded with their mission. Yet Issei was slightly bothered. Things were getting too easy. Something's not right, Issei said. How do you mean? Vali asked. You would expect that it'd take longer for them to free Gasper. If they went through all the trouble to capture him, it would be expected that he'd be heavily guarded. Clapping. Behind the two, someone began to clap. But before the Issei could turn around to see who it was, he was knocked out of the sky and reverted to his human form. Vali, on the other hand, was terrified by who had arrived. The person ignored her and descended to the ground behind Issei. You've always been so observant, haven't you, Issei? That voice, the voice that haunted him for years. The voice he would hear in his nightmares. The voice he never thought to hear ever again. The voice he thought was gone forever. Issei turned around to see him. The man who took care of him as a child. The man who put him to sleep. The man he once called Father. Shiryu walked closer to his son and summoned fire in both fists. Issei was too shocked to comprehend that his father was about to attack him. But before he did so, his father said one last thing to him. You've grown very strong. I'm so proud. The group of all the faction leaders and all three peerages, with the exception of Riaz and Lilith, who still have yet to return from saving Kaneko, and Gasper, watched as Azazel fought against Kateria Leviathan. The entirety of the battle was completely one-sided in Azazel's favor. As Kateria tried her best to get an edge on him, Azazel continuously taunted and berated her for being so foolish. As the battle went on, time had reverted back to normal and those who were once frozen in time had returned back to normal. The leaders decided to have the recently freed peerages, minus the kings, to help take care of any magicians left over from the heavenly dragon's onslaught. Not long after their departure, Riaz and Lilith had returned to the group, now accompanied by Gasper and Kaneko. Naturally, Kuroka rushed to her sister to make sure that she was all fine. There were some slight bruises on her but nothing major. Everyone took it from face value and were glad that the four returned unharmed. But Michael took a closer look on Riaz and Lilith. Neither one of them showed any signs of being in a fight. He expected that if they went through all the trouble to kidnap Gasper, then he would be heavily guarded. Yet it was so quick that might have well have just walked into the building and bring him out. That was a rather quick trip, Lady Riaz. It looks like you had no resistance retrieving the boy, Michael said. The group paused for a moment. They thought about what Michael said, then looked toward Riaz for an explanation. When Lilith and I arrived to the clubroom, there wasn't anyone there waiting for us. When we got to the room where Kaneko and Gasper were being held, the mages were all there, but they were all dead. Slaughtered, Riaz informed with a tinge of horror in her voice. There was a man, Kaneko added. Less than a minute after Gasper's sacred gear was activated, a man broke in and killed them all. Did you see his face, Shiren? Kuroka asked. Kaneko shook her head. He was moving too fast for me to see him. After he killed them all, he walked out of the room. Before anything else could be said, the group heard a loud crash at the other end of the field. They all saw Issei land towards the ground with a man descending towards him. They also noted how Vali appeared to be too frightened to do anything to stop the man from getting towards Issei. They saw how the man spoke to Issei for a moment until he began to attack, and a battle between them ensued. It appears that Issei's attacker is completely fixated on him. He completely ignored Vali, Gabriel commented. He's not the only one focused on him, Penemu added suggestively. Sister, now is not the time for your antics, Gabriel said, slightly annoyed. Not long after the battle between Issei and the man began, Azazel promptly ended Kateria Leviathan with the use of a spear of light. He descended back to the group but was slightly annoyed to find out that no one was paying any attention to the end of the battle. Did no one notice the power of my artificial sacred gear? That's just rude, Azazel commented. In our defense, it was expected that you would defeat Kateria, Seraphal defended. Azazel rolled his eyes, then diverted his attention to Lilith. Speaking of the Leviathan, she told me something, that young Lilith, he said, quickly garnering the attention of the group with Lilith looking toward him uninterested. Kateria mentioned how she would defeat me using the power of Ophis. She even used one of Ophis' signature snakes. Some of the leaders looked at Lilith very suspiciously. Funnily enough, Azazel already knew the truth, but some drama was always fun. But the others, with the exception of Kuroka and Grafia, had no idea. Don't assume the worst from what she said, Kuroka said threateningly. There's an explanation for all of this, Grafia soon added. The duo would have continued, but Lilith rose one of her hands to signal them to be silent. And so they did. Your suspicions are warranted, but know that neither myself, Issei, or even Ophis are invested in the Chaos Brigade. If anything, my mother is only the face of the group and not its leader. And how are you so sure of this, Sirzech asked. Well, the previous night, while Ophis had both Lilith and Issei together with her and without the interference of the girls or another third party. She explained how she manipulated some members of different factions to create an organization with the focus to fulfill their own goals and the end goal of returning Ophis to the dimensional gap. She made sure to stress that they in no way were a replacement for Issei should he fail at that same task. But instead their true purpose was to be a final test before Issei would attempt to defeat the Great Red. For years she was successfully able to control them all without any complications. But in recent times her grip on them was loosening. I originally intended to keep them as unified as I could. But unfortunately in recent times there's been some infighting between the different groups, Ophis explained. I'm slowly losing my control on them as they're beginning to make their own rash decisions. If they were just a tool to later be destroyed and they're obviously becoming too independent, why don't you just eliminate each participating faction one by one, Issei asked. Lilith disagreed with Issei's logic and shook her head. It would be too suspicious that their allies would be eliminated so quickly. They should know that the only being capable of such destruction is Ophis. Then what should be done about our current predicament, Issei asked. Ophis took a moment to think over the next move. It annoyed her that something she created to be a means to an end, but they began to slowly slip from her fingers. I ask for your assistance to help resolve this new problem of mine, Issei. As much as it pained her to ask for his assistance, it was necessary. She herself can't deal with them due to their sheer numbers. Issei, on the other hand, saw this as an opportunity to increase in power. For the past weeks he had to conceal a majority of his power, but now everything is common knowledge, so he has the go-ahead to go all out. I've been craving to let loose for a long time now. If you desire, I shall eliminate the threat as efficiently as possible. Lilith smiled at her brother's words but added some reassurance. Fortunately for you, you'll only have to eliminate the leading members of each participating faction. You'll have to do far less. The three main groups are the Old Satan faction, the Hero faction, and a group known as Kulipoth, Ophis corrected. The rest of the factions don't have as much influence, so if you defeat the leaders of the main one they will begin to scatter. I shall assume you have information about each of their leaders. Issei's suspicions were correct when Ophis showed holograms of each important member of the factions. Next to each person were main weaknesses Ophis noted about each member and listed their main weapons. Issei looked through each profile until he saw the image of the blue-haired man he saw not too long ago. Cao, leader of the hero faction, wielder of the true Longinus, he said to himself. This one will be an interesting foe, Albion said aloud. Vritra added. Issei continued his look around the important members until he found a person he was acquainted with. Vali, Lucifer. Yes, the Welsh dragon was enlisted to the Chaos Brigade a few years ago. Kuroka was put under her command, so I may learn anything I could about her, Ophis informed. This generation of heavenly dragons are interesting beings. Kuroka was a member, Issei asked as he was uninformed of said fact. I asked for her to join under the old Satan faction so she may inform me if they had any talks of defection, she explained. Probably where she met Bhikkhu. Flashback end. ... and that should explain everything. And what about that snake of Ophis that Kateria absorbed? Azazel questioned once more. Once again he noticed the true effects of the snake and wanted to be the annoying asshole he is. Though this time he wouldn't get an answer. Before Lilith got the chance to answer Azazel's question, she received an alert through a magic circle which led her to temporarily leave the group. She approached the edge of the barrier created by the attacking magicians and effortlessly opened a hole within it to allow in Tiamat, and who she recognized to be two badly bruised Ani and Zia. The two had a brief conversation until Tiamat left the twins to Lilith and went towards Issei's battle. Lilith brought the duo back to the group and laid them in the center of everyone. Kuroka, please heal those two, she requested before turning to Issei's battle. No one interfere. This is dragon business. Kuroka, Graphia and Riaz would have attempted to stop Lilith and ask her what was happening if it weren't for the fact that Lilith didn't give them the opportunity to do so. They were just left there with questions. Questions that would go unanswered. For now, the rest of the group were unsure about what to do next, until they heard a yell from across the field. I am doing this for your mother. Make this easy on yourself, Issei, Shiryu yelled as he attempted to hit Issei with his fire blast. Ryu wanted his son to be more cooperative so he may subdue him. He remained in his base form, attempting to do so while Issei activated his divine dividing balance breaker. Issei had no trouble dodging his father's attacks. In fact, if he wished he could have ended the battle now without breaking a sweat. But it was hard for him to do so. It was hard for him to harm the man he idolized as a child. The man he recently thought was gone forever. Even throughout the battle he still had a difficult time accepting the fact that his father was alive and currently attempting to harm him. He thought about what could have resulted in his possible resurrection. Devil reincarnation, perhaps? No. Even if he was marginally weaker than Issei, there's no way even 8 pawn pieces could reincarnate him, even if half of them were mutated. While in his thoughts, Issei left a small opening for his father to get a shot in and send him toward the ground once more. Disappointing, Ryu said as he descended toward the ground and walked closer to Issei. Your attachment to me prevents you from retaliating against me. You bring shame to our family. It is you who brought shame to us all, Ryu Albion retorted before Issei could speak. I could have never imagined my own grandson to embrace his hate and become an evil dragon. Issei widened his eyes at Albion's accusation. Father ... you're an evil dragon, Issei asked with a hint of sorrow in his voice. A true evil dragon to be exact, Ryu answered. If you need any confirmation, go ahead and ask Vritra. Issei awaited for Vritra's opinion on the matter. They all knew that their expert on anything evil dragon, Vritra, would be an expert. He is one of them after all. After some moments of hesitation, Vritra decided to tell Issei. He needed this closure. Vritra answered. Issei's eyes filled with tears. He knew what being an evil dragon meant. Death, destruction, and bloodshed. The path of an evil dragon would always be laced with dead bodies. Literally, Issei knew how dangerous they were. Mindless and merciless, willing to kill anyone without any hesitation. But even with Vritra's confirmation, the characteristics of a normal evil dragon didn't match with his father's actions thus far. If he were mindless, he wouldn't be allowing Issei to talk with the dragons sealed within him. It would only be battle. All evil dragons kill anyone, even family, without hesitation. But Ryu wasn't at all attempting to kill Issei at all. His attacks hurt, but it wasn't at all enough to kill him. But that's when he remembered the specific line. True evil dragon. The thought of there being such a thing as a true evil dragon was unimaginable to him. For all he knew, there was only the general label of evil dragon. Were there levels to them? It appeared so, but neither Albion nor Vritra were confirming or denying anything. It was silent between the two. That is, until Vritra spoke up. All evil dragons are born when their full bonded mate dies. The deciding factor on which type of evil dragon one becomes is dependent on whether if the dragon can accept the hate or not. If the dragon accepts the hate, then they become a true evil dragon. They receive a significant power boost and keep their sanity, but at a cost. Their hate will fuel them to a goal that they would stop at nothing to fulfill. For Krom Kruach, it was to become the strongest dragon who has ever existed. Ladon desired to perfect his barriers. And I wish to bring unity to the dragons, Shiryu added. Issei slowly absorbed what the 3 dragons have said. He thought about the goals that each true evil dragon mentioned. At face value, none of their desires seemed inherently evil at all. But Issei knew better than to look at everything at face value. Crom Crotch likely wants to grow more powerful so he could enslave anyone without any major retaliation. As for Ladon, possibly wanted to seal away any faction leader he wished so he could bring chaos to the world. His father would be no different. He likely had some ulterior motive. What are you really planning, father? Issei suspiciously asked. Ryu chuckled. He completely expected that Issei would question his motives. Hell, he would do the same if the roles were reversed. As they say, like father, like son. I knew you would ask more questions, Issei. If you must know, I will unite our kind under my leadership, then lead us to retake the earth as our own. Then what do you plan to do with the innocent humans? Issei asked once more. Shiryu grew more aggravated. They will all die, he yelled. They slaughtered our people for centuries. Now it's their turn to face our wrath. Father, that's not right. You shouldn't punish them for what they did centuries ago. Think about mother. Would she? Issei was cut off when Shiryu punched Issei, sending him crashing into the school. I am doing this for your mother, he yelled as he flew towards Issei and picked him up from the armor's chest plate. Those slayers that murdered her were human. Lilith was the love of my life and they took her away from me. The humans took her from me. He threw Issei back towards the center of the field. They will reap what they've sown. Shiryu walked closer to Issei, but before he was able to deal some more damage to his son, Tiamat interfered and punched him away. While Shiryu was in shock of being sucker punched, Lilith was able to hit him midair, sending him to the ground. No one shall be hurting my darling. I need him in peak condition for our bonding session, Tiamat said. She had a possessive look in her eye which made it clear that she would never allow her soon-to-be mate to come to any harm. Tiamat, I shouldn't be surprised that my son had attracted you, Shiryu said. Now Issei, you have two options. Join me and be the heir of what I will make the dominant faction. Or betray your own father and die. Issei admitted that the dragons should be united. They've been too independent from one another, which led to some of the weaker dragons becoming victims of dragon slayers. But it wouldn't be worth it if he were to wipe out the human race. It wouldn't be humans being killed either. The other factions would try their best to protect the humans, which will lead to all sides having casualties. Billions dead. You fail to remember that I am half human. I will not betray my own race, Issei declared. Shiryu was disappointed in the boy. He wanted to lead the dragons with his son. No matter. Then you will die. Tiamat was prepared to fight in her darling's place, but Issei took hold of her arm and prevented her from moving. You surely can't be serious, darling. He's your father. Issei shook his head. He's not my father. He is only a shell of the man my father once was. Tiamat hesitantly backed down. They both knew Issei could easily kill him, but she didn't want him to have to put an end to his father himself. When Issei saw her back down, he dissipated his scale mail armor, then slowly began to walk toward his father. The dragons within him knew what he was planning to do and needed to make sure he was ready. You don't have to do this, Issei. Allow Tiamat or Lilith to deal with him. Issei ignored them both. He continued to walk towards his father until he was about 10 meters away. Shiryu was prepared for anything his son was about to do. There was silence between the two and all spectators. Even the little remaining Chaos Brigade mages stopped their assault to see what will happen. It was completely silent, until we, who have lost all, the true battle had finally begun. Even with just one line of Issei's chant being spoken, the entire battlefield had begun to shake. The raw power that radiated off of Issei began to decimate the surrounding terrain. The three factions were forced to create a protective barrier around themselves to prevent the energy from destroying their bodies. Even with their combined efforts, they were just barely able to keep the barrier stable and stay alive. The attacking mages, however, weren't so lucky. They tried to do the same as the three factions but were far too weak to make a strong enough barrier, and so they were all painfully wiped from existence. We are the lost dragons who have been forsaken by God. Issei began to be engulfed by dark energy that quickly formed around him. Around him began to form hundreds of dragon-like creatures, the same creatures that ended Sagi Genshuru, known as the Children of Shadows. Almost as quickly as they arrived, the shadow creatures began to break down into waves of shadows and encircled Issei, forming a sphere of shadows around him. We travel in darkness, masterless and free. Behind Issei formed two large apparitions of a pair of western dragons everyone had been familiar with. One was a large white dragon with two golden horns. Rather than having scales, this one had a feathery exterior that gave it a look of magnificence. The other, however, was much different. It was as large, if not larger, than the other. Its black scales made it look like you were looking into a void. It had a horn on both sides of its mouth facing forward and were as sharp as its metal-breaking fangs. Through our supremacy, we shall reforge the world into innocence. The power intensely building up within Issei almost reached its peak. Before the chant had begun, his father still wasn't convinced that his son would be able to take him on without some help. After this occurring transformation, however, the thought that he wouldn't survive the day slowly crept into his mind. Some of the faction's leaders began to gain their own opinions about his power. Sirzech began to grow wary of Issei's near-infinite power, which he admitted easily surpassed his own. After learning of Ophis' involvement with the Chaos Brigade, he began to worry about the safety of his faction if Issei were swayed to join them. Serafal, on the other hand, had a completely different opinion. She thought that if he had all this power the entire time, he would have caused some major damage a long time ago. Plus his sheer strength alone began to entice her. She also remembered how Michael asked her about him because of his meet with Gabriel. She easily noticed that Gabriel had a strong interest in the boy because of her reaction to Penemu's earlier antics. If Gabriel were interested in the boy, then perhaps she would have to win him over first. She has dubbed Gabriel as her rival, so perhaps now they could be romantic rivals. The angels shared Seraphal's thoughts. If Hayate were on the side of the Chaos Brigade, then he would have joined Kateria and prevented her demise. They sensed that he was, mostly, pure of heart, and it wasn't in his nature to do such a thing. Michael also had the thought that if Penemu was to literally fall for someone, then they should be someone honorable. Then the fallen angels had other thoughts. Azazel was intrigued by the power Issei had due to possessing 2 sacred gears, one of which he never even heard of. This warranted further study. Then there was Penemu, who had other reasons to be intrigued. She saw herself blessed compared to her elder sister. Being a fallen angel let her have her own freedoms to do whatever she pleased. There were so many activities that she could never even think about taking part in when she was an angel. After feeling all the raw power radiating off of Issei, she knows exactly what she wants to do first. Then there were the 2 newest additions to the group. The ones that had been watching over him for not so long and had the least idea of his total power. His cousins. How is he so strong? Ani asked, still struggling to form a sentence after her beatdown from Tiamat. We knew that he was powerful, but this ... this is ridicules, Zia added to her sister's astonishment. After hearing the 2 girls' words, Kuroka looked to Issei with pride. He was only just a lost boy with no one but Ophis to call family. Then after years of training, he was not only able to be recognized as the strongest white dragon emperor the world will ever see, but also unofficially managed to become one of the top 10 strongest. For him to be the father of their unborn child was a blessing. But that was in the future. They are in the here and now, and what's important now is, who even are you 2? Kuroka curiously asked. It had been on her mind for the past few minutes. The duo's Kai were similar to Issei's, but she couldn't figure out why. The twins looked at one another in search of their next move. Up until now, they didn't want to reveal their identities to anyone, but at this point, they have nothing to lose. But before they had the chance, Lilith returned to them and answered in their place. My brother's cousins. Cousins, the girls of the group said in unison, none aware of Issei's extended family. Once again, before someone could give an answer to the group's confusion, another new face to them came to deliver answers. My darling's father had a sister he'd never knew existed. These 2 are her offspring, Tiamat informed. Who are you to claim him as yours? Rias questioned. Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon, Lilith answered. Tiamat unfurled her wings and radiated a partial amount of her power. Once again, Issei was somehow able to attract another female leagues above them. So many girls in so little time really astonished them. With everything going on recently, he barely got enough time with a majority of them. Grafia, Rias, and especially Kuroka had been stealing his attention from them. Thankfully, with their dates, he promised each of them they will have their chance. Issei has a lot of explain. Tremble before us as we give you everlasting darkness. Before the shadow sphere encircling Issei finally dissipated, Ophis' trademark infinity symbol appeared in the center of it, followed by an explosion of energy. All that was left from the explosion was Issei in his dual balance breaker armor standing before Shiryu. Finally, you reveal your true power, Ryu commented. Final warning, father, cease what you're doing now and let me help you regain control of your mind, Issei said, his voice sounding deeper and demonic. Even though he knew he had no other choice, he didn't want to fight his own father. Issei's response, however, was Shiryu charging at his son at full force. He attempted to punch Issei's faceplate, but unluckily for him, Issei caught the punch and gave one in return. Ryu was sent flying back to the school building, where Issei followed soon after. When Shiryu finally managed to get a hold of himself, he began to breathe fire and burned the already crumbling school. Issei easily dodged the burning debris, but the surrounding dust clouds impaired his vision. Issei descended to the center of the school and formed a sphere of energy in his palm. He poured more energy into it until it began to expand. While it was rapidly expanding, everything it touched began to disintegrate to ash. He didn't want to have to deal with anything getting in the way of the fight, so he thought destroying the school would be the best course of action. Sona, however, wasn't happy about this decision. I hope he realized we have to rebuild that, Sona said with an annoyed expression. Oh come on Sona, don't be like that. You have to admit it looks super cool, Seraphal exclaimed joyfully. I know Tsubaki thought it did. A blush appeared on Tsubaki's face while she attempted to readjust her glasses. It looked impressive. Rias noticed Tsubaki's embarrassment after what Seraphal said and came to her aid. Now Lady Seraphal, we should focus on the battle at hand. Awa, you're no fun, Rias. Seraphal pouted. She was sad that she couldn't continue the teasing toward Tsubaki, but in the end, she complied. Ani and Zia overheard their conversation and glanced at one another with a look of confusion on their faces. Their cousin was surrounded by so many odd people. How did Issei find these people? Zia asked her sister. Ani gave her sister a shrug as she too had no clue. To counteract this, some of the girls decided to give the twins some backstory on how they met him. But unfortunately for Issei, some of the girls were too straightforward with their explanations. I was ordered to kill him. I tried to kill him. He killed my brother, killed my master. Those explanations came from Rainair, Calla Warner, Ravel, and Ubaluna respectively. They weren't the best depictions of Issei that anyone could offer, but in reality, they were true. Because of this, Ani and Zia thought negatively about their cousin, but thankfully some of the other girls gave better explanations. He saved me from an arranged marriage. He freed me from my past, saved me from being killed. Came from Rias, Grafia, and Kuroka respectively. As expected of the closest women to Issei, not including Ophis, their backstories with Issei were much more heartwarming than the previous three. Of course there were some details that Grafia neglected, but for the time being, that's all she would say for now. Are we even paying attention to the fight anymore? Zenobia interrupted. Everyone had been distracted by the twin dragons that only the leaders had been paying much attention. Especially Lady Gabrielle. She paid close attention to the battle, but not in the way that everyone would expect her to. Instead of eyeing Issei as if she were awestruck, she was staring at his father. She found it suspicious that he wouldn't understand that he was outmatched and retreat. True evil dragons were known to be battle maniacs, but they weren't stupid. A beast such as himself should know when to swallow his pride and run away. Odd. Kuroka was about to say something until she began to hear an odd noise. She looked at the very top of the barrier and saw someone trying to break in. He was a young man with short black hair and dressed in ancient Chinese armor. What set him aside from everyone else she had seen was that he wielded a large golden staff, and thus realized who it was. Instead of telling anyone about it, she just ignored him and rolled her eyes. Idiot. Meanwhile, Issei was still dominating the battle against his father. Whenever Shiryu would try to attack Issei head-on, Issei would dodge it, then circle around his father and knock him back to the ground. Issei wasn't using the combined powers of his two sacred gears at all yet. All he needed was the additional power that came with the armor, and his father stood no chance. Shiryu made one last attempt to get some damage on his son, but got the same result of getting knocked into the ground. Only this time he was too weakened to get back up. Unimpressed. I truly stood no chance against you, my son, Shiryu said while coughing some blood. Issei descended next to his father and deactivated the faceplate of his armor. Surrender now, father, we can still avoid bloodshed, he offered. And then would Issei we live happily and I help raise your first child? Yes, I know about it. I was there the night you visited the graves of your mother and me. Issei continued to listen to his father's words as he spoke. But he didn't exactly trust him, so he created a sword of shadows just to be safe. We could have had a long line of powerful dragons ruling as a family. But instead, you decide to allow your race to die out. Issei said nothing but raised his sword above his head, preparing to finally end his father. But still, I'm proud of you in a way. You have great conviction, strength, courage. You remind me of Lilith. She always stuck to her ideals and never gave up. She would be proud of you. Issei's hands trembled while tears threatened to escape his eyes. He began to think that his father wasn't completely gone, but sealed away under the hatred that grew in him. Maybe if he spared him, then he would be able to bring back the father he once knew when he was a child. If only. While his son was distracted in thought, Shiryu summoned a knife that was laced with an infamous curse that could make even Ophis cower in fear. He cried in pain. Just one small cut from the sword left him completely incapacitated. Thanks to Lady Gabrielle using a scalpel, she saved Issei from being harmed by Samuel's curse and left Shiryu paralyzed for the time being. Issei was left stunned by Gabrielle's quick reflexes. If she hadn't intervened when she did, it would be Issei on the ground instead of his father. Why did you bring that of all things? Issei asked. I wanted to be safe. We planned to have 3 dragons attending, so it would have been nice to have something in case something happened. Gabrielle explained. So you would have stabbed me if I went AWOL? Issei asked with a cocked eyebrow. I would have lightly poked you, Gabrielle claimed. Now be a good boy or I will be forced to use it on you. Issei sighed, then turned back to see his downed father. He realized that the father he once knew was completely gone and there was no getting him back. He once again rose his sword above his head, this time prepared to finally do the deed. Forgive me, father, but what I do now, I do for the good of all. When Issei swung his sword down to his father, the barrier around the school shattered and a figure caused Issei and Gabrielle to jump away. In the dust, all Issei was able to see was a cloaked figure grabbing his father and retreating. Before he was able to chase down the cloaked figure, a certain monkey boy fell from the now broken barrier and landed next to Vali. It's about time, I've been trying to break through for so long, he exclaimed, clearly annoyed. Biku, what are you doing here? Vali asked, seemingly coming out of nowhere. We're finally going to fight the Northern Earth gods, so I was sent to find you and bring you back. The now identified Biku answered. I see. Well, it's about time, Vali replied. She and Biku were preparing themselves to leave until she heard a voice coming from the group. That's so cruel, Vali. You're leaving us for the terrorist organization. To think I thought of you as the daughter I never had, Azazel claimed with false sorrow. Vali just shrugged to Azazel, knowing full well he knew why she was joining the Chaos Brigade. Sorry, Azazel, but being labeled as a bad guy is way more fun. I get more opportunities to fight stronger opponents, she replied. Azazel just chuckled. He knew that she wouldn't kill anyone, so, for now, he'll let her have her fun. While they spoke, Biku was getting a bit bored and decided to scan around for people in attendance. That's when he saw his favorite black cat. Hey, babe. It's been a while, Biku said. Screw off, monkey boy. You know I have a mate, Kuroka replied, clearly annoyed by Biku's antics. Oh, but I don't see him. What he doesn't know can't hurt him. Biku was cut off when Issei appeared behind him and began to grind his still armored fist into his skull. Speak to her like that again, and I'll mount your head on your stick, Issei threatened, before releasing him. Noted, Biku said weakly while on the ground. Volley continued to stand there and snicker while Issei had put Biku in his place. He lightly kicked his shoulder as a motion to get up. Get up, jackass, we have places to be. After a few attempts of trying to re-establish himself, Volley knew that it wouldn't be happening anytime soon and activated a magic circle herself. But not before requesting one last thing. Make sure to call me when the baby's born. Some of the newer women in the group such as Penemu and Gabriel were confused at what Volley had meant and looked to Issei for an explanation. I hate Volley. After Volley had left, the 3 faction leaders brought back the soldiers who had been teleported away by the magicians at the start of the fight. When they returned, all 3 factions worked together on rebuilding Kyo Academy after Issei had willingly destroyed it during his fight. When the building was fixed, only the faction leaders returned inside while everyone else remained outside. A majority of the females were formally introducing themselves to Tiamat and the 2 twins. Zenobia and Irina, on the other hand, were off to the side and rekindling their friendship after Zenobia told her the real reason she never returned to the Vatican. Meanwhile, the only 3 guys were sitting on the school's roof watching over everyone. I give this alliance a year until shit breaks loose. Kurai joked. You're such a jackass, Issei replied, which punching Kurai's shoulder. I never thought I'd see the day peace between these factions would become a reality. These past few years have been full of surprises. I'd say. Who knew that you'd attract so many women? Kurai asked rhetorically. You're gonna leave guys like Kiba all alone. I don't know. Looks like Kiba got his eyes set on someone. Issei noticed that Kiba hadn't been paying much attention to their conversation but was instead looking in the direction of Irina and Zenobia, paying most of his attention to the former. You should go talk to her, dude. Kiba snapped out of it and turned to Issei with a cocked eyebrow. Since when do you care about my business? I seem to remember that we weren't on the best of terms. Issei raised his arms defensively but still gave a shrug. Hey, we may have gotten off on the wrong foot, but the fact of the matter is this. We both care about Riaz and the rest of the peerage, so let's just try and be friendly. Kiba thought for a moment, but in the end, he decided to roll with it. It doesn't even matter, dude. She's probably returning to the Vatican after the meeting. Then there's the fact that she's an exorcist while I'm a devil. True, but I can probably convince Gabriel to station her here in Kyo and go to school with us. Issei offered. Plus, who cares if you're in different factions? You know that I have lovers on all sides. Kiba sat there for a quick moment and after it passed chuckled. Well, that's one way to start our friendship now, isn't it? The perks of being Harem King. After the leaders had finished the talks for peace, they returned outside with everyone else to say their goodbyes. But before they left, Issei remembered to make a request of Michael to fulfill a promise. Lord Michael, I have a big favor to ask of you, Issei said. Anything, as long as it is within my power, Michael replied. Do you think that you could allow Zenobia to pray again? I know it would mean a lot for her, Issei requested. Zenobia, along with some others, gasped upon hearing the request. The devil being able to pray was something they never would expect. Michael himself was surprised by such an unorthodox request but was more than willing to fulfill it. Well, Zenobia, is it the truth? Would you still pray even with the knowledge of God's demise? Yes, I would. Praying had brought me much comfort while I was under your service, and it would be greatly appreciated if I could do so once more, Zenobia answered. Michael noticed that Zenobia was speaking with all her heart. He thought that it would be a shame if someone like her were unable to pray just because she was a devil. I can see you speak the truth. Very well, once I return to headquarters I'll make the change to the system. I think I'll stay here for a while. I can't believe how much I like this place, Azazel said. Plus it'll give me the opportunity to study your dual sacred gears. Before Issei was able to deny Azazel the chance to do any research on him, Penemu hugged Issei from behind. I'll do the same. It'll give me the chance to spend time with my little Issei. Gabriel did nothing but watch her sister take the chance to spend time with the man she also loved. Michael saw the distress on her sister and allowed her to do the same. You won't be needed in heaven for the time being. If anything happens, I'll make sure to get Grisela to call you. Gabriel looked at her brother in shock and hugged him in gratitude. What she did next, however, surprised everyone. While Penemu had Issei from the back, Gabriel took her chance to palm Issei's cheeks and give him a passionate kiss. Ara, what a bold angel you, Fufu. Akino teased. At this rate, she'll become a fallen Naya. Kuroka joked. Michael enjoyed the sight of Gabriel embracing her love for another. She, of course, had platonic love for all of humanity and her brothers, but her romantic love was reserved for one man. Issei Hayaudu. Just one person was able to attract women from so many sides. He would no doubt have a part of keeping this alliance intact, and God help the side that would do anything to break it. When the kiss ended, Gabriel and Penemu engaged in a minor back-and-forth argument. Issei took this as an opportunity to take in a full view of all the women he held dear. He would preserve the happiness in his life so he wouldn't be cursed with the same fate as his father, who in himself needed to be dealt with. His father's pure soul was trapped within the hate. He knew he could never bring him back, but what he could do was reunite him with his mother. That will be the day when he can finally bury him alongside his mother. He'll bury the past only to grow the future. Mornings must be fun, kid, Azazel joked. Just a few minutes earlier, some of the women in Issei's ever-expanding harem were arguing about who would have Issei at what time. Large harems, great in theory but difficult in practice. What are you even doing here? Issei asked. And in my chair no less, Riaz added.
I told you that I liked this place and wanted to research some of your sacred gears, so I was allowed to become the new administrator of the Occult Research Club, Azazel answered. Under whose authorization, Riaz asked. Azazel did nothing but allow the clubroom doors to open and reveal Sona alongside with Tsubaki. Under my authorization. Sona noticed that Riaz was about to argue this but cut her off before she was able to. I had no choice, Riaz. It was either him or my sister. So you sold us out, Riaz surmised. Sona said nothing but slightly readjust her glasses. Anyways, now that there's no immediate danger, it's time to finally fulfill my request. She noticed that Issei was confused and so decided to remind him. You'll be taking Tsubasa on a date this evening, then with Tsubaki tomorrow evening. This jogged Issei's memory. In fact, it jogged everyone's memory because the day that Sona first mentioned these dates he was forced to go on one with the other girls. Then that's when the girls began to argue about which order they will be going on. Issei just sat there and sighed while Azazel sat back and enjoyed the show and snickering. Even without God, the world just keeps on turning. 1 year ago, the outskirts of Kyoto was a relatively empty region of Japan. Kyoto itself was a beautiful paradise, so it made no sense as for why anyone would want to be on the edge of it. But for Issei Hayato and his mate Kuroka, they had no need to be in the center of it all. They had their love for one another and that's all they cared about. That and the fact Kuroka was still a wanted criminal. For the past 3 years they've been living together. The fact was their biggest challenge. She could never walk openly in public with him, never go on dates without the fear of being recognized, and worst of all, she could never show her affection for him in a public setting. They always had to be secretive when they needed to go out. She would wear a cloak to conceal herself, but in the scenario that someone would recognize her, they would either have to fight or run away. She was the reason they had to be so secretive about their relationship, and she hated herself for it. Being with each other for so long, Issei knew when she had these self-hating thoughts and made sure to cheer her up and get her mind off it, which led to their bedroom being a mess once more. The lovers were currently on their bed, arms wrapped around one another with no intent on letting go anytime soon. Their bedsheets were stained with their bodily fluids and love marks could be found on Kuroka's neck and Issei's back. Clearly, they had no intent on being gentle. When Kuroka had awakened, she stared deeply into Issei's eyes. It appeared that once more he had awakened before her. "Naya Issei, how long were you awake this time?" she asked. The shrug was followed by a kiss on her forehead. "About an hour, give or take. I didn't want to wake you." Kuroka nuzzled onto his chest. "You were so rough on me last night. I'm surprised that I didn't pass out midway through." She purred. "Well, an emperor must please his empress. You deserve only the best," Issei replied. The two stayed in their loving embrace and conversed about a multitude of things. It was only when they realized the time that they decided to get up. It was 2 hours past noon, and they hadn't eaten yet. They had reluctantly gotten up from their bed and prepared themselves to eat. On any other day, Ophis would have joined them for breakfast, but today was different. She had told him that she had to take care of business but promised to come the following day. Throughout their meal, Issei could tell there was something on Kuroka's mind. She was fiddling with her fork and tapping her foot. To him it had appeared that for whatever reason she was nervous and restless. At first he thought that it was something about her being guilty about having to hide again, but he saw through it. It was something more. He soon got his answers when she finally spoke her mind. "Issei ... what do you think about us having kids?" A moment of silence formed. He didn't speak but rather stared into his food, avoiding any eye contact from her. For a brief moment she thought that she asked too soon. However, her panic was quickly dispelled when he looked her in the eye and smiled. "There is nothing more I look forward to than to be a parent with you." Kuroka's eyes swelled with tears. For years she had wanted children. At first it was only to rebuild her race. But it all changed when she fell in love with Issei. Up until this point everything she had done was for the sake of another. Of course she had a few moments of self-interest, but it was never anything life-changing. But this was something she needed, the final step in any relationship. And she would do it with no one else but Issei. How she wanted to kiss him. How she wanted to jump on him right now and get started on making their family. But fate just wasn't on her side that day. As before she was able to make her move, a violent thud came from the main corridor of their home. They both immediately ran to the entrance, prepared for any fight that may come their way. But when they arrived to the entrance they were surprised to find the opposite waiting for them. At the end of the corridor the two found a female devil, bloodied and bruised from what they suspected to be an intense battle. Her clothes were tattered and cuts surrounded her form. The only thing that seemed to be left untouched was her beautiful silver hair. "Take her to the guest bedroom and heal her at once," Issei commanded. Kuroka instantly nodded and did as instructed. It was on this day that everything changed for them. From this day on, Issei was no longer exclusively hers. Present day, Kuroka had awakened from her deep slumber. She had the dream again. For the past few nights the memories of that day had manifested themselves into a dream. She tried to get her mind off of it, but it kept coming back to her. Looking around her, she saw all of the other girls in his bed, grabbing to any part of him that they could. Because she was his first lover, Kuroka had the luxury of having the most contact with him, his face shoved into her breast. There were some slight changes with their sleeping arrangements in the past day. Both Calawarner and Middlet had withdrawn their interest for Issei, surprising as they were around before most of the others. Even with their withdrawal, both Gabriel and Penemu came in to replace them, and the entry of Tiamat made the total number of people in the bed to 11, a number she expected would increase if Tsubaki and Yubaluna were to finally express their feelings openly. The amount of girls that had become a part of the relationship astounded her. They all came in one after another. It was too quick to keep up with. She knew that they all loved him as she did, but there was a small part of her that resented Issei for being so charming and having a natural talent for attracting women. There were even some days where she wished that it was just the two of them. Even with all that in mind, she found comfort that she has something that the others could never take away from her: the pleasure of knowing that she will one day be giving birth to Issei's first child. That day was fast approaching. She was slowly growing the infamous baby bump that came with pregnancy. It was hardly there. She could easily hide it under her normal attire, but there. The idea of her being pregnant with his child was all she wanted for a few years. But unfortunately, her dream came with some road bumps. Because she was a Nekomata, Kuroka's pregnancy would only take a fourth of the time of any others. While it meant that the baby would come sooner and as healthy as any other baby, it also meant that the symptoms would also come sooner and it would hit her like a truck. It's only been about 2 weeks since she's became pregnant, and so far she hasn't experienced anything major. Maybe a few cravings here and there, but no vomiting or mood swings so far. Satan have mercy on whoever has to endure her mood swings in the next few weeks. Even if her pregnancy will be hell for her and everyone who has to witness it, Kuroka knows that Issei will be with her every step of the way. Will it be the most challenging thing he's went through? Most likely. But they've been through so much and he's done everything for her. She would just have to thank him when it's all over. She pushed his face deeper into her breast and whispered into his ear, "Have a good sleep, darling."